Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 26, Episode 6, Judgment Time, 4. A few minutes later, I once again entered Dongdae Station and ate a ground rat. It was in order to heal the skin contaminated by the poisonous fog. It took a little time, but the contamination could be recovered by eating the meat of an underground species. Hey, are you crazy? What did you do just now? I was eating when I heard Baihyung's voice furiously berating me. Shut up. No, this isn't an issue you can dismiss. You destroyed a constellation's idol. Do you want to see my channel fail? Once the bald general of justice begins to talk, the idol of a constellation. Every world had their own constellations, South Korea as well. By the way, Baihyung said it was the bald general of justice. He was a great person in South Korea, but actually, I wasn't the type of person to say that. A constellation wearing a straw mat is furious at your atrocious actions. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is laughing. There was a difference in the degree of all idols, but they had the power of a constellation sealed in them. If I released the seal of the idol in the right way, I could gain a certain amount of power, such as an item or skill that the constellation used in their lifetime. However, unlocking the seal took a long time and I wasn't sure if I could get the skill I wanted. I looked at ways of survival on my smartphone. But if it is sealed in the bronze statue of Samyangdang, how did you get the skill? There is a saying that if you meet Buddha, kill Buddha. What? Don't tell me. Haha, I was just trying it out. But it is true. All the statues aren't just for worship. Hey, this jerk, you should watch your mouth. You might be cursed by the constellation. At the last gateway to enter Cheongmuro, the skill of Samyangdang was essential. And the most surefire way to get the skill was to destroy the idol. Of course, I could buy something similar from the Dakibi bag, but the more coins I saved, the better. Then, did you resolve the man's secret well? I quickly turned off my smartphone screen. My companions, including Jung Hee-won, had gathered. Yes, and I have something for you. I pulled out the items I gained from the idol. As luck would have it, the Samyangdang idol contained items and skills. Samyangdang's beads, Samyangdang's straw mat, rags and old beads. There were questions in the eyes of everyone present. I knew what they were thinking, but I also knew this. In this world, old was more likely to be good. They seem like good items, because they are souvenirs of a great person. Great person. Do you know Samyangdang? A constellation wearing a straw mat has paused at your actions. Jung Hee-won asked with a stupid expression. Who is that? A constellation wearing a straw mat wishes to appear before character Jung Hee-won. I know. Fortunately, someone knew. Needless to say, it was Usanga. I remember seeing it when I was studying Korean history. Isn't he a monk from the Joseon dynasty? Yes, that's right. When the Korean military was struggling to defend against the Japanese invasion, he fought in the Nowangpyeong battle and Wakwandong battle. As expected from Usanga. I also studied Korean history, but I didn't know this. A constellation wearing a straw mat is touched by character Usanga. I nodded and said, anyway, these items have his strength. Really? Wow, it is real. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung were surprised when they confirmed the item information. But how did Doc Jassy know to get this? I put my hands together in front of the Samyangdang statue and they fell from the sky. Huh? No way. I thought it was ridiculous, but there was a reason people said such ridiculous words. I put on a mock solemn expression as I watched the party. I think it was sent by Samyangdang for South Korea. Their ah were filled with many meanings. I ignored them and kept talking. It wasn't like I was asking for them to listen. He might have left his belongings to save the country, just like during the Japanese invasion of South Korea. Anyway, now South Korea is a country undergoing turmoil. A constellation wearing a straw mat is moved by your words. In times of turmoil, scammers always gained power. In this strange world, it isn't weird if something like this happens. Maybe Samyangdang is one of the constellations. Isn't that right? Surprisingly, Usanga seemed convinced first. Maybe she didn't want me to be embarrassed. The funny thing was that once Usanga agreed, Lee Hyun-sung was immediately convinced. Indeed, Samyangdang. Lee Hyun-sung grew up with patriotism for a long time and looked like he was reminiscing on the principle of military service. Lee Gil-young also seemed curious. It was only Jung Hee-won who was watching me like it was nonsense. A constellation wearing a straw mat likes your revealing words. The constellation bald General of Justice forgives your sins. Bai-hyung looked at the sky with a "is this okay?" expression before looking dumbfounded. The power of a constellation was directly linked to their fame. Thus, the constellations loved it when their stories were spread this way. Where was a constellation that hated being praised? I will give Samyangdang's beads to you, Sangha, since you know him well. Really? Can I accept it? I think Samyangdang will be delighted if Samyangdang uses it. In fact, the performance of Samyangdang's beads wasn't good compared to what the sponsor used it for. It wasn't a sponsor's star relic, so maybe the fact that the Samyangdang wasn't a world-recognized figure had an effect. It was still a B-class item, so it had a secondary option of boosting magic power to increase magic power recovery. Jung Hee-won watched Usanga like she was envious and said, "Usanga knows a lot of things. I didn't know about Samyangdang because I didn't do very well at school." I'm joking. Don't make such an expression. I spoke to the sulky Jung Hee-won. I also have something for Jung Hee-won-si. For me? Is it that straw mat? Yes, it's okay. No matter how urgent, I don't want to wear such a thing. Just try it. You won't regret it. Jung Hee-won hesitated for a moment before throwing on the straw mat. She was trying to be fashionable, but she just looked like a beggar. A constellation who likes comradeship condemns your actions. A constellation who praises friendship likes your actions. It would be different if the star relic Samyangdang's bamboo stick and straw sandals came out. But the other two items weren't necessary for me right now. Jung Hee-won saw her reflection on the screen door of the subway and made a slightly complicated expression. It is hard to explain, but I suddenly feel like I can harness the power of justice. Samyangdang's straw mat was an item that enhanced the justice and willpower of the incarnation. I didn't need it, but it was a pretty good item for Jung Hee-won. You said Samyangdang? I feel sorry for some reason. I should study harder. The constellation bald General of Justice is happy at this situation. 100 coins have been sponsored. I jokingly said, "Then let's put our hands together and pray." Asterisk. It was a joke, but Jung Hee-won really went to pray. Jung Hee-won was contaminated by the poisonous fog and spoke while eating a ground rat. But who broke it? Surely it wasn't Doc Jassy? Doc Jassy? Be prepared. We will be at Chungmuro soon. I looked at the dark tunnel. It had been 20 minutes since Lee Gil-young used diverse communication, allowing them to safely move forward. Considering the fact that Dongdae to Chungmuro was 1 kilometer in a straight line, it was time for that to appear. A new sub-scenario has arrived. Indeed, as soon as I thought about it, everybody stepped back. Plus, sub-scenario welcome prison. Category: Sub. Difficulty: DF. Clear conditions. Escape from welcome prison within the time limit. Time limit 1 hour. Compensation: 300 coins. Failure? Plus, sub-scenario welcome prison has begun. Perhaps Yu Jong-hyuk had suffered quite a bit in this scenario. This scenario was one of the most painful traps for a regressor. Usanga asked, "Welcome prison? What is this?" She would know without asking. It is coming. Everyone, please keep your mind straight. Before my words were over, a haze overcame me. The fog that instantly occupied the tunnel blocked their field of view. The party members in the immediate vicinity couldn't be seen. When I looked around, I could only see a distorted scenery, as if I was on drugs. Yua, I feel bad. Jung Hee-won screamed. Maybe Jung Hee-won was seeing something different from what I saw now. Dokja. The voice I didn't want to hear. That forgotten voice was heard in a drug-like landscape. If I was this way, my other party members would be worse. Something feels strange. Doc Jassy, are you there? Doc Jassy. Doc Jassy. In this distorted vision, the voices of my party members were gradually fading. Welcome prison. A space that led to madness by touching a person's trauma. Dokja, you didn't see anything. Understood? The landscape disappeared and the face of a person popped up. I smiled bitterly as I stared into the air. I wanted to deny reality. The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is activated. Due to the skill effect, immunity to welcome prison has occurred. The moment his mind relaxed, the uncomfortable feeling diminished. The constellation Secretive Plotter admires your spirit. 100 coins have been sponsored. The curious constellations are sorry that they can't peek at your memories. As the power of welcome prison weakened, I felt a sense of alarm. Everyone, calm down and take deep breaths. Those trapped in welcome prison would lose their minds and unleash their madness around them. Thus, the most dangerous thing in welcome prison was the companions around you. Yu Jonghyuk's solo behavior might be because he was worried about this prison. A soldier, Lee Hyun-sung. Did you hear wrong? I was wrong. I was wrong, mother. This dog bastard. I was too late. I heard the screams of people filled with madness. But it wasn't everyone. Doc Jassy? At this moment, Yusanga's appearance was revealed in welcome prison. Samyangdang's beads around her wrist was glowing brightly. Fortunately, it worked. I approached Yusanga and said, "Cover the surroundings. From now on, I will destroy this space." Yusanga nodded with a nervous expression. The exclusive skill Destroy Evil LV1 is activated. Destroy Evil. It was one level higher than the Repel Evil skill that could be bought with coins. It was a skill that I obtained after breaking the bronze statue of Samyangdang. The exclusive skill Destroy Evil LV1 has turned off welcome prison. Indeed, it was a skill used by Samyangdang. If I had bought Repel Evil, it would have taken a minute to release it. Sururuk. As the fog retreated and welcome prison disappeared, his companions started to appear one by one. Our resolve. We are the South Korean army, loyal to the nation and the people. Mother. The trauma could be seen with one glance. Lee Hyun-sung was bowing with his head on the ground, while Lee Gil-young had his head on his knees and was shaking. Yusanga came forward first. Lee Hyun-sung-si? Gil-young. Please wake up. At this moment, a blade flew from the rear. Fortunately, the blade wasn't fast and it wasn't difficult to avoid. I will kill all of you. Jung Hee-won was waving her sword through the air like a madman. My heart ached as I watched Jung Hee-won's eyes become gradually redder. This was dangerous. It was a sign of demon slaying. Peek. I stunned Jung Hee-won by strongly hitting her in the back of the neck. Luckily, Jung Hee-won was intact. I thought it wouldn't be like this with Samyangdang's straw mat, but Jung Hee-won's mental state was more fragile than I expected. Yusanga, please look after Jung Hee-won-si. Yes, it isn't over yet. You have met the conditions to clear the sub-scenario. You have earned 300 coins. Monsters appeared as soon as the clear message showed up. They were a mass of liquid, reminiscent of ectoplasm. The 8th grade specter. It was the specters who made welcome prison. I used white pure star energy to invoke Blade of Faith. Sukakak. Fortunately, the battle itself wasn't difficult. In the first place, the specters weren't difficult if welcome prison was destroyed. The creepy and weird specters were destroyed. Specter's stone. I put the fallen stones into my pocket. This needed to be picked up. Thanks to Yusanga, the others were recovering quickly. Are you okay? The one who recovered the fastest was Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung heard the story and bowed his head with surprise. Thank you. I almost got into big trouble. I also want to thank Doc Jassy. It is nothing. I have a headache. Lee Gil-young's head was pounding. I stroked Lee Gil-young's hair. He pretended to be okay, but perhaps the one with the most terrible trauma in this place was this child. I saw a pale light in the distance. Usanga said, "Doc Jassy, I think it is over." I worried about it for a short moment. Jung Hee-won was stunned, and it was difficult for others to exercise their power. Would we be okay to enter Chungmuro at this rate? But my concerns were resolved by another person. A blade loomed in the darkness. But it was a pure threat without the intent to harm. "Who are you? Don't you know that this area is our hunting ground?" In the faint light of the entrance, a girl holding a long sword stood. She looked to be 17 and was wearing a school uniform. She was wearing a hood like she was trying to hide her name tag, but her appearance was noticeable. This girl. Usanga had keen eyes and recognized her first. I also knew her. It was because she was one of the main characters of Ways of Survival. The only survivor of Daepong Girls' High School, Lee Jae-hai. She was one of the reasons why Yu Jong-hyuk went straight to Chungmuro in the shortest time. "Did you guys beat the specters?" Lee Jae-hai discovered the stone in my hand and was surprised. "How did you? Only master can catch them." I immediately used a skill. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Character information. Name, Lee Jae-hai. Age, 17 years old. Constellation sponsor, Maritime War God. Private attribute, Scarred Sword Demon, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sword Training LV. 3. Demon Slaying LV. 1. Absolute Sense LV. 2. Ghost Walk LV. 1. Stigma, Sea Battle LV. 1. Large Army Command LV. 1. Overall stats, Stamina LV. 13. Strength LV. 12. Agility LV. 13. Magic Power LV. 9. Overall evaluation. A person who evolved into a scarred sword demon after killing her closest friend. The sponsor behind her has an affinity for you and your colleagues. Asterisk starter pack is currently applied. There was nothing unusual. Maritime War God. As scheduled, it was the sponsor behind Lee Jae-hai. She was a must in future maritime wars. The constellation Bald General of Justice is touched at meeting an old comrade. Lee Jae-hai's sponsor welcomes the Bald General of Justice. I felt a faint breeze in the subway tunnel where no trains were running. Looking at Lee Jae-hai's hair fluttering in the wind, I realized again. Main scenario number 2 meeting has ended. The compensation will be settled. Yes, we finally arrived. This was Chungmuro. Chapter 27. Episode 7 Landlord 1. We followed Lee Jae-hai and entered Chungmuro. Usanga saw the shattered screen door of the platform and said, "It is a chaotic atmosphere." As they climbed up from the tracks of Railway Line 3, they saw some people sitting down. "You have entered Chungmuro. The third scenario is currently in progress. Hashtag GIR8761 channel is active. Hashtag BIR3642 channel is active." From Chungmuro onwards, the size of the scenario grew and the Dakibi channels increased. From now on, that naive Baihyung would have a hard time. Some middle-aged people saw us and waved their hands. "Oh, little samurai. You brought new people?" "Yes, a samurai." I guess Lee Jae-hai could be called that if the sponsor behind her wasn't known. Sooner or later, they would be punished. Lee Jae-hai frowned at the middle-aged people. "Are you drunk again? Ha ha ha. What is there to do other than drink when the world has become like this?" The middle-aged people seemed relaxed, unlike those who were experiencing a disaster. It was natural since they were wearing the uniform of soldiers. It was definitely different from Gumho Station. Now was the true beginning. "But did your friends come through the tunnel? How great, won't they have a lot of coins?" Then one of the middle-aged men turned to Usanga. "Young lady over there, what is your name? Would you like to rent a room for cheap?" "Room? Haha, you don't know the system here yet? This place." Lee Jae-hai cut off the middle-aged man's words. "Ajushis, don't try to trick the newcomers. They must know anyway. This is what everyone is doing to live. If you don't want to be injured, then get lost. The middle-aged man paled at Li Jaihai's words. This young children have already learned something bad to eat. Hey, Kangxi, stop it. The middle-aged people turned away. They disappeared into Transit Line 4 and Li Jaihai put away her sword. I brought you here, so take care from now on. I'm not a babysitter. This child was speaking so indifferently. I looked around. Chungmuro. This was the stage of the third scenario, where completely different rules were in play. The shit. They'll kill you if you come close. A man was in the middle of the platform for subway line 3, waving a knife around and threatening people. At this feet was a tile that was 1 pyong, 3.306 square meters, in size, emitting a green light that stretched into the air. Usanga asked, "Why is he doing that?" "I don't know. I could guess, but there was no need to scare her just now." There were many people sitting down with a knife on subway line 3. Unlike the previous middle-aged men, their faces were filled with despair. I glanced at them and asked Li Jaihai, "Is Yu Jonghyuk here?" Li Jaihai, who was about to leave, turned her head at Yu Jonghyuk. There was vigilance in her eyes. "Who are you?" Yu Jonghyuk had already ruined this child. Well, I could understand. It was difficult to find a constellation on the level of maritime war god, even if he searched through all of South Korea. If I was in Yu Jonghyuk's position, I would have found her soon after coming to Chungmuro. "I am a companion of Yu Jonghyuk who came back alive." "Companion? How is that possible?" Li Jaihai stared at me with suspicious eyes. I shrugged shamelessly. "That guy will understand if you tell him." "Where is Yu Jonghyuk now?" "Master isn't here right now." "Really? This is difficult. I have something I need to say." Li Jaihai's expression distorted as she stared at me with something like betrayal. I knew very well what she thought of Yu Jonghyuk. Moreover, it was already master. It will be difficult to gain her this way. Li Jaihai called out to a boy squatting in the corner. "Hey, over there." Yes. Watch over these people right here. I'm going to find master." The boy looked at us with puzzled eyes. "Who are they?" "I don't know." "Master's friends?" At Li Jaihai's words, the eyes of the people on the platform became bigger. They looked at us with amazement and awe. "Yu Jonghyuk's friends?" The boy ran up to us and exclaimed. It was a boy who looked roughly around Li Jaihai's age. "Are you really Yu Jonghyuk's friends?" I couldn't lie when I saw the boy's clear eyes. At least if I was an ordinary person. He is a good friend. Recently, I didn't seem to be an ordinary person. At least it was the case here. Asterisk. While taking care of the unconscious Jung Hee-won, I heard about Chungmuro from the boy. Along with Li Jaihai, this boy was one of Yu Jonghyuk's followers. Thus, we followed Yu Jonghyuk. "Are you listening to me?" "Yes." Of course, I wasn't listening properly. The story of psychopath Yu Jonghyuk's heroism wasn't interesting. The short summary was something like this. 3 days ago, Yu Jonghyuk appeared and saved some of you, including Li Jaihai, from the monsters. Isn't that the story? The boy frowned at his story be summarized so simply. The story isn't that simple. He was surely spellbound by Yu Jonghyuk. Suddenly, a presence with overwhelming force rescued them. It would be strange if they didn't follow him. But the boy didn't know. The boy survived not because Yu Jonghyuk was a good guy, but because the boy was luckily with Li Jaihai. "Now can I ask you a few things I am curious about?" Li Hyun-sung started asking politely while I was locked in my thoughts. "Yes, just ask. How is the food supply here?" That it is a bit embarrassing to say some people, including me, are dependent on Jaihai. Jaihai hunts and asks Yu Jonghyuk to cook. It was unknown when he made a checklist, but Li Hyun-sung took out his notes and started to write something. He really was a soldier. "Then how is your drinking water?" "We give food or coins to the Landlord Alliance upstairs in exchange." "Landlord Alliance?" I sat straight up. Now the story was becoming interesting. The boy hesitantly opened his mouth. "They are the landlords in charge of the Chungmuro area. They occupy the upper floors and we call them the Landlord Alliance." Chungmuro's Landlord Alliance. It was a name that appeared in Ways of Survival. What type of people are they? Well, what should I say? In fact, there was no need for me to ask. Perhaps, according to my expectations, one of the 10 evils was in Chungmuro right now. They are just landlords. This answer was the correct answer in a sense. They were landlords, building owners who received fixed taxes. At this moment, the quiet Lee Gil-young opened his mouth. "Excuse me, Hyung." "Yes? I want to go to the toilet." "Is it urgent?" "Yes." The timing was a bit unexpected. It was even more puzzling because Lee Gil-young normally didn't say something like this. Then I noticed that Lee Gil-young was standing next to a blushing Yusanga. "Excuse me, can I also go with you?" At the moment, the image of Yusanga and Jung Hee-won securing secret necessities at Yaksu Station came to mind. I thought I knew what was going on. That kid Lee Gil-young, he quickly noticed it first. The boy overheard the conversation and said, "You need to go up to the second underground floor for the toilet, but it won't be easy to enter." "Has something happened?" "Yes. I think it is better to see directly. I'm going up to, would you like to go with me?" "Let's go." I was the one who said it. Of course, it wasn't to go to the bathroom. I had to go up and check a few things. Recently, Yu Jonghyuk's movements were different from the third regression that I knew. So, I needed to be clear about the gap. I went up to the third underground level with my friends, carrying Jung Hee-won, who was still unconscious. "Oh, I heard that there were new faces. Have you come to see the rooms?" A middle-aged man standing near the escalator for line 4 whistled. The boy shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry. We are going upstairs." "Too bad. Be careful." The middle-aged man waved his hands without hesitation. Yusanga watched the middle-aged man moving away and asked, "That, by the way, what exactly is the room?" "I don't think it is the rooms that I know. It is easy." The boy pointed to a square tile. The tiles were also present on the platform of line 3. Green tiles that were 1 pyong in size. Looking at the details, I saw something written in the air above the tile. Green Zone 0 out of 1. The scenario name is Green Zone and these tiles are called rooms. Near the tile, 2 men were fighting each other. They were fighting over the tile. It was Lee Hyun-sung who asked this time, "What is that? Why are those people fighting over it?" The boy looked a bit reluctant. It was like talking to us would be a threat to his survival. "You will know once you arrive at the second underground floor." As we climbed up to the higher floors, there were more fights over rooms. The room numbers were different. There were small rooms labeled 0/1 and large rooms labeled 0/7. The latter number was probably the capacity of the room. I looked around carefully and asked, "The third underground floor to the first underground floor is all the area of the Landlord Association?" "Yes. There are small forces, but the Landlord Association has obtained most of it. All the infrastructure of Chungmuro was located on the second and first underground floors, yet a single alliance occupied all of it." "Yu Jonghyuk didn't take any action? Didn't he save you?" "That..." The boy's face became noticeably darker at my question. The boy looked sullen for a while before barely being able to speak. "He told us to stand on our own." I knew. Of course Yu Jonghyuk would say something like this. Perhaps Yu Jonghyuk never told them to follow him. They were fascinated by the overwhelming force that Yu Jonghyuk showed and had hopeful dreams. How pitiful. Not long after, we arrived at the second underground floor. There was tension on the boy's face. "We have to be careful from here onwards." There were much more rooms on B2 than the lower levels. The group of people fighting couldn't be seen. Instead, people were guarding the green zones with scary eyes. Green Zone 7 out of 7. We passed by the people and headed towards the bathrooms. Why stop here?" Our pace stopped as we approached the last passage to the bathroom. Like a bottleneck, dozens of people were gathered in the passage. "Let's go forward." I spoke while pushing people out of the way. "Tildusai, please accept it. I won't do it again. Please, please. Please let me stay one more day. They'll go into debt to get the coins." The leader at the head of the line was facing the heated-up people. Now, back off. Back off." On the opposite side, people who seemed to be from the Landlord Association were gathered. I could instinctively feel it. One of the 10 evils was here. I tried to find the 10 Evils member through the novel's description, but it wasn't easy since all of them seemed to fit. Did their impressions become similar after becoming landlords? I was shaking my head when someone grabbed my leg. It was Lee Gil-young. I sensed something danger and was about to grab his shoulder when someone pushed Lee Gil-young. Lee Gil-young lost his balance and fell down. The character Lee Gil-young has invaded private property. Suddenly, the atmosphere became cold and some of the Landlord Association members in the front looked at Lee Gil-young. What is this child? At almost the same time, the crowd of people screamed and withdrew. Crazy. Be back. Quickly. As if they were never there, the crowd of people rushed back like the tide. The people disappeared and red lines shone where they used to be standing. One man looked between the boundary and Lee Gil-young in turn. Charamem, you seem to be lost. Do you know where this is? The way to the bathroom? The bathroom? Haha, at one time. By the way, that kid, where are your parents? Huh? Didn't you learn that you shouldn't intrude on other people's land? Other people's land. Oh, it must be true. The man stroked Lee Gil-young's head with an unknown look. You don't know. From now on, I will teach you. The character Gong Pildu has activated Armed Zone LV. 3. There was a whirring sound and mini turrets resembling Gatling guns rose from the ground. The character Gong Pildu demands 500 coins for invading his private land. If you don't follow the recommendations, all nearby turrets will fire immediately. Give me money. The loaded turrets were all aiming at the same point. The confused Lee Gil-young stood up and moved to my side. The man saw me and laughed. Ah, you are his guardian. Then shouldn't the guardian pay 500 coins instead? I smiled at the hand that the man brazenly stretched out. How funny, you Jonghyuk. You let these jerks go? Chapter 28. Episode 7 Landlord 2. The 10 Evils. The list and rankings were often changed according to Yu Jonghyuk's regression cycle, but they were the 10 people in charge of being the main villains in this world of ways of survival. Chungmuro's armed fortress master, Gong Pildu, was one of the 10 evils. Thus, a person wouldn't be aware of Gong Pildu unless they read to the end of Ways of Survival, like me. Green Zone 56/70ths. Indeed, the size of his room was different. The size of the room couldn't be easily measured. This whole green zone was Gong Pildus area. Let's do the standard procedure. I hid Lee Gil-young behind me and opened my mouth. Why should we pay you coins? Chungmuro Station is a public place. Haha, it was until 8 days ago. But not anymore. For ordinary humans, 500 coins wasn't a small sum. But giving 500 coins just for stepping on his land, what a crook. Okay, I'll give it. But I'll give it to you directly. What? You aren't Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu might be a villain, but right now, the person in front of me was just extra one of the Landlord Alliance. Where are you, Gong Pildu? Quickly looked around. Not him, not him. I wondered where Gong Pildu was. Haha, you are a funny guy. Hey, playing with me now. Gong Pildusai. Where are you? Take the fine. I ignored them and kept walking. You have invaded private property. The turrets aimed straight at me, but I didn't stop. Honestly, there was no guarantee that I would be safe if the turrets started shooting. But there was a need to show off my combat power here. That way Gong Pildu wouldn't underestimate me. It is up to here. I will give you if you come closer. Finally, Gong Pildu moved. A bench covered with various supplies. A middle-aged man sitting on top of it and reading a magazine was staring at me. Indeed, this was how he was described in the novel. His belly was half revealed and I could see the hair on it. This was Gong Pildu, the representative of the Landlord Alliance. This is a face I've never seen before, but you are great. Isn't it unfair that I need to pay to see you? The character Gong Pildu is interested in you. In any case, I seem to be the type that was popular with the bad guys. It was the same with Kim Namwon. You are fairly good at talking. But it isn't good to be too cocky. Tadak. I heard magic bullets being loaded in the turrets. Damn bastard. Gong Pildu smiled like an ordinary neighborhood ajusi. But I knew. Gong Pildu could never be an ordinary neighborhood ajusi. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Plus, Character information. Name Gong Pildu. Age 48 years old. Constellation sponsor, Defense Master. Private attribute. Landlord, rare. Great landowner, rare. Exclusive skills, private property LV. 3. Patience LV. 1. Profit calculation LV. 2. Leadership LV. 2. Insight LV. 1. Weapons training LV. 1. Stigma. Armed zone LV. 3. Overall stats. Stamina LV. 9. Strength LV. 11. Agility LV. 10. Magic power LV. 19. Overall evaluation. Gong Pildu, the representative of the Chungmuro Landlord Alliance. His skill, private property, and stigma arm zone has the best effect in a battle against many. It is advisable not to make him an enemy. Asterisk starter pack is currently applied. Asterisk a growth package is currently applied. Plus, there were numerous gap in this world, but few of them were as stable as a landowner of landlord. However, there were those who posted both characteristics, and the armed fortress master Gong Pildu in front of him was one of them. I realized it when I saw this explanation. His magic power was already at level 19. Indeed, this would be enough for him to be one of the 10 evils in the future. By the way, what did you come here for? I don't think your goal is paying the fine. He was also very sensitive. I pondered over it for a while. Should I negotiate here or overpower Gong Pildu? It might be possible if I used all my power, but it wasn't easy to break through Gong Pildu's arm zone. I needed to prepare for a big injury if I wanted to defeat the turrets. What should I do? There was a separate place where I had to use coins, so it was impossible to increase my stats. I'm warning you that you shouldn't think of anything. Gong Pildu smiled at me. His troops were surrounding Li Hyunsung. He really moved quickly. I laughed and raised both hands. Please calm down. Isn't it obvious for a tenant to come to the landlord? Is it for a room? Yes. Please let my companions and I sat in your green zone. This was a must. In order to clear the third scenario safely, we had to say in Gong Pildu's green zone. However, Gong Pildu's answer was as expected. No, the Alliance doesn't accept outsiders. They'll think about it if every person pays 500 coins a day. 500 coins a day? It was like selling coins. It was more than the Dakibi bag. It is a bit tough, so I will give you information instead. What information? Information about Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk. The complexion of the landlords changed with one name. Yu Jonghyuk? Yu Jonghyuk caused such an uproar not long ago. You bastard. What is your relationship with that guy? Tildusai. Isn't this bastard suspicious? There was a reaction. I thought that Yu Jonghyuk would have already caused a problem with the Landlord Alliance. In fact, this point I was a bit unsure about. According to the original story, Yu Jonghyuk of the third regression should be fighting against the Landlord Alliance by now. What was he doing? Gong Pildu stared at me with suspicious eyes. What is your relationship with Yu Jonghyuk? We are companions separated by life and death. I don't think it is like that. Anyway, we are friendly. How can I believe that? Don't believe me. Don't you have nothing to lose? I threw out the bait. Perhaps Gong Pildu would have to accept my suggestion. It was because right now, Yu Jonghyuk was the only person who could threaten the power balance in Chungmuro. The character Gong Pildu has activated profit calculation LV. 2. Why won't I receive any loss? There is no guarantee that you aren't a scammer. I can't ignore my years of experience. In my experience, people like you run away to avoid paying the rent at the end of the month. It was so accurate that I felt wronged, however, it was difficult to push it here. If you don't believe me, it can't be helped. Maybe there will be damages. Gong Pildu's expression became complicated. I turned around without hesitation. It was important not to show any regret. That way he would regret it even more. Wait a minute. Indeed, you have to pay the fine for intruding. Where are you trying to flee? It was another regret. Damn it. I turned around and smiled awkwardly. How much? 100 coins? No, you and that kid are 1,000 coins. The vein on my head bulged. Did this bastard think that 1,000 coins was 1,001? That is too much. The Dakibi still hadn't given me the cut of the coins, but I couldn't give 1,000 coins to a jerk like Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu grinned. Then you are disqualified as tenants. Die. I instinctively pushed through the men around me and ran to where my party members were. Kwang. There was the first firing sound and Lee Hyun-sung held up a metal shield, blocking my back. He was really reliable. Doc Jassy. Lee Hyun-sung's strength and stamina were level 14, but he spoke very nervously. I could clearly see his trembling arm muscles. Lee Hyun-sung hadn't obtained his second stigma yet, meaning he couldn't hold on against the turrets. Moreover, there was no Jung Hee-won. If I started a head-to-head fight, someone in this party would surely die. Gong Pildusai, wait a moment. If we fight, then you won't escape any damages. What? It is better not to fight us now. Why? The damage had to be shown. If we fight now, you will die here. Gong Pildu's expression hardened. Even if I didn't add anything, Gong Pildu would have noticed. The presence of the guy coming down the escalator from B1. It would be strange if he didn't know when the guy was giving off such a huge momentum. My best companion is coming. Yu Jonghyuk. I didn't expect that damn regressor to be happy. Master, it is that person. He pretended to be Master's companion. Lee Jaihai cried out shrilly as she pointed to me. The main character, the lone hero of a drama, was walking by her side. He looked at me with impressively fierce eyes. The character Yu Jonghyuk is greatly disturbed. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, has been activated. There was a brief moment of dizziness and I started to hear his thoughts. How already? I waved to him and said casually, Hi Jonghyuk. Dot. Have you been well? Your face looks good? Dot. Lee Jaihai and Gong Pildu looked between us like they couldn't believe it. They never thought I would be a companion of Yu Jonghyuk. There was a tight tension in the air. These people don't believe I am your companion. Can you tell them? But I knew Yu Jonghyuk. This bastard killed easily, but he kept his promises. A few constellations are paying attention to character Yu Jonghyuk's answer. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is observing the loyalty of Yu Jonghyuk. Moreover, the constellations were paying a lot of attention. Dot. Yu Jonghyuk watched me and slowly opened his mouth. However, my words were faster. Alright, it would be better if you let me use the bathroom. Finally, Yu Jonghyuk pulled out a blade. Asterisk. After a while, we safely used the bathroom and came down to the platform of line 3. It was thanks to the fellow regressor companion. I smiled widely. It's nice to see you, you rascal. You are alive. In conclusion, Yu Jonghyuk didn't call me his companion. He just pointed his blade at Gong Pildu as his answer. Fortunately, Gong Pildu didn't want to clash with us and let us go. Were you hoping I would be killed? I thought it would be good. This rotten companion. I became angrier when I saw that cheeky face. I wanted to run over and strike him in the jaw, but I couldn't. The exclusive skill character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Full version. Converting the character information of Yu Jonghyuk into the full version. Plus, character list. Name, Yu Jonghyuk. Age, 28 years old. Constellation sponsor. Private attribute. Regressor. Third turn. Myth. Pro gamer. Rare. Exclusive skills. Sage's Eyes LV. 8. Hand-to-hand combat LV. 8. Advanced weapons training LV. 5. Strong self-defense LV. 5. Mental barrier LV. 5. Crowd control LV. 5. Reasoning LV. 5. Lie detection LV. 4. Omitted. Stigma. Regression LV. 3. Overall stats. Stamina LV. 24. Strength LV. 24. Agility LV. 25. Magic power LV. 23. Comprehensive evaluation. The comprehensive evaluation of this person is too long to load. Plus, it didn't seem that great in the novel. But now that I saw it myself, I knew how extraordinary it was. We were about to enter the third scenario and his physical body stats were just over 70. This crazy bastard. Damn it, this was the main character buff. Do you have anything to say? Yu Jonghyuk's growth rate was steeper than it was in the original 3 regression. The fact that his growth was so fast meant he was taking great risks. What the hell was the person who only returned 3 times doing? Something was making me uneasy. I would have to dig it out sooner or later. I asked if you had anything to say. No, I was just looking. He is more tenacious than I thought. What tenacity? He had a serious Chiuni disease. However, being cheeky isn't good. Should I just kill him now? I'm joking. I hurriedly laughed. Yu Jonghyuk turned his head like he wasn't interested. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is disappointed in you. Anyway, I didn't want to alienate Yu Jonghyuk right now. In order to clear the multiple scenarios, Yu Jonghyuk was a necessary person. Even if we weren't real companions, it was worth using him thoroughly. Why did it sound like I was making excuses? It looks like you've obtained companions. Yu Jonghyuk looked at the people behind me with emotionless eyes. The character Yu Jonghyuk is a bit disappointed in you. What? Why? The answer became clear. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used Sage's Eyes LV. 8. He picked up Lee Hyunsung but was only to raise him to this level. I was at a loss for a moment because it was true. Certainly, Lee Hyunsung's growth would be better if he had moved with Yu Jonghyuk. Still, this bastard. I was just an ordinary reader who luckily got to know the future. It is below expectations. It seemed worse because I was hearing the words in my mind. At that moment, Yu Jonghyuk's eyes stopped as he was looking around. For the first time, confusion could be seen in his eyes. What is that? Chapter 29. Episode 7 Landlord, 3. Yu Jonghyuk was looking at everyone except for Lee Hyunsung. The 3 remaining people were standing together and I couldn't figure out exactly who Yu Jonghyuk was looking at. How is this possible? Who was he looking at? I wanted to ask, but I was afraid that my skill would be exposed. Yu Jonghyuk still didn't know that I knew him. However, I guessed that he might have seen the information of Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won saw Yu Jonghyuk's gaze and confronted him. What are you looking at? Good job, Jung Hee-won. Kill. Yu Jonghyuk. I quickly opened my mouth. I was wondering about one thing. He turned to look at me. His eyes were questioning. Why are you leaving Gong Pildu alone? If you are a prophet, you should know. I don't know everything. To be exact, I didn't remember everything. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used the lie detection skill. The character Yu Jonghyuk has confirmed that your words are true. He was thorough. Indeed, I see. A prophet whose level of future sight is low. Think what you want. Yu Jonghyuk continued speaking. I need Gong Pildu alive. Is it because of a future scenario? Yu Jonghyuk didn't answer. It was like he was trying to gauge the information I knew. I know that you need Gong Pildu for future scenarios. But you only need Gong Pildu. You don't need the entire group that follows him. Isn't it your style to remove what you don't need? Why are you just leaving them? How annoying. What? I have a lot to do. Yu Jonghyuk stared at me quietly and said, You will never understand. Wait, that isn't the problem. If you don't move now, most of the humans in Chungmuro will. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were cold. It doesn't matter. I wasn't a humanist. I didn't believe that everyone in this world was worth living. The thing that was making me angry right now was Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk, can I hit you? If you have confidence. I angrily formed a fist as I heard a message. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used strong self-defense LV. 5. I dropped my fist. Cowardly bastard. Are you finished? Let's go. Lee Jae-hai flinched at Yu Jonghyuk's call. Lee Jae-hai, who belated followed Yu Jonghyuk, looked at me with confused eyes. The Constellation Bald General of Justice is impressed by your chivalrous spirit. 100 coins have been sponsored. Of course, it was completely misleading. Asterisk. There are 1 hour and 30 minutes before the third scenario is activated. There wasn't much time left and my mind was complicated. The constellation bald general of justice is angry that people's lives must be risked. The constellation bald general of justice wants an uprising. Samyangdang spoke loudly in my head, but I couldn't think of a good way. The third scenario lasted exactly 1 week. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk was planning to gain some other advantage during the duration of the third scenario. Of course, I couldn't let it go. Couldn't let it go. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering what you are thinking. That jerk Yu Jonghyuk. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is satisfied. 100 coins have been sponsored. In fact, the problem in front of me wasn't Yu Jonghyuk but Gong Pildu. In order to break through the third scenario, Gong Pildu's help was absolutely necessary. But if I couldn't get his help... Suddenly, Jung Hee-won looked up and smiled. Who is it? Huh? You know, that person. The one you were talking to Yu Jonghyuk about. I immediately explained about Gong Pildu. Jung Hee-won was unconscious, so she hadn't been able to see Gong Pildu. I didn't mean to change the subject. Jung Hee-won immediately reacted. What are these scum? Taking the public facilities and making people pay to use them? The scum are upstairs. I'll go and throw them out. Jung Hee-won picked up the ground rat blade. That reminded me I should change their weapons. There was a lot to be done. It is absurd. We can win if we join forces. Don't you remember Gumho Station? Jung Hee-won's expression was confident. It was natural. Jung Hee-won had the judgment time skill as a trump card. She had good senses and was quick to adapt, so she would have already figured out her attribute and skills. Don't dawdle. Let's go and kill them. As long as her opponents were wicked, her judgment time boasted the highest power. The character Jung Hee-won has activated the exclusive skill Judgment Time. The constellations of the Absolute Good system are silent at Jung Hee-won's request. The skill has been cancelled. Jung Hee-won's face filled with confusion. No, this what? Is it broken? Jung Hee-won tried to activate the skill again. However, the skill wasn't triggered. No, why isn't it activated? Aren't they obviously wicked? I laughed at Jung Hee-won's question. That is what we humans think. What are you talking about? The constellations might be different. There is no guarantee that the good and evil they know is like what we know. Justice is always decided by the majority. Right now, the majority of constellations have decided that they are good. Humans no longer had the right to decide on justice. Humans were just the puppets of their sponsors. I looked at the party members. Everyone didn't say anything, but they thought in a similar way to Jung Hee-won. Lee Hyun-sung wiped the iron shield that was scratched by the magic bullets, while Yu Sanga and Lee Gil-young sat next to each other on the ground, looking at cockroaches. This sense of despair I could understand. They thought they understood after getting rid of the gang at Gumho Station. However, there was an incomparable monster just 3 stations away. It was time to start the torture of hope. That doesn't mean there is no way. Huh? It might be difficult, but there is a way to defeat them. They simultaneously looked at me. Lee Hyun-sung asked, Do you really have a way? What is it? I looked around and lowered my voice. Get Gong Pildu out of the arm zone. What is the arm zone? His stigma. It is optimized to defend an area. Arm zone. The reason why it was difficult to go against Gong Pildu was this stigma. It was a fraudulent ability that could build turrets in an area. Right now, it was just armed zone. Once the stigma evolved in the future, it would become armed fortress and a siege needed to be prepared to catch him. But Gong Pildu had an obvious weakness. His armed zone will be released as soon as he leaves his designated area. His mini-turrets will also become useless. Usually, there are many restrictions on such a wide defense skill. At the same time, Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won looked at me with admiration. I see. You figured this out after seeing it once? Is this Dokjasi's attribute? The same thing was repeated, but I saw that the people had adapted to me to some extent. Yusanga asked, But how will you make him move? We have to think about that for now. I hate thinking. Jung Hee-won complained. Then everyone was silent for a while. It was Lee Hyun-sung who gave his idea first. Attack when he goes to the bathroom. Didn't you see the things next to the bench? Gong Pildu never moved out of his arm zone. His bench had everything he needed. There was a sleeping bag, blanket, food, basic with water to eat and sleep, and even a place to piss. Of course, the tenants provided him with them. Crazy. He is a complete shut-in. No, is he not moving because he is hiding something good on the land? It is the biggest room in Chungmuro. Room? That reminds me, Jung Hee-won still didn't know about the rooms. But there was no need for me to explain. There is 1 hour before the third scenario is activated. She would soon find out. We also need to find a room. The moment our party got up, the people around us flinched. Didi, don't come closer. In particularly, the man with a knife who was protecting a single-person room on the number 3 line platform showed high vigilance. However, other people rushed towards him before we could approach. Get out, you fucker. They attacked indiscriminately. As soon as the man was pushed out, the mark of the green zone changed. The owner had changed. Green zone 1/1, green zone 0/1. The people were engaging in a bloody fight over the room. Someone was stabbed in the thigh while someone had their nose broken. Jung Hee-won frowned. Shouldn't we stop that? Even if we intervene, the result will be the same. In the end, somebody will die. Why does someone have to die? It isn't possible to avoid in this scenario. I had just finished speaking while Baehyung emerged in the air. Now no, shall we start the third day of the main scenario? New faces have arrived today, so won't it be fun? Ha ha ha. Baehyung glanced my way. There were 3 dakibis in charge of the Chungmuro scenario. It seemed that Baehyung was temporarily the representative. It was a natural consequence of being the smallest of the 3 channels. Then the third scenario arrived in front of us. Plus, main scenario number 3, green zone, day 3. Category, main. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions. Occupy the green zone in the station and survive the monsters that emerge every night at midnight. This scenario will last 7 days. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Failure. Plus, Lee Hyun-sung's eyes widened. To this, it is simple. Occupy the green zone before other people. Of course, you can take away the green zone of others. By the way, you should hurry. If you don't have a green zone after the scenario starts, you will have a terrible experience. Haha. Then everyone should try it. People's expressions hardened as they heard Baehyung's words. In the meantime, the screams of the people continued. Peek, 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 die, die. I am not doing this because I have a grudge. I must survive. Maybe this was what everyone realized. The struggle in front of us was no longer a story. Usanga asked in a trembling voice. Surely we don't have to fight like these people? We don't need to fight. Just find a room that can accommodate a large number of people. The size of the green zones vary by type. It ranged from fitting only 1 person to fitting 70 people like Gong Pilda's area. Of course, if there are any rooms left. Jung Hee-won opened her mouth at my words. Doc Jassy is really talented at making people uneasy. Then let's move right away. Maybe there are some rooms left. It might be faster to split up. Divide the team. Hyun Sung-si will move with Sangasi, while Hee-won-si should take Gil-young. Doc Jassy? I'm fine on my own. I didn't have to say anything else. Everyone trusted me. Lee Gil-young spoke first. Hyung, that what if we can't find one? If we can't find a room 20 minutes before the scenario starts, we will gather here again. I understand. Then I'm going. The team scattered in an orderly fashion. Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young went to be 2 while Usanga and Lee Hyun-sung went to be 3. I watched my companions leave before turning on the smartphone. As soon as I opened Ways of Survival, a sentence immediately popped up. There were no rooms left in Chungmuro. This fact was written clearly. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to find any rooms. Then they could only choose one way. In order to survive, kill someone else and take their room. But could Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won do it? Not everyone here was wicked. There were some who exploited others, like Gong Pildu. but in fact, most of them bared their teeth in order to protect themselves. Could Usanga and Lee Gil-young bare their teeth to people like that? I would know the answer very soon. Chapter 30. Episode 7 Landlord. 4. After the Dakibi disappeared, dozens of casualties appeared on the platform of Line 3. Currently, there was only one room on the Line 3 platform. There was no one strong here, so the weak didn't back down and attacked each other. Die. There are 30 minutes before the third scenario is activated. As pandemonium occurred around me, I was quietly reading Ways of Survival. Perhaps today's scenario would flow as I thought. In order to survive, I couldn't miss a single word. What are you doing now? Along with Baihyung's words, I could hear the messages of the constellations. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is wondering what you are doing. I reflexively turned off my smartphone. There was something I hadn't thought of until now. Why didn't the constellations respond when I read Ways of Survival? In the original Ways of Survival, the constellations discovered that Yu Jonghyuk was a regressor and raised questions about fairness. It was normal for them to say something about the text I was reading. What are you doing right now with a blank notepad? All the constellations are going crazy with frustration because of you. Blank notepad? I turned on the smartphone again. Ways of Destruction appeared on the screen. Is this what you are referring to? Yes. What are you going to do with that notepad? You will die if you stay still. Ha! I believed in a guy like this and signed a contract. I got goosebumps. The Dakibi couldn't read this text. If even the Dakibis, which managed the system, couldn't read it, then the constellations were the same. Then the writer who gave me the text, what type of existence was he? Quack. The last scream rang out. Finally, the owner of the room on platform Line 3 was determined. Green zone 1 of 1. Don't come any closer. A boy was pointing a knife at me. Surprisingly, the winner was the boy who guided us earlier. I still didn't know his name. Don't worry, I won't take your room. I spoke in order to reassure the boy. The moment I had this thought, really? You are quite relaxed, Ajusi. Do you want to die? I didn't need to look back to see who was talking. It looks like you are quite free. Nobody touches my room. I will send everyone who touches it to hell. Lee Jai-hai twirled a deep blue blade round and round. In regards to specs, there was no one who could match Lee Jai-hai apart from Yu Jonghyuk or people from the Landlord Alliance. Lee Jai-hai watched me carefully and opened her mouth. I don't want Ajusi to die. You were quite impressive against Master earlier. Don't worry, I won't die. It won't die even if I don't find a room. It was true. I wouldn't necessarily die if I couldn't find a room. There was an impossible man in this station who proved this. It was only 3 days ago. Lee Jai-hai's eyes narrowed. Ajusi, do you know what you are saying right now? Yes. Ajusi, are you strong? As strong as Master? Then Yu Jonghyuk appeared behind Lee Jai-hai. Stop and go back to your room. Yup. Master. Lee Jai-hai obediently left and Yu Jonghyuk turned towards me. Are you going to fight the monsters? I shrugged. You will die. Your 4 companions as well. That remains to be seen. There was an unknown emotion in Yu Jonghyuk's eyes as he glanced at me and left. I didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. It wasn't always possible to express emotions with words. There are 20 minutes before the third scenario is activated. There was the sound of people coming down the stairs. Lee Hyun-sung, Lee Gil-young, and Usanga, looking at their dark expressions. The result was as I expected. Usanga opened her mouth with a gloomy expression. Room, there were none. It is okay. Rather, where is Hee-won-si? She is trying to negotiate upstairs. At these words, Jung Hee-won jumped down with a terrible scream. 1 night is 2,000 coins? Are they joking right now? I am really going to hit them. The agitated Jung Hee-won snorted and said, Doc Jassy, do you know what is happening upstairs? No. They suddenly raised the taxes, right? You already know? It was predictable. The tenants would die if they couldn't get a room in 20 minutes. It was no wonder that the owners would take the initiative to raise the taxes. Did Doc Jassy find anything? No, I didn't. I examined their faces one by one. In the end, the time to choose had come. I have two ways. The eyes of the party members shone at these words. But my methods would probably betray their expectations. The first way is easy for all of us to live. Jung Hee-won's eyes narrowed. Usually it is the second method. What is the other one? The second method is very difficult. It is likely that some of us will die. And that can't happen. Then I will choose the first way. What do the others think? Lee Hyun-sung responded first. The first method will be good if everyone can live. Lee Gil-young nodded. Only Yu Sanga hesitated. Can I hear what it is? I nodded and lead them up the stairs to Transit Line 4. This is the first method. The party members looked at where I pointed. There was a group of 5 men and women shaking. Green zone 5 of 5. The room they occupy has exactly 5 spaces. But their individual abilities isn't that high. Honestly, if the 5 of us… Wait, Doc Jassy. Yes, kill them and take their room. Their trembling increased at my calm voice. Jung Hee-won made a deeply wounded expression. Who doesn't know about this method? If Young says so, I can do it. Lee Gil-young spoke first. I'm not afraid. I will do it. No, Gil-young. Yusanga grabbed Lee Gil-young's shoulder. I deliberately looked uncaring. They would have also killed someone to take that room. Honestly, we can't overcome future scenarios if we can't do this. Doc Jassy. Jung Hee-won interrupted. I killed people at Gumho Station. I killed because I wanted to and I don't regret it. But Jung Hee-won had a pained expression on her face. Just because I am a murderer doesn't mean I want to keep killing. I don't want to be a monster. Doc Jassy, I would like to know about the second method. I closed my eyes for a moment at Lee Hyun-sung's words. I understand your thoughts. Yes, this was enough. Let's go the second way. The expressions of the party members seemed to brighten. In fact, I was going to use the second method from the beginning. Killing was an easy way to survive, but I could never attract the attention of the constellations if I chose the easy method. However, the second method required considerable determination. It wasn't just me, but everyone. Thus, I needed to check their determination. I had to know what these people were really thinking. Jung Hee-won laughed. I thought so. Why are you talking when you were going to go with the second way? I wasn't trying to test you. Whatever choice you made, I would have respected it. I stroked Lee Gil-young's head, who was looking up at me with uneasy eyes. Yu sang aside and opened her mouth. Doc Jassy is really spiteful. I'm sorry, I'm not a good person. What is the second method? There is no need to kill anybody with this method. But it is very difficult. At my heavy tone, the expressions of the party members became determined. If you choose the second method, please unconditionally follow my instructions. Please trust me even if it doesn't make sense. If one person doesn't trust me, we will all die. Someone gulped. The party members nodded almost simultaneously. Lee Hyun-sung said, I believe in Doc Jassy. I have survived up to here because of Doc Jassy. There are 5 minutes before the third scenario is activated. Then follow me. I moved with the party members along Railway Line 3. We passed through the broken screen door and stood at the entrance of the tunnel leading to Yuljiro 3. Inside the dark tunnel, I saw a glowing red zone. Perhaps the monsters would be created over there. They would sweep over Line 3 and go up each floor towards the ground. Lee Hyun-sung asked nervously, Then are we fighting the monsters here? No, we aren't fighting. If we fight here, then we will die. It wasn't possible to fight against the terrifying monsters and survive until dawn without the green zone. This time, Jung Hee-won asked, Then will we run towards the Dongdae area? That won't work. Once the scenario is activated, we will automatically die if we leave Chungmuro. Then, this operation needs to be shared. Lee Hyun-sung-si, Yu Sangasi, and Jung Hee-won-si. Once the monsters appear, run straight in the direction they are coming from. Huh? Understood? Just run towards them. Just before you encounter them, be sure to look at the left wall. Then you will know that I mean. The people didn't understand my words, but there was no time to explain to them. Just trust me or you will die. Don't forget to look at the left wall. I understand, Doc Jassy. Usanga seemed to understand what I meant and answered first. I am telling you in person. You must run after the monster appears. I picked up a stone and threw it towards the tunnel. Then stone sparked as it hit something and fell. Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won nodded as if they understood. What about Doc Jassy? They'll find another way with Gil Young. This method couldn't be used unless my party members believed in me. Who would go against common sense and commit a suicide attack by rushing towards the monsters? The only thing left was their determination. The third main scenario is enabled. The barrier that was blocking the tunnel to Yuljiro 3 disappeared. Run. The three people started running the moment I called out. Grr. The monsters started to be created in the red zone. It was mainly the grade 9 ground rats. Then the middle ranks were filled with the intermediate grade 9 underground species, the Grawl. A monster with a black mane that was in the shape of a bear. The sharp horns on their foreheads was threatening. One was relatively easy to deal with. The problem was the number. The crowded columns was already not suitable to be called a group. We would die if we hit that wave. The moment Lee Hyun-sung encountered the first Grawl, I shouted. Now, Usanga found it first. Green tiles shimmering on the wall. Ah! The enlightenment was instant the moment Usanga's hand touched the wall. It emitted a bright light. Green zone 1/3. The agile Jung Hee-won immediately touched the wall behind her. Green zone 2/3. However, Lee Hyun-sung missed the timing. It was because the ground rats clung to Lee Hyun-sung's shield. Hyun-sung-si, catch it. Lee Hyun-sung grabbed the thread that Usanga threw him. Thanks to the strength of the two women, Lee Hyun-sung flew through the air and reached the wall. Green zone 3/3. Good. Grr. The monsters stared at them, but once they entered the green zones, the monsters couldn't attack. Doc Jassy. Usanga called out to me, but there was no time to look back. I was already running with Lee Gil-young on my back. In the third main scenario, there are several hidden green zones. This is activated on a specific wall, and the green zones on the wall won't appear until after the scenario starts. If you think about it, humans were the ones who thought of it as the concept of a room. In Ways of Survival, Yu Jong-hyuk went through numerous regressions and found some secret green zones in Chungmuro. On the platform of Line 3, there were 2 such green zones. Kiet. A few ground rats chasing after me bit me in the thigh. The blow wasn't big because of my high strength, but these small things could accumulate. Kawak. Lee Gil-young hit a few ground rats with a blunt weapon from his position on my back. But there were too many of them. In addition, the Grawl were fast. 12 meters away, the boy was looking at me with terrified eyes. Green zone 1/1. It was cowardly, but I was tempted to take the easy road for a second. Ha 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 ha. This situation is fun. Then, like yesterday, should there be a penalty? A Dakibi spoke, followed by the system messages. A scenario penalty has been added. Some existing green zones will be disabled. And no. Whack aak. Screams rang through Chungmuro Station. The closest scream came from the boy. Kwajajijik. Ack. As soon as the green zone disappeared, the boy's small body was shredded by the ground rats. Thanks to the boy's body buying time, I was able to run into the passage. However, the monsters that came from beyond the broken screen door blocked the path. I hid Lee Gil-young behind me and pulled out Unbroken Faith. The blade of white pure star energy quickly pushed back the incoming monsters. But the numbers didn't go down at all. The person who fought with these monsters until sunrise, Yu Jong-hyuk, was a monster. I wasn't sure it was possible for me, even if I changed all my coins to stats. At this moment, Lee Gil-young spoke. Young, don't talk now. I'm busy. You can just leave me here. What? I really don't understand it. Why are you helping me, Hyun-sung-hyung, and the Nunas? If you are alone, you would be able to survive better. He could calmly speak such words before his death. Maybe this kid's mind was already dead. Yes, you are right. Another ground rat fell to the ground with its head cut off. It is comfortable to live alone, eat alone, and survive alone. But why was I acting this way? If anyone asked me, I couldn't exactly explain. But I could say one thing with certainty. I know one novel that developed in such a way and was ruined. Huh? I thought it every time, but I wasn't a protagonist. I wouldn't be a hero or a savior. But Lee Gil-young's eyes were shaking. I lifted him onto my back again and said, "Hold on tight. I wouldn't let Lee Gil-young die. At least not today." Chapter 31. Episode 7 Landlord 5. As I watched the surging wave of monsters, I gave strength to my thighs. The level 15 strength condensed at once and my feet developed a strong propulsion force. The ground rats ran from all directions and the hard horns of the growls flew from unexpected places. My skin, which was tempered by the level 15 stamina, became bruised and bloody from the growl's horns. The number 1 bookmark has been activated. Bookmark was activated and Kim Nam-woon's blackening wrapped around my body. I pushed away all the monsters coming from the front. Fangs burrowed into my body and a few ground rats bit my thighs. However, I didn't stop. Run and run again. Over here. Finally, the original wall was visible. I jumped over the ground rats. There was a green zone for 2 people shining. By the way, shit. Green zone 1/2. There was already someone inside. I forgot about the monsters coming from behind and stared at him. There was a guy who should never be there. "Hey." He turned to me. "Can't you get out? You don't even need to stay in here. It is difficult. I am tired today." I pushed to punch this asshole's face. I didn't understand. This wasn't the 3rd regression Yu Jong-hyuk that I knew. In Ways of Survival, it was written that Yu Jong-hyuk only found the first hidden green zone in the 4th regression. Damn. Did he know about this place since the 2nd regression and it just wasn't described? Then why didn't he originally use it in the 3rd regression? Growling. There were the cries of the ground rats chasing me from behind. It was too late to blame the writer. I could feel Lee Gil-young's breathing. I stared into Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes. We spoke at almost the same time. "Take the kid. Give me the child." Still, it was lucky. The constellations would hear my words. Green zone 2 halves. I moved Lee Gil-young and the mark of the green zone changed. Now Lee Gil-young was safe. "Young. Wait a minute. Young." Lee Gil-young urgently tried to rush towards me, but Yu Jong-hyuk's hand restrained him. I swung my sword towards the ground rats. The constellation bald general of justice has closed his eyes. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is watching you with uncomfortable eyes. At the last minute, Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes seemed to move. "I told you that you would die." The waves of monsters headed towards me. Now there were no more green zones remaining. "I want die." I ignored the monsters and put a hand in my pocket. In fact, I really didn't want to use this. I couldn't be assured that there would be no after effects. Now I had to believe in the 4th wall. "That?" Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes shook with surprise. "This bastard, did he find out?" Well, I wouldn't have known this method without him. I looked down at the white stone shining in the palm of my hand. Spectre's stone. It was an item I gained by hunting specters on the way to Chungmuro. Hundreds of ground rats started biting at my body. I was bleeding from minor wounds and the shoulders struck by the growl's horns were red with blood. As the durability of my body rapidly diminished, I put the stone into my mouth. Then something like water vapor started to emerge from my mouth. The water vapor formed a fog that covered me. The welcome prison is activated. The ground rats and growls stopped attacking me at once. Everything around me started to distort. The platform, Yu Jong-hyuk and Lee Gil-young calling out to me. I became a ghost. Asterisk. Dokja. I noticed as soon as I heard my mother's voice. This was a dream. I tried not to get caught up in it, but it wasn't easy this time. The floor sank like a quagmire and swallowed me. Due to excessive immersion, the influence of 4th wall has temporarily weakened. Scenes started to weave in front of me, no matter what I wanted. A living room covered with blood. The cold body of a man. The back of a woman looking down at the body. No, this memory was difficult to remember. I couldn't remember it. I shook my head furiously and the scene in front of me scattered. This damn trauma, it was a memory I didn't want to see. This was why I was reluctant to eat the specter's stone. The Spectre's stone temporarily made the user a ghost and turned them invisible to monsters. But it has a side effect of causing the user's trauma to peak. That's why I didn't give it to the other party members. If it had been used by someone other than myself, they might have turned into a madman. I had to endure, even if my head was hurting like crazy. Certainly, the fourth wall was a scam. The skill would even be able to eat away at this stone. I wouldn't see this effect even with the superior mental barrier. Where was it? If my guess was correct, this skill, Yu Jonghyuk? Are you Yu Jonghyuk? I thought a trauma had started again, but it wasn't my voice. It wasn't a voice created by my memories. I looked back and saw a strange woman. You aren't Yu Jonghyuk. I think you are Korean, but who are you? A dazzling blonde foreigner. She was a little girl with a short height. The girl looked at me for a long time with an incomprehensible expression. That I don't understand. I've seen the future a number of times, but I've never seen you before. In the girl's left eye, an ominous red swirl could be seen. The pages flashed in my head. I knew this person. No, there was absolutely no way I couldn't know her. In this case, the exclusive skill character list is activated. The character Anna Croft is using mental barrier LV 6. Character list ignores mental barrier LV 6. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Plus, character summary, name, Anna Croft, attribute, prophet, legend, savior, legend, exclusive skills, future sight LV, 5 past sight LV, 4 insight LV, 8 clairvoyance LV, 4 advanced magic training LV, 4 mental barrier LV, 6 lie detection LV, 7 Great Demon's Eyes LV. 1. Plus, a woman who could ignore space constraints and freely enter the consciousness of other people. A woman who saw the future and tried to design the future of the world. There was only one woman with such a way of thinking in ways of destruction. Anna Croft. How do you know me? Her eyes widened and she glared at me. I replied quietly, I'm a prophet. The character Anna Croft has triggered lie detection LV. 7. Lie detection has confirmed that your words are false. Indeed, I couldn't lie to a true prophet. Reveal your true identity. Who are you? Her small lips were tightly closed. It looked as though she was protesting. I anticipated how the situation would roughly occur. The woman noticed my presence, perhaps because the influence of fourth wall temporarily weakened. If fourth wall was really the skill I thought it was, by the way, it was disappointing. Do you really not know who I am? Huh? Didn't I send you the ichthyosaur's core? Anna's lips slowly widened. You must have implanted the great demon's eyes with the power of the core, right? To then you asked for broken faith? Great demon's eyes. It was a huge 1 million coin item that was taken by this woman with a damn diamond sponsor. I felt envious. You. What is your name? How? The influence of the exclusive skill fourth wall is slowly returning. Why can't I see anything? Her eyes became blurred. The influence of the great demon's eyes, which could interfere with the consciousness of others, weakened and her figure gradually faded. I waved my hands. Someday we will meet. Wait across the continent. The exclusive skill fourth wall has been completely restored. Anna completely disappeared. I sighed with relief. In fact, my spirit had been fluctuating back and forth when talking to Anna Croft. It wasn't very good. Due to the skill effect, immunity to welcome prison has occurred. Damn it, the effect took place too late. I felt my consciousness clear up. The discomfort still remained, but it was much better than before. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I looked at the distinct facts one by one in order to regain my rationality. I am Kim Dokja. The world was destroyed. Ways of survival had become reality. This was welcome prison. I ate the specter's stone and was a ghost for a while. If I was a ghost, I wouldn't be attacked by the underground species. Yes, that's right. So the world looked like this. In the midst of the landscape that seemed like I had eaten drugs, the flow of time was hardly noticeable. I became a bit uneasy. What happened to you, Sangha? Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won. That Jong-hyuk bastard. Did he kill Gil-young? Was the third scenario still in progress? What if there were still ground rats around? Were the Grauls circling in order to eat me? So, Hyung, please, Doc Jassy. Voices flashed through my head. The exclusive skill permanent LV. 1 is activated. TL? Temporary name. The skill hasn't appeared before, and there is no explanation. The Korean used for it is usually used for perm. I highly doubt that is right, so I went with permanent. I will change if I get more information later. Yes, it was time to go back. Asterisk. I breathed out roughly. There was a soft texture touching my cheek. Doc Jassy. The fog faded and my vision became clear. The first thing that I saw was Yusanga's face. Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won's worried faces also appeared. The scenario? It ended, Doc Jassy. We did it. We did it. I see. We did it. I looked at the agitated party members and tried to move my body. I had remained stiff for a long time and my muscles barely listened to me. Don't be pleased. Huh? Only 1 day has passed. Yesterday was the 3rd day. Lee Hyun-sung caught me as I tried to get up. Doc Jassy, it isn't possible. You haven't slept at all. What time is it now? It is 8:30 a.m. 30 minutes have passed since the scenario ended. 8:30, fortunately, not too much time passed. By the way, there was a face missing. Where is Gil-young? Gil-young. Before Jung Hee-won spoke, I already discovered where Jung Hee-won was. Lee Jae-hai and Yoo Jong-hyuk were looking down at Lee Gil-young a few steps away. No, what was that bastard Yoo Jong-hyuk doing? At this moment, I remembered how Yoo Jong-hyuk was surprised when he saw my party. Don't tell me, when Yoo Jong-hyuk used Sage's eyes? When you have chosen. Obvious never before. Due to the aftereffects of using the stone, Yoo Jong-hyuk's voice wasn't heard properly. Then Lee Gil-young started talking. It is okay. You really want go with me? Yes. You can become much stronger with me than with him. You still want go? Yes. I want. Stupid kid. Yoo Jong-hyuk frowned and looked my way. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, has been activated. Lucky guy. He will be helpful, so let's keep him a little longer. I wanted to say something, but I had no energy in my body. Dr. Hyung. Once he discovered that I woke up, Lee Gil-young rushed towards me with swollen eyes. Yoo Jong-hyuk's thoughts still rang in my head. There is no time to delay. I have to finish the attack today. Otherwise… Attack? What was he talking about? I had to think. Damn, I'm too tired. As I relaxed my body, the softness of the thigh I was lying on touched my cheek again. Yusangasi. Why-wise? Sorry, I'm going to sleep a bit. Then I fell asleep. It was a sweet sleep without any dreams. Asterisk. I woke up 2 hours later. Hey! How long are you going to sleep? I opened my eyes at the loud and unpleasant voice. This time, the texture against my cheek was much thicker and harder than before. Doc Jassy woke up. Smiling lips. Jung Hee-won was looking down at me. Yusangasi took a break. We didn't sleep well last night. I turned my head and saw Yusanga sleeping against a wall. Jung Hee-won smiled. By the way, is Lee Hyun-sung's thigh comfortable? I turned and saw Lee Hyun-sung drooling. Today in the morning, the on-call officer will conduct the duties. I thought the height of the pillow wasn't right. Turned out to be Lee Hyun-sung's thigh. It was an army pillow with a bloody smell. Dr. Hyung. I felt a heavy feeling on my stomach and looked down to see Lee Gil-young leaning against me and sleeping. The moment I carefully raised my body, I heard Bai-hyung's voice. Haha. You are awake? Then take this. Messages poured into my ears. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is sad about your trauma. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is interested in your past. The constellation Secretive Plotter is wondering about your mother. The constellations have sponsored you 1,800 coins. Sons of a bitches. They were trying to steal a peek at my past. This wasn't the end. You have endured Chungmuro's night without the green zone. You have accomplished the never-ending dawn achievement at Chungmuro Station. You have earned 1,000 coins as an achievement reward. Coins possessed, 22,650 C. I had achieved the target amount. I didn't experience a hard night for nothing. This time Jung Hee-won asked, "What should we do today?" "Like yesterday." "No, not today. That only works for one day. Of course, if we were lucky, then we might be able to find the randomly generated green zone." Unfortunately, there was no detailed description of the location of the green zones on day 4 in Ways of Survival. Then, Jung Hee-won's expression became dark. But it was unnecessary worry. Today we will completely end the third scenario. Huh? I carefully laid Lee Gil-young and got up. It wasn't originally planned, but I couldn't wait after hearing Yu Jong-hyuk's thoughts. Yesterday he had no choice but to buy time. However, the story was different today. I will drag out the landowners. How? Jung Hee-won asked, and I looked at Lee Hyun-sung, who was sleeping deeply. I have to use the secret weapon that I saved. Now it was time to change the owner of Chungmuro. Chapter 32. Episode 8 Emergency Defense 1. Lee Hyun-sung was dozing like an officer on duty. Perhaps there would be such a description in Ways of Survival. And maybe there was this sentence. Maybe Lee Hyun-sung didn't know. What would happen to him today? Hyun-sung-si? I fell asleep for a moment. Doc Jassy, are you well rested? Yes, I'm fine. By the way, you were talking. Officer on duty. Really? Something about second-class soldier Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung's face turned red. To that, just a trauma from my days as a soldier. Days as a soldier? Isn't Lee Hyun-sung an officer? That, I was transferred to the 3rd unit when I was a corporal. I heard these cases are rare. You must have been well suited for the army. Lee Hyun-sung laughed. It was a laugh that I could understand. There were few people well suited for the army. The people who remained didn't fit elsewhere. Then it was time to throw a small stone. Still, I'm glad that Lee Hyun-sung-si is here. Huh? I'm relieved when Lee Hyun-sung-si blocks in front. It feels like someone is protecting me. Is that so? Lee Hyun-sung smiled slightly. It was a weak smile, but it was certainly a comforting smile. After exchanging brief greetings, I separated from Lee Hyun-sung. In the original 3rd round development of Ways of Survival, Lee Hyun-sung experienced a character evolution by protecting the people at Gumho Station from the Kyeoldo group. But Jung Hee-won took that chance. Now Usanga, Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young were approaching me. I faced them. Did you see the demonstration? Just do what I did. Yes. Well, pretty much. But why do we have to do this? There was a reason for it. The character Lee Hyun-sung has started to feel responsible. Lee Hyun-sung was currently wiping his shield with an innocent expression. Omniscient reader's viewpoint was a scam, at least as far as characters went. I want to help Hyun-sung-si. He looks a bit down these days. Won't he feel better if you cheer him up? I said this for Lee Hyun-sung's sake. The innocent Usanga nodded her head. Is it the saying dance like a while at praise? It is similar. I understand. They'll give it a try. Unlike Usanga, Jung Hee-won had an uncertain expression. Doc Jassy. Yes. Doc Jassy's sponsor isn't something like one-eyed fortune teller, right? What is that? You don't know? Well, there was something like this. For a moment, I thought that Jung Hee-won might be the writer of Ways of Survival. For example, Gung Yi was the one-eyed Mithraea. It isn't that. I have a special skill. It is a skill that understands people well. I don't know if I want to ask, so I won't. Thank you. But have you ever used it on me? I almost showed emotions on my face. It was fortunate that Jung Hee-won didn't have lie detection. I looked at Lee Gil-young and said, I only use it on men. Oh my, it wasn't a lie. I haven't read Jung Hee-won's heart. So far. Anyway, I am asking everyone to do this. First is Jung Hee-won-si. Then Usanga and Gil-young is last. Please take it in turns to speak to him. Oh my, I really believe in Hyun-sung-si, that type of feeling. Please don't go so far. Sai, I am really going to die. Still, she needed to do it. In order for this plan to succeed, Lee Hyun-sung's attribute evolution was absolutely necessary. I would have planned a bit sooner if I knew you Jonghyuk would act like this, but if we tried hard, I should be able to see the result today. In fact, they seem to be doing well. Hyun Sung-si is really dependable. You are like a pine tree. Haha, thank you Hee-won-si. My favorite song is Green Pine. The character Lee Hyun-sung feels proud. I didn't ask. The character Lee Hyun-sung feels a bit sullen. I don't think I've seen a righteous person like Hyun Sung-si. That isn't the case. Still, thank you. Yu Sang-si. The character Lee Hyun-sung has started to worry about justice. Hyun-sung Hyung has the best muscles. Thank you, everyone. The character Lee Hyun-sung has increased his self-esteem. It was fortunate that Lee Hyun-sung was a simple person and such empty praises worked well. After repeating the same conversation several times like this, the system messages started to change. The character Lee Hyun-sung is waiting for a chance to evolve his attribute. Okay. It went smoothly. Yusanga asked in a slightly worried tone. But I think Hyun Sung-si is a bit burdened. Yusanga was really nice. Even in this situation, she was concerned about someone else's heart. I didn't have that ability. Maybe a bit. But it is necessary. There are some people in the world who become stronger as they carry more burdens. Don't worry. And, Gil-young, did you do what I asked? Yes, Young. Lee Gil-young replied from next to Yusanga. On his head, there was a pair of small cockroaches like they were antennae. That Nuna, she is on B1. Thank you. Lee Hyun-sung was good. Now it was time to steal the power of others. I walked up the stairs alone. The people of the Landlord Alliance welcomed me as I went up. Haha, who is this? If it isn't the illegal tenant. You are coming up here after doing well. Did you really survive yesterday without a room? Did you Jonghyuk help you? I ignored them and kept walking. The Landlord Alliance members kept talking, as if they thought I was scared. Isn't it hard to live with you Jonghyuk? Enter our alliance. Till thus I said he would let you. I didn't care and counted the remaining green zones on every floor. 1, 2, 3. In order for this plan to succeed, I couldn't miss a single one. Of course, under the condition that you bring both women. Now there were 11 green zones remaining. The number had reduced a lot after yesterday's scenario. It was a close number to carry out the plan. Hey, are you ignoring me now? I'm listening. Tell him I'm thinking about it. The alliance members looked at each other and chuckled at my words. They could laugh like that now. I was walking up the escalator when a blade suddenly reached my neck. I felt very few signs it was coming. There was only one skill that boasted this type of concealed movements in the beginning. Ghost walk. I'm disappointed. A juicy. Lee Jae-hai. A proud girl with outstanding fighting skills. She wasn't chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare for nothing. A juicy. Don't you know what will happen to those women if you make a deal with them? I know. Do you really know? Yesterday, wouldn't you rather die? I shrugged. Put away the sword. Let's talk. Talk? You came to find me on purpose. Yes. Lee Jae-hai put away the sword. I followed behind Lee Jae-hai. Lee Jae-hai walked from B1 to the ticket barrier at the entrance. We seemed to walk for a while. What did you want to talk about? But why are you standing there? Master told me to defend this place. Defend? That's why I can't let you pass. Lee Jae-hai touched the ticket gate and drew her hand across her neck. I looked at the passage beyond the ticket gate. There were exit numbers leading to the ground. But not all numbers led to the ground. At that moment, I had an ominous feeling. That Yu Jonghyuk? Surely he wasn't trying that route? If Yu Jonghyuk wanted to protect this place, there was only one reason. As the scenario was in progress, he was secretly trying to attack the hidden dungeon of Chungmuro. Hidden dungeon attack. Sounded good. In fact, it wasn't bad if the main character became stronger. The problem was that this dungeon was a place that Yu Jonghyuk couldn't clear until the end of the third regression. It looked like I should finish this quickly. I need your help. My help? Today I will shatter Gong Pilda's party. Are you serious? Lee Jae-hai looked at me like she was trying to see my heart. Your understanding of the character Lee Jae-hai has increased. A juicy isn't strong enough. You won't be able to get rid of them. Even if you help me? Lee Jihai's head jerked like her pride was damaged. It was natural. Lee Jihai had already challenged Gong Pildu the first day she came to this station. Then she ran away. If Yu Jonghyuk hadn't appeared to rescue her, she would be dead. I have a way. I can do it if you help me. Master told me to stay here. If you don't help, most of the people here will die. People will die anyway. Did Yu Jonghyuk say that? Lee Jihai's eyes shook. The boy we talked to yesterday is dead. Do you understand? I know. Maybe he could have lived. Then today he would be rushing at us to tell us about Yu Jonghyuk. That Yu Jonghyuk killed him. He could have saved him. I felt complicated while talking. I noticed that I wasn't much different from Yu Jonghyuk. The subway, Gumho station. I ignored people I might have been able to save because my safety was being threatened. But hypocrites could speak plausible words. I saw the video of your scenario when I was on the subway. Lee Jihai's small shoulders shook. It was a video where you killed your friend to survive. Stop. In fact, you didn't want to do that. The character Lee Jihai is greatly disturbed. What do you know? I know what I know. Of course I don't know. I'm just talking to myself. But since I am talking, I wanted to say this. If you turn away today, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Definitely. The character Lee Jihai has fallen into deep agony. I didn't know the human Lee Jihai, but I knew the character Lee Jihai. This girl was a loyal subordinate of Yu Jonghyuk. But that was a story for the future, not now. She admired Yu Jonghyuk's strength, but she was essentially different from Yu Jonghyuk. Lee Jihai opened her mouth a few minutes later. If I help, people can live? Not everyone, but some will survive. What should I do? I will start at 7 o'clock this evening. I told her the plan. In order to implement this plan, Lee Jihai needed to do the things I told her. Lee Jihai stared blankly and opened her mouth. Are you sane? You will really do this? Yes. Honestly, I don't think it will work. They'll tell you in advance. I don't think I can help. The choice is yours. She said this, but Lee Jihai would surely move. She was the person who was chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The constellation's secretive plotter likes your impudence. 100 coins have been sponsored. Lee Jihai's sponsor likes you. 100 coins have been sponsored. Now all the preparations were finished. Chapter 33. Episode 8 Emergency Defense. 2. It was finally the promised time. I gathered on the Line 3 platform with the party. Every member was checking their weapons. Lee Hyun-sung seemed to have handled it properly. I did as Dr. Jassy asked. Since the weapons they had used so far were very old, I asked Lee Hyun-sung to produce new weapons. The materials were from the Grade 8 underground species, the Grawl that were killed in the struggle last night. The blades and spears were made by cutting the horns of the Grawl. They weren't long enough, but they were appropriate as a temporary measure. Jung Hee-won smiled like she was satisfied. Isn't this much lighter and durable? Dr. Jassy. Hyun Sung-si. Thank you very much. Usanga bowed. The Grawl's horn couldn't be used to make a blunt weapon, so only Lee Gil-young was still carrying a weapon from a ground rat. Lee Gil-young was silently gazing at the ground. This sulking child. I stroked his head and said, "It won't be easy. This situation can be more dangerous than yesterday. Are you all ready?" The party members nodded. Then we will start. From now on, it was a fight against time. We had to work as quickly as possible before the Landlord Alliance noticed the situation. Jung Hee-won, Usanga, and Lee Gil-young disappeared to their respective floors for their missions, while I started climbing the stairs with Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung spoke in a voice without any confidence. Dr. Jassy, I am unsure. He was the core of this operation. He shouldn't be talking like this. I deliberately answered in a strong voice. It will be fine. However, Lee Hyun-sung's face was still timid. I think that people are relying on me more than they should. I'm not sure I can do well. Hyun Sung-si is a dependable person. Thank you for saying so. In fact, this is my first experience. When I was in the army, I never got someone's trust like this. It was the first time I've heard this story. That reminded me, I didn't really know about Lee Hyun-sung's army life. Ways of Survival only mentioned it in passing. Once this is over, I want to hear Hyun-sung's story. I said it casually, but Lee Hyun-sung was more shaken than I thought. The character Lee Hyun-sung has started to open his heart to you. Your understanding of the character Lee Hyun-sung has greatly increased. Sometimes I feel strange when talking to Doc Jassy. Huh? Why? It seems like you knew me from a long time ago. I can't explain it well. Lee Hyun-sung scratched his head and trailed off. I don't mean anything strange. I know what you mean. Thank you. I'm also curious about Doc Jassy's story. My story? Yes. I have never seen a person like Doc Jassy before. I'm curious about what you did before this happened. Somehow I felt a bit strange. The supporting cast of the novel I read was curious about me. I had a bit uncomfortable and had an itchy feeling. It isn't very interesting. I still want to hear it. Suddenly, a question popped into my head. If Ways of Survival hadn't become reality, would Lee Hyun-sung be living in the same world as me? Or did the novel suddenly emerge as a reality? I didn't know. One thing was for sure. Lee Hyun-sung was now a living person in front of me. Oh, you Jong-hyuk's friend. Did you come to negotiate? At this time, a number of middle-aged men came forward. Chungmuro's Landlord Alliance. But where are the women? The middle-aged man who spoke was holding a woman by her hair. She was part of the group that had been in the 5 Spaces Green Zone just yesterday. The man laughed at my gaze. This friend didn't see her land. This matter doesn't concern you. Save me. Help me. The woman was gazing at me pitifully. In my head, the constellations of the absolute good started clamoring. But I waited. It was because I had someone who would act instead of me. Let her go. It was Lee Hyun-sung. Who are you? Lee Hyun-sung looked at me after the middle-aged man's question. It was like he was asking for permission. I nodded. The character Lee Hyun-sung wants to practice justice of his own will. The character Lee Hyun-sung is about to evolve. The allied members pulled out their weapons and exerted a tremendous momentum. I checked the time. It was time to begin. I raised my stats with my coins. 1,200 coins have been invested into stamina. Stamina LV. 15 stamina LV. 18. Your stamina level has increased dramatically. 1,200 coins have been invested into strength. Strength LV. 15 strength LV. 18. Your strength level has increased dramatically. This was the maximum efficiency with minimal investment. Coins possessed. 20,450 C. I had another place to spend the remaining coins. Kwang. Small blasts were heard all over the subway. A big and small uproar followed. It was the signal. Hyun-sung-si. Lee Hyun-sung nodded. We ran forward towards the men in the front row. The confused alliance members shouted. What, you bastards? The exclusive skill White Pure Star Energy has been activated. Sukakak. Kayak. The arm of the middle-aged man holding the woman's head flew away. The middle-aged men froze at the blood that emerged. Lee Hyun-sung and I ignored them and kept running. The middle-aged men belatedly chased after us. These crazy guys. Stop them. Corridor on B2. It was the private land of Gong Pildu. You have invaded private property. Surround them. The alliance members waiting in front discovered us. Some of the alliance members were missing, so there were less than expected. 20 in the back, 12 in the back. However, it was still a lot of people. Well, I had no intention of dealing with all of them. The moment I was about to clash with the alliance members, Lee Hyun-sung moved ahead of me with a steel shield. The character Lee Hyun-sung has used the Stigma Great Mountain Push LV. 1. Kwakakakak. Lee Hyun-sung used his tremendous muscle strength and they fell like dominoes. The character Gong Pildu has activated Armed Zone LV. 4. Turrets started to rise from all over the territory. The turrets were charged with red magic bullets and were prepared to fire. There were 5 mini-turrets. The level of Armed Zone had rised again. Doc Jassy. I overtook Lee Hyun-sung and at the same time, I received his shield. As soon as the solid shield entered my hand, a stunning shock from a bullet pushed me away. Quang, quang, quang. It was heavy, as if I was hit by a cannon. The arm holding the shield was in pain. The level 19 magic power was strong, but I had to hold on. The compensation effect of Unbroken Faith has increased stamina to level 20. A toughness that is one step higher has protected your body. A cheeky tenant is here. Beyond the voice, I heard Gong Pilda's gruff voice. Our feet were tied up by the powerful magic bullets while the Alliance members were still chasing us. The durability of the iron shield was falling. Now it could only block a dozen magic bullets in the future. Gong Pildu spoke like it was interesting. I don't think you came here to pay a fine. What is going on? Now I will quit being a tenant. How interesting. Are you coveting my land? Well, see. More than that, some of the trespasser stats are reduced by the effect of Gong Pilda's private land. It had started. This was why Gong Pilda's power was scary. The special effect of Arm Zone was a private land debuff. Red magic power started condensing on the turrets. The character Gong Pildu is preparing the strengthened magic bullets. As long as the combo of private land and Arm Zone wasn't broken, there were very few incarnations who could deal with Gong Pildu. Die. The moment that the enhanced magic bullets were about to be launched, I heard the screams of people from far away. The wounded Landlord Alliance members were rushing to this side. People Dusai. The land. There were signs they were injured by something sharp. Li Jiehai had moved. Now was the time. I looked at Li Hyunsung. Hyunsungsi now. Li Hyunsung's eyes were shaking. Smash it. Li Hyunsung raised his fists up high. He looked uneasy and irritated, but there was also a firm determination not to retreat. The character Li Hyunsung has evolved. There was a blinding light and silver aura started to appear around Li Hyunsung's BDOY. I was a bit emotional at the sight. Li Hyunsung's character evolution was one of the scenes I liked most in Ways of Survival. It was the reason why Steel Sword Li Hyunsung was called one of the strongest supporting characters. That is, due to the character evolution, a new stigma has been opened. When it came to one blow, Li Hyunsung was considered one of the strongest in Ways of Survival. The character Li Hyunsung has used the Stigma Great Mountain Smash LV. 1. Pale magic power gathered around Li Hyunsung's fist, and within seconds, Li Hyunsung's arms became big enough to transcend common sense. Hot. Li Hyunsung's fists flammed down onto the ground. Kwarong. There was a loud sound and the fragments of the broken floor scattered in the air. The Alliance members screamed. What? Jejijijiak. Dangerous cracks spread across the ground and the positions of the turrets started to twist. The magic bullets were fired towards the wrong place. An explosion spread and dust clouds rose. Then after a while, coo 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 coo. There was a great vibration and the ground of B2 started to collapse. The green zone has been destroyed. The character Gong Pilda's private land has been destroyed. I looked at the collapsing ground and grinned towards Gong Pildu. Let's go back to the days when we didn't have our own land. Chapter 34. Episode 8 Emergency Defense. 3. I couldn't kill Gong Pildu because he was useful in future scenarios, but I needed Gong Pildu to leave his land. This was a difficult dilemma, so I focused on the premise of the dilemma. For example, if he was on private land, then I had to destroy the private land. He is out. This dog. However, using this method required strong force. An overwhelming force that could destroy a huge private land in one blow. That's why I hastened to evolve Li Hyunsung. The people who fell down to the third underground floor groaned with pain. The operation was a success. The green zones disappeared and the landlords lost their rooms. Gong Pilda's face was covered with dust and looking this way. As he was about to open his mouth, Bai Hyung's voice entered their ears. What are you doing now? Wah. Be quiet. Crazy bastard. The Dakibis of Chungmuro are freaking out because of you. I had a headache from the messages of the constellations that rang in my head. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband likes your recklessness. The constellation bald general of justice likes your revolution. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon likes the destruction and chaos. 300 coins have been sponsored. Why, you bastard? Kill them. The Alliance members shouted at us. I started running down to the platform with Lee Hyun-sung. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Plus, character list. Name, Lee Hyun-sung. Attribute, person who has regained justice. Rare. Stigma, Great Mountain Smash LV. 1. Great Mountain Push LV. 2. Exclusive skills, Bayonet Skills LV. 2. Camouflage LV. 2. Patience LV. 1. Sense of Justice LV. 2. Weapons Training LV. 3. Plus, the evolution of Lee Hyun-sung was successful. Strictly speaking, it was just the start. But the fact that Lee Hyun-sung could use Great Mountain Smash would quickly enhance the power of the party. Hyun-sung-si, how many more times can you use it? Probably once or twice more. Lee Hyun-sung was gasping for breath and obviously quite worn out. It was natural. The Great Mountain Smash Stigma was an ultimate skill that consumed a tremendous amount of stamina and magic power. There weren't many skills that exceeded Great Mountain Smash when it came to pure physical force among the physical reinforcement type skills. The group of people scattered all over the place seemed to be running in this direction. I asked Yusanga, who was running in the front. Was there anywhere you couldn't break? I broke both of them. I didn't realize the rooms could be broken like this. We banged hard on the ground together and it smashed. Jung Hee-won followed. Yusanga, Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young took out the small green zones. Most of the green zones fit 3 or fewer people, apart from Gong Pilda's green zone. There was an ambiguous scale, but there was a separate person handling those. Hey, can't you hear me? What are you going to do now? On the other hand, Bai-hyung was still shouting across the Dakibi communication. What are you worried about? Have you forgotten? Don't have the only channel in Chungmuro. Do you really not know what will happen if you do this? Of course I knew. Maybe the constellations in the channel with Gong Pildu would be in a frenzy right now. What channel is Gong Pildu in? Birius channel. Bur 3642. Biryu is the one who came while you were busy for a bit? That's right. That asshole. How is his subscription configured? It is the flagship channel for the Finding Amusement group. The Dakibis whose main purpose was to find amusement. That's why their broadcasts were radical. Great. Then the response within the channel would be much hotter than expected. Everyone would have eaten the sweet potatoes properly. I headed down the stairs of the transfer corridor to line 4 and saw a welcome face. The blade was moving through the air. You broke them? Yes. It was easy. Lee Jaihai's role was to take out the green zones that contained 5 to 8 people. It was a task that Jung Hee-won would find hard to do alone. Indeed, she was Yu Jonghyuk's disciple and was the incarnation of the sage hero. Now there were no more green zones left in Chungmuro. Now what? Those jerks will come running wildly. Ah, there they are. Lee Jaihai's expression twisted as she looked behind me. I'm not going to help you this time. I don't need it. Jung Hee-won scowled as she watched Lee Jaihai retreating. What is with her? Come to think of it, Jung Hee-won didn't know about Lee Jaihai. But there was no time to tell her. Haha, you are fucked now. A message was heard along with Bai-hyung's words. A bounty scenario has occurred. Plus, bounty scenario assassination commission. Category. Sub. Difficulty C. Clear conditions. The constellations of channel #BIR3642 have requested to kill a certain person. Please kill Kim Dokja of Chungmuro Station. Time limit, 10 minutes. Compensation, 2,000 coins. Failure, none. Plus, I thought this situation would unfold. It was going to be a lot of fun. Now all the incarnations in the region would gather on the platform of line 3 to catch me. Jung Hee-won asked by his side. I will receive 2,000 coins if I kill Doc Jassy right now. Why are you going to kill me? Perhaps. If you give me 200,000 coins, then I don't know. Does this girl know how much 200,000 coins were worth? Doc Jassy, go behind me. Lee Hyun-sung stepped out ahead of me. Jung Hee-won stayed beside me while Usanga and Lee Gil-young moved to block any access. It was a defense formed around me. Jung Hee-won smiled. Now I can pay back my debt. Jassy will try to block it somehow. There were people showing hostility around us. The angry landowners and the tenants were blinded by the bounty quest. I watched Lee Gil-young holding the weapon and opened my mouth. Don't be nervous. I lightly stroked Lee Gil-young's shoulder and moved towards the railway tracks. We don't have to fight them. It was a few turns. I had read about such a scene. I didn't have time to check which regression it was, but Yu Jong-hyuk had destroyed the green zones as soon as he arrived at Cheongmuro. Even then, it was like the current situation. All green zones in this region have been destroyed and the main scenario has collapsed. The difficulty is automatically adjusted according to the remaining schedule of the scenario. The scenario content is updated. Plus, main scenario number 3 emergency defense. Category, main. Difficulty, B. Clear conditions. All the green zones in the region are destroyed and the monsters that were going to be created in the remaining days have suddenly run wild. Survive against the flood of monsters for the remaining time. Duration, 8 hours. Compensation, 1,000 coins. Failure. Plus, originally, there were 3 days remaining in the scenario. Now the monsters supposed to be created during the remaining time of the green zone scenario would emerge all at once. In other words, it was simple. The emergency defense has begun. The defense game had started. What? The people approaching me started screaming. The cries of monsters were heard from outside the screen door. The feast of monsters moved like an angry wave. Crazy. What the hell is this? The platform of Line 3 quickly became a mess. The faces of the people became speculative as they watched the monsters coming from all sides. The bounty scenario was completely forgotten about. Growling. A few growls ran and bit some of the alliance members. The upset people were shouting. Now was the only chance. I shouted to my party. Go to the transfer route. I started jumping up the transit stairs with my friends. By the time we reached the upper level, people were blocking the path. What? Get out of the way. Do you want to fall? I kicked some of the followers and pulled out a blade. The people were surprised by the white Pure Star energy blade and backed away. You haven't grasped the situation yet. What? Even if you come up, you won't be able to survive. There was a sense of despair in the expressions of the people. There were no more rooms. Now there were no more safe zones from the monsters in Cheongmuro. What should we do? What else? Fight. Don't speak crazy words. This is all because of you. If you hadn't broken our rooms. I triggered the Blade of Faith and used it on the transfer stairs. Kororong. Yuak. The center of the staircase fell with a large sound, along with the people. It was cruel but necessary. Crazy. Quickly find another staircase. Quickly. Well, I don't think it would happen. Lee Hyun-sung was already running. I smashed the transit stairs we came up on, and there was only one staircase remaining. Subsequently, the sound of arguing and something breaking was heard on the other side. Shit. Wah. The cries of the people trapped on the platform of Line 3 were heard. Lee Jae-hai approached me and asked, Ajusi, this isn't what you told me. If you leave it like this, I know. I looked at the lower floor that was becoming pandemonium. If I left it like this, they would all be killed. Whether it was from the monsters or using each other's bodies as a stepping stone to come upstairs. This wasn't what I wanted. The exclusive skill bookmark can now be activated. Character bookmarks is activated. Available bookmark slots. 3. Bringing up the list of available bookmarks. People listed in the bookmark slots. I activated the third bookmark. The number 3 bookmark has been activated. The level of the bookmark skill is low, shortening the activation time. Activation time, 5 minutes. Your understanding of the character is low, so only a part of the character's skill is activated. Insight LV.2 has been activated. Suddenly, it felt like my tongue was coming alive on its own. This was how Cheon In-ho felt. I looked downstairs. In the middle of the mess, I could see a middle-aged man. Hey Gong Pildu. How long are you going to stand there? Gong Pildu glared at me. This dog. Don't you have to act in order to live? If you move, everyone else can live. The power of insight permeated the ears of all the frightened people. People Dusai, please save us. Gong Pildus' expression distorted. I felt good. This was what Cheon In-ho would have felt at Gumho Station. The third scenario isn't as hard as you think. Once everyone gives up on the rooms and participates in the defense, there are enough people to handle the monsters. My words were half true. If Chungmuro had united before I arrived here, there would be far less victims. After all, the biggest pitfall of this scenario was the green zone. If Gong Pildu fights with the people, you can survive. Those who fight together would survive, those who ran away would die. The sponsor behind Li Jai-hai agrees with your wisdom. The constellation Maritime War God nods his head. Now there are no rooms for you to run away to. Forget about whether you are a landlord or tenant and fight, or you will all die. The more urgent the situation was, the more the effect of insight would increase. Damn this fucking guy. Pildusai, please help us. The alliance members gathered around Gong Pildu. If he ran away here alone, Gong Pildus Landlord Alliance would collapse. In the end, Gong Pildu made his decision. Damn it, everybody gather here. The people downstairs started gathering around Gong Pildu. I need time to install a new arm zone. Everybody just hang on. The key was Gong Pildus arm zone. However, the weak point was that arm zone took time to install every time it moved. Blood splattered everywhere and people screamed as their limbs were torn off. As expected, the first ones who abandoned the formation were the tenants, not the alliance members. Usangasi. Yes. Please leave it to me. I didn't need to explain it. Usanga already understood what she needed to do. Her binding thread stretched out and started to rescue the people who couldn't fight anymore. In any case, their mission was to buy time for Gong Pildu to deploy arm zone. Thank you. The tenants hung from the threat and were pulled upstairs. The rescued tenants were shaking as they wrapped up their injured area. In the meantime, some of the people with weapons carefully looked at me. I smiled at them and said, "Oh, do you want the bounty?" The time limit for the bounty scenario has expired. The bounty hanging on Kim Dokja has been destroyed. Sorry, it is too late. I am sorry. The tenants seemed ashamed as they put away their weapons. I heard Gong Pildus' voice roaring from the bottom. Out of the way. The character Gong Pildu has used Armed Zone LV. 3. The character Gong Pildu has activated Armed Zone LV. 4. There was a mechanical sound as 5 turrets rose from the ground. The red magic bullets condensed in a short time and started firing. Do-do-do-do-do. Quang. 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 The ground rats screamed as they were hit by the bombardment of magic bullets while the growls came to a halt. The group of people cried out. As expected of Pildusai. Wah. It was truly Gong Pildu. In a defense-type scenario, there was no incarnation that surpassed a player's combat effectiveness. The 10 evils weren't called that for nothing. All of you damn scum disappear. The agitated Gong Pildu randomly fired. Lee Hyun-sung spoke with admiration. It is a really tremendous stigma. Is it okay when the magic power consumption is so big? It is a good stigma, so it will be okay for a while. Should we help? Gong Pildu alone is sufficient. If we do down, then he will be distracted and stop shooting. The defense master sponsor behind Gong Pildu was completely suited for this type of scenario. As long as he supported Gong Pildu wouldn't die here. As long as the sponsorship continued. I sat down and stretched out my legs. We will be sucking honey for a while. Is it time for personal maintenance already? Lee Hyun-sung sat down with me and the party members started to relax one by one. Jung Hee-won asked, "Thank you. I didn't get enough sleep. Can I sleep now?" "Yes." 10 minutes later, Jung Hee-won was lying on the ground and snoring. I said yes, but I really didn't know how she could sleep so easily. Aren't we too easygoing? Usanga sounded concerned. Indeed, it would be confusing. There wasn't a scenario like this so far. In fact, all we did was survive the brink of a crisis. Think of it as standing on the right line. Then over there, they got the wrong line. The confusion on the lower level had almost died down because of Gong Pildu. Do. Yuwa. He should have lived a better life. Fuck. Fuckers. In the midst of the endless procession of monsters, Gong Pildu's screams echoed. Chapter 35. Episode 8 Emergency Defense. 4. 1 hour after the battle began, Gong Pildu fought and fought. The number of monsters had barely decreased, but it was still great. Gong Pildu was considered to have the strongest defense among the 10 evils for a reason. You scum. The character Gong Pildu's arm zone has leveled up. The character Gong Pildu's private land has leveled up. The character Gong Pildu has acquired the protective wall skill. The level up speed of arm zone was fast. The sponsor behind Gong Pildu was rushing to support his growth. If he could survive here, Gong Pildu's growth would be enormous. As long as he could survive here, according to the scenario, Gong Pildu had to hold on for 7 more hours. It would have been nice if I had popcorn. Too bad. Li Jihai was giggling next to me as she watched the bottom floor. She told me earlier that I should save them. It was truly a transformation in the disposition of Yu Zhonghyuk's disciple. By the way, why isn't Yu Zhonghyuk here? How should I know? Master is always busy. Busy, yes, he might be busy. The person trying to be all alone was the busiest. I looked down at the dying Gong Pildu as I asked, "What time did Yu Zhonghyuk enter the dungeon?" "It is roughly 9 a.m. today." Li Jihai stopped speaking and stared at me. "Wait a minute. How do you know that master entered a dungeon?" I ignored Li Jihai and calculated the time. Now it was 8 p.m. Using simple calculations, it had already been over 11 hours since Yu Zhonghyuk entered. Yet he still hadn't come out. Damn, I had to move. Yu Zhonghyuk was the main character and it would be difficult if something happened to him. I opened the Dakibi communication. Bai Hyung floating in the air turned to look at me. "What is it? Calling me so suddenly?" Open the Dakibi bag. "What? And no. I am currently getting a lot of subscriptions. I know. My stock price was rising due to my actions with Gong Pildu. My actions of laying a trap and then sitting back meant the constellations of the Fun Seekers group wouldn't still be on the channel which Gong Pildu belonged to. Where would the constellations go after leaving the channel? New constellations have entered the channel. It was naturally Bai Hyung's channel. Hashtag BI7623 channel is ready for an expansion. Hut, look at this. Now my channel is also... It wasn't unreasonable for Bai Hyung to be acting like this. But this wasn't the time for amusement. If you don't want your channel to be ruined, open it quickly. You can see that there will be an advertisement in preparation for the channel expansion. Ah, shit, really? Bai Hyung grumbled but opened the Dakibi bag after showing an advertisement. It was finally time to use the coins I had saved. They'll give you 5,000 coins. Upgrade me to a gold member. Bai Hyung stared at me quietly and sighed. It was followed by system messages. 5,000 coins have been consumed. Congratulations. You have become a gold member of the Dakibi bag. My member rating changed and the background of the Dakibi bag also changed. Coins were really good. New item listings were added. I put the necessary items into the shopping cart. Asterisk behind the scenes contract 10,000 C. Asterisk intermediate magic power recovery potion X10 5,000 C. 1 contract and 10 intermediate potions, this should be enough. The spending was a bit big, but the channel was going to be expanded. It wouldn't be long before I recovered it. Bai Hyung was nervous when he saw the items I bought. Why is there a contract? Have you already forgotten the terms? You can't have a sponsor. What do you mean? Why would I get a sponsor now? Even if I was doing that, why would I buy the contract with my own coins? At any rate, this Bai Hyung still needed a lot of work. 15,000 coins have been consumed. A behind-the-scenes contract has been acquired. 10 intermediate magic power recovery potions have been acquired. Usanga showed curiosity when the items appeared out of thin air. What is that? A contract to make a gap in Yule. I filled out the contract carefully, wrote my name in the gap section and waited quietly. It was time for the Yule to come. The sponsor for character Gong Pildu is asking for help from nearby constellations. Finally, the sponsor behind Gong Pildu reached his limits and started sending messages outside the channel. It was natural since the sponsor didn't have many coins in the first place. Not everybody was rich just because they were a constellation. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband scoffs. The other constellations in Gong Pildu's channel would have stopped sponsoring and the incarnation was dying. Everything was going according to plan. Bai Hyung noticed something and muttered, "Wait a minute. Surely you aren't." I talked towards Gong Pildu, who was in a half-dead state. "Hey, you over there. Do. Gong Pildu fired crazily and looked up at me while breathing heavily. "Will you die like this, or will you sign a contract with me?" What? I'm not a constellation, so I can't be a sponsor. But if you want, I can be a person behind the scenes. How about it? What is this bastard talking about? Gong Pildu, shut up. I'm not talking to you. What? I waved the contract in one hand and the intermediate magic power recovery potion in the other hand. Answer quickly. I will give these items to you if you sign with me. A message window flashed in front of me. The sponsor behind character Gong Pildu has revealed himself. The Constellation Defense Master is looking at you like you are crazy. Indeed, he wasn't yet ready to be in Yule. Don't worry. He would be in a hurry as time passed. Bai Hyung was watching me. Are you crazy? This one as well. You are the first to try and support a constellation. I can't do it? This is a constellation. Will it sign with an insignificant human? That is just your thoughts. The intermediate constellation Defense Master. He was a low-level constellation compared to his ability. His world had long become a scenario and was completely destroyed. Therefore, the Defense Master's myth was no longer discussed. The myth had disappeared and the constellation couldn't get coins. One day, even his existence would disappear. That's why some constellations, including the Defense Master, were obsessed with looking for an incarnation. The constellations were remembered in the world through their chosen incarnation. That guy, he doesn't have any coins left. What? Gong Pildu's power had fallen sharply compared to before. Unlike the monarch of the small fries, the Defense Master was someone who cared about his incarnation. The fact that Gong Pildu was going to die meant he had run out of coins. It was obvious, but without coins, a new sponsor contract was impossible. Then what happened to a constellation who couldn't create a new incarnation? Once Gong Pildu dies, that guy will be forgotten. For a constellation, being forgotten meant death. Faint fear filled Bai Hyung's eyes. Gong Pildu was a great card if I could afford it. Even Yu Jonghyuk had attempted to subjugate Gong Pildu several times in countless regressions. Of course, he had never been successful. Yu Sanga spoke. Dakjasi, that person will die. Gong Pildu was biting his lips so hard that blood was flowing. Now there were only too many turrets left in arm zone. It was time to end this. The Constellation Defense Master is wondering about the contents of the contract. He was coming. Bai Hyung's eyes widened at the sight in front of him. Really? No, is this real? I showed the contract immediately. The Constellation Defense Master has started reading the contract. Gong Pildu, who was shedding blood on the lower floor, suddenly shouted. He had probably heard a message from his sponsor. What? What is this message? What? He was being sold. What is going on, Pildusai? The Constellation Defense Master is asking for some time to think. After a while, I heard some good news. The Constellation Defense Master has added a condition to the contract. If you agree with this condition, the Constellation Defense Master will agree to contract with you. I immediately read the contract. 14. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, recognizes the property rights of Constellation Defense Master Yule and should ensure the survival of Gong Pildu. 15. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, should help Constellation Defense Master Yule so that his private property Gong Pildu grows well, guaranteeing Gong Pildu's life and his growth. In fact, this didn't need to be included. It was natural for Gong Pildu not to die if the contract was signed. The only thing that mattered for me was the third condition. 3. Incarnation Kim Dokja, Gap, has a command authority over Gong Pildu, the private property of Constellation Defense Master, up to 10 times a day. I checked the contract and nodded. I will sign the contract. Before long, a faint thread connected me and Gong Pildu. Then system messages were heard. The contract has been completed. You have become the co-sponsor of Gong Pildu due to the contract. Due to the contract, you have been given the right to command Incarnation Gong Pildu. The duration of the contract is 5 years, and it won't be automatically renewed. Yu Jonghyuk would be stunned if he knew that Gong Pildu could be obtained so easily. If I hadn't read to the latter half of Ways of Survival, I wouldn't have known to use the behind-the-scenes contract this way. I handed the recovery potions to Yu Sanga. Give this to Gong Pildu. You should give him one every 40 minutes. It is okay to give to him? She had to give it. If not, this main scenario wouldn't be cleared. Gong Pildu was confused after Yu Sanga handed him a potion. What is this? Drink it and fight. Gong Pildu was suspicious for a moment but soon opened the potion's lid. Blue smoke emerged around his body and the destroyed turrets returned to their original appearance. The character Gong Pildu has completely recovered his magic power. Gong Pildu wiped the potion-stained lips and looked up at me. Stupid guy. Do you think I will forgive you because of this? Once I get out of here, it will be your end. Shut up. Gong Pildu. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Oof. Oof oof oof. Poor guy, he didn't even know what situation he was in. Fight hard. Don't touch my party members. Hup. Oof oof. Do. Yusanga's eyes widened when she saw Gong Pildu listen to my orders. Didok Jassy? WY is that person? I made a gap into an Yule. Did you write something? Now you can rest assured about Gong Pildu. Then the bombardment of messages from the constellations poured out. The constellation secretive plotter finds your idea interesting. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband has dropped his stick at your strategy. The constellation abyssal black flame dragon thinks that you are impudent. I had secretly signed the contract, but these guys already noticed. The defense master was only intermediate level, but he was still a constellation. A mere human became a co-sponsor with a constellation. The impact on the constellations would be enormous. There would be a backlash among those like the abyssal black flame dragon. But many constellations are paying attention to you. A number of constellations want to become your sponsor. The constellations who realized my value were overwhelmingly larger. If they became my sponsor, they would be able to use the power of Defense Master. Then the owner of Gong Pildu's channel, Dakibi Biryu, appeared in the air. Constellations. WY, are you suddenly leaving? Don't go. Just wait a little longer. Biryu, whose channel was being ruined, made a desperate appeal. It was the Dakibi who created the food penalty and survival cost in Gumho Station. H. Hayek. And no. Dakibi Biryu gradually blurred and disappeared. Channel hashtag BIR3642 has been forced to leave after having the subscriptions reduced. Baihyung muttered in a trembling voice after seeing one channel falling to ruin. Excuse me, Dokjanim, what is it? Were you aiming for Gong Pildu from the beginning? I shrugged. Crazy human, what human did I sign with? Baihyung couldn't close his mouth. I didn't care. This place was organized and I needed to move on to the next place. I spoke to the bewildered party members who still hadn't grasped the situation. Everyone. I'm sorry, but I have to leave for a while. Huh? Now? There is a place I urgently need to go to. Hyansungsi and Usangasi, please stay here. You don't have to do anything. Just throw Pildu a potion until the end of the scenario and relax. Young Hee-won asked, what about Gil Young and I? You will come with me. To where? It is hard to explain, but there is a bad guy. A bad guy? Yes. A bad person who disappeared to eat items alone, regardless if people die or not. From now on, I am going to hit him in the back of the head. It was very hard. Jung Hee-won thought for a moment before asking, is he worse than Gong Pildu? I contemplated for a moment before replying. He is much worse. Then let's go. I'll explain the details later. I moved with Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young. Then somebody grabbed my shoulder. It was Lee Jae-hai. Wait, where are you going right now? In any case, this was good. Great. You can come along. Where are you going? Yoo Jong-hyuk is in danger. Lee Jae-hai laughed like she thought I was joking. What nonsense are you saying? Master is in danger? My expression remained serious and Lee Jae-hai's laughter soon disappeared. Are you serious? No, how do you know this? How did I know? Perhaps I was the world's foremost, the second highest authority who knew her master. I checked the time. That jerk, he went to the hidden dungeon at exit 1? Yua? And it has been 11 hours since he entered? Lee Jae-hai spoke blankly. I remembered that Yoo Jong-hyuk had attacked Chungmuro's hidden dungeon a total of 8 years. He failed twice and succeeded 6 times. The problem was that the 2 failures were concentrated in his early regressions. The 8th turn and the 11th turn. During the 8th regression, Yoo Jong-hyuk died in Chungmuro's hidden dungeon. But the current Yoo Jong-hyuk was the 3rd turn. At this rate, Yoo Jong-hyuk will die today. If my guess was right, our dam regressor would be on the Sunfish route. TL note, seems to be based on the game Survive. Mola Mola, where you have to make a sunfish survive troubles in the sea. But the sunfish gets started and dies because of almost anything. Chapter 36. Episode 9 Omniscient Sunfish 1. After a while, we moved towards the entrance of the hidden dungeon on the first underground floor. I walked behind Lee Jae-hai, Lee Gil-young, and Jung Hee-won while looking at my smartphone. In the midst of the splitting headache, Yoo Jong-hyuk came to his senses. Give up on this life. This was the end of Yoo Jong-hyuk's 8th life. Couldn't be. This hadn't happened yet. Shit, why was this guy doing this on only the 3rd life? If he moved carefully like his 2nd life, he would have passed through the mid-to-late scenarios. I raised my eyes to see Jung Hee-won looking at me. Doc Jassy, what are you looking at? The calendar. This situation has made me lose my sense of the date. I actually thought it might be more interesting to look at the calendar. Sometimes I wondered how I finished reading this novel. Jung Hee-won looked at me suspiciously before turning her head towards Lee Jae-hai. Then, did you say your name was Jae-hai? Do you also use a sword? Yes. I like the sword. Right? The sword is the best. It has a good taste. Uni also knows the taste? Jung Hee-won smiled as she watched Lee Jae-hai's sword. It was a luxurious sword that obviously flowed smoothly. Maybe it was given by Yoo Jong-hyuk. Your sword looks good. Master gave it to me. Uni? My one. 2 like mine as well. Jung Hee-won looked down at the Graalhorn blade and then sneaked a peek at the sword on the other person's waist. I didn't do anything wrong, but I couldn't help feeling sorry. I had no choice but to hang something on Lee Jae-hai. Hey, why are you talking to Hee-won-si but ignoring me? That I'm a bit weak to older females. Lee Jae-hai responded with a quivering voice and Jung Hee-won gave her a headlock. As if Lee Jae-hai was cute. There seemed to be a connection between the demon slayers. Lee Jae-hai barely escaped from the headlock and asked, by the way, why are you rescuing Master? We are companions. Don't talk nonsense. He is a useful guy. You sound like Master. The constellation's secretive plotter is wondering about your heart. Come to think of it, it wasn't just Lee Jae-hai but the constellations as well who must be wondering about my actions. He was a guy who would kill me if he got a chance. It was strange that I would run to save him. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire likes your desire to rehabilitate a fallen friend. 100 coins have been sponsored. This one misunderstood me. But the demon-like Judge of Fire, unlike the expectations of the Archangel Uriel, I had a deeply personal reason for saving Yoo Jong-hyuk. It was to prevent him from regressing after his death. Regression after death. Sounded good. A regression stigma that triggered every time you died. The protagonist had a fraudulent ability. The problem was that this ability invoked complicated thoughts in the surrounding cast. By the way, what happens to the world after you return? A supporting actor had asked this of Yoo Jong-hyuk when Yoo Jong-hyuk's number of lives had broken into the double digits. I forgot his name, but Yu Jonghyuk's answer from that time was clear. I also don't know. I always choose a world where more people can live. It was plausible, but in fact, Yu Jonghyuk didn't know about the world he abandoned. In face, there was no definite theory about what happened to the world in ways of survival. Science, magic, whatever. This was why I was anxious. What happened to the world after the regressor disappeared? Would it reset with the regression? Or would a parallel universe branch off? The latter would be fortunate, but if it was the former… Young? Ah yes? Lee Gil-young, who was holding the hem of my clothes, looked up at me with anxious eyes. I think we're here? You are approaching the outside region. Be careful not to leave the scenario area. This message popped up. It didn't matter. Chungmuro's hidden dungeon was treated as an inside area. We turned the corner and exit 1 appeared. A dungeon entrance with an ominous shade greeted us. You have found a hidden dungeon. This dungeon has already been discovered by someone. You can't get the first discovery achievement. A new hidden scenario has arrived. Plus, Hidden Scenario Theater Dungeon. Category Hidden. Difficulty A. Clear conditions. Defeat the Master of Theater Dungeon. Time limit none. Compensation 4,000 coins. Failure. Plus, the surprised Lee Jai-hai hesitated and stepped back. What is this? Theater dungeon? Lee Gil-young looked startled. Well, this must be the first time they encountered a hidden scenario. Jung Hee-won also spoke. A movie theater as a dungeon, it sounds romantic. Romantic? This was only because she didn't know how scary the movie theater could be. We entered the theater. The familiar lobby of the multiplex welcomed us. You have entered Theater Dungeon. We were tense as we entered the bleak dungeon. It was a multiplex consisting of 9 floors, from B1 to the 8th floor. Hyung, the posters are torn. Who would do that? I'm not sure. I said this, but I actually knew the truth. The core of this theater dungeon were the posters on the wall. Perhaps Yu Jonghyuk defeated every poster as he went upstairs. His intentions were to sweep up all the rewards. Except for the torn posters, nothing strange was found on B1. There were no items and no monsters. The only exception was the smashed elevator in one corner with a distorted door. Lee Jai-hai asked, "Isn't this a dungeon? Why isn't there anything? Something will appear. Do you know something?" "A little." "How?" "Something is fishy about a juicy. Is this your second life?" That was her master. But he had lived 3 times. Then Jung Hee-won said, "It is due to the sponsor behind Doc Jassy." Really? I ignored the 2 women and tried to move to the ground floor when I was caught by Lee Gil-young. The cockroach on his head was moving wildly. Lee Jai-hai drew her sword at almost the same moment I covered her mouth with a hand. "Sure, there is somebody else besides us." I breathed out while small sounds started to be heard. Just upstairs. Then the lobby? I first thought it was Yu Jonghyuk, but it wasn't Yu Jonghyuk's voice. "Are you sure? Here, there are a bunch of things." "Yes." I bought the information with 1,000 coins. "The profits?" "Yes." "They are disgusting, but the information is obvious." I heard the sound of people talking. We went up the escalator and approached them. It seemed that 4 people were gathered in the lobby on the 1st floor. Lee Jai-hai whispered, "Who are they? I never once saw their faces in Chungmuro. Maybe they came from the groundside entrance." "Groundside? Isn't that filled with poisonous fog?" Furthermore, the scenario. Different stations have different scenarios at different speeds. There are those who have finished the scenario faster than our station. If there is a weak poisoning, they can eat the meat from the underground species. I said this, but I was confused. Profits? There was no information about such people in Yu Jonghyuk's life. At this point, Yu Jonghyuk and I should be the only ones who knew about the hidden dungeon. What caused the variables? Needless to say, I needed to find out. Then let's go inside. A blue spotlight was floating above the men talking. A bright light surrounded them and then they disappeared. What happened to them? Jung Hee-won asked me, but I didn't answer. Instead, I was searching the posters on the wall. This was torn, that as well. By the time I reached the end of the wall, only one wasn't torn. I read the words written on the poster. Steven Spielberg, Samuel L. Jackson, Jeff Goldblum. That bastard Yu Jong-hyuk. He left this one alone? As expected from the third regression. At that moment, the light came on again. This time, the spotlight was aimed on us. The surprised Lee Jae-hai and Lee Gil-young stepped back, but there was no way to avoid it. The word Ray suited it. I asked Jung Hee-won, he likes movies? Of course. Do you usually like it? You might hate it after this. What do you? You have been hit by a projection light. The screening will begin. The surrounding landscape started to slowly change. It wasn't a simple illusion, so fourth wall wasn't activated as before. The old linoleum floor became covered with green bushes, while the reception desk and popcorn stand turned into a lush rainforest. The ceiling turned into a blue sky with no clouds and no end in sight. Lee Jae-hai muttered in a small voice, "Where the hell is this place?" Lee Jae-hai shouted and hacked at the surrounding trees and bushes, but nothing changed. Lee Gil-young started looking for insects with a calm expression. I tried to touch the nearby trees. It had a hard and moist texture. It was a real rainforest from the Mesozoic era. This was a different realism from the Spectre's welcome prison. This was the power of the theater master on the dungeon's 8th floor. It is a movie. Really ridiculous things are happening. A novel had become reality. There was no law that a movie couldn't become reality as well. Jung Hee-won was a fast adapter and quickly understood. "Juicy, what movie is this? You'll know soon. Can't you just let me know? Wait a minute, what is this kid doing?" At this moment, the shrubbery moved and something jumped out in front of Lee Gil-young. An insect that resembled a giant praying mantis. The size was approximately 40 centimeters. Lee Jae-hai was terrified and cried out, "Hey kid, back away." However, Lee Gil-young responded calmly to the fuss. "It isn't a praying mantis. It is a Titanoptera from the Triassic period." "What?" Lee Gil-young stretched out his hand to the Titano. The insect didn't refuse the touch, and after a moment, Lee Gil-young and the insect's body was wrapped in a blue light. Lee Jae-hai watched with a stupid expression. "This what? Fabre." It really was good that I brought Lee Gil-young. This guy's ability might allow us to pass through the gateway more easily. The giant praying mantis moved its big mouth and Lee Gil-young nodded. I didn't know what it involved, but they were having a conversation. After a while, Lee Gil-young paled as he talked to the praying mantis. "What was it?" Lee Gil-young hurriedly turned to me. "Young." As he spoke, the sound of the earth shaking was heard. It seemed that something was coming at a tremendous speed, smashing the huge palm trees. The muzzle of the giant reptile that appeared through the rainforest was covered with reddish blood. Some bloody men were running in front of it. It was the men who entered before us. "Kwakak, save me." Lee Jae-hai stepped back and spoke to Jung Hee-won. "I know what movie this is." "Yes, me too." A body that was over a dozen meters tall and hard skin. Fierce muscles dominated the entire body. The strongest predator of the Mesozoic era was in front of us. At first glance, it was similar to a grade 7 monster. The difficulty level was atrocious considering this was the first floor of the dungeon. But my heart just thumped. The harder the hidden dungeon, the better the reward. I pulled out a blade and said, "Get ready to fight." Maybe Yu Jong-hyuk skipped only this movie because of the contents. The main reward of Theater Dungeon was related to the movie contents. Yu Jong-hyuk probably thought there weren't any worthy rewards in a movie where dinosaurs appeared. But he didn't know. In this movie, a really important reward was hidden. "Are you serious? We are going to fight that? We need to beat it to make an exit." "The exit? It is a long movie. Have you forgotten?" Atrex was approaching quickly. The island's central laboratory was seen behind it, and an escape helicopter was on the rooftop of the laboratory. This was a movie that the master of Theater Dungeon made into reality. Therefore, there was only one way to escape from here. Let's make a great ending. Chapter 37. Episode 9, Omniscient Sunfish. 2. The moment the yellow eyes looked at us, A deafening roar echoed in our ears. The seventh grade, Tyrannosaurus Rex has recognized you. The Tyrannosaurus Rex has triggered the Fear the Predator skill. The exclusive skill fourth wall has blocked the effect of the Fear the Predator skill. My mind is calm thanks to fourth wall, but I could stop the chills that occurred. This was the fear towards a predator. Everyone, get out of the way. The petrified Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai regained their spirits. I fell back with Lee Gil-young beside me. Qua 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 qua. A long tail flew through the forest in front of us. Quack. The men who were running fell on the backs and coughed up blood. Fortunately, Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai were away from the danger zone. I shouted to Lee Gil-young lying down next to me. Gil-young, fall back, while Hee-won-si and Jae-si scatter to the left and right. Then a message popped up. The character Lee Gil-young has activated the dinosaur book skill. Huh? Tyrannosaurus are agile compared to their size, but they are vulnerable due to their narrow field of view. What? I saw it in a book when I was a child. When you were a child? Younger than I am now. I stared blankly at Lee Gil-young. This wasn't the time to tackle it. The exclusive skill White Pure Star Energy has been activated. I started waving the iridescent blade to attract the attention of the Treks. Lee Jae-hai and Jung Hee-won weren't tankers. I didn't even need to mention Lee Gil-young. Therefore, I was the only one who could take the risk here. While I draw its attention, attack its rear. I hadn't finished talking when I saw Lee Jae-hai and Jung Hee-won already at the Treks' rear. They noticed quickly. I barely avoided the incoming teeth and the stomping legs. Before I could wield Unbroken Faith, its tail passed over my head. An electrifying thrill swept over my body. I wouldn't die because my stamina was over level 20, but it was dizzying. Maybe I had been lucky until now. I might be the sunfish rather than Yu Jong-hyuk. Sukak. Supak. Meanwhile, Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai was steadily dealing damage from the rear. It was a combination of sword training and kendo. Noticeable sword wounds were being dealt to the Treks' big legs. If this continued, it might take some time, but the Treks would be defeated. Young. It'll draw its attention. The boy didn't listen to me about staying in the rear. No, Gil-young, I can do it. All of a sudden, Lee Gil-young came forward and started to make an unknown signal. I wanted to say something. Then a huge praying mantis came from somewhere, stabbed the Treks' eyes and fled. It was the Titano that Lee Gil-young had been talking to before. The Treks' eyes moved confusedly as it followed the praying mantis that disturbed its vision. Lee Gil-young used dazzling hand movements to control the praying mantis. I looked at Lee Gil-young with a fresh mindset. Wasn't this guy actually a hugely fraudulent character? No wonder why Yu Jong-hyuk coveted him. Kawu. Thanks to Lee Gil-young's success, the battlefield quickly became advantageous. The Treks' movements became duller while a red light shone in Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai's eyes. Demon Slayer. It made them vulnerable to mental attacks, but it was a good skill that made them stronger when they were excited. The sight of the two women's eyes burning as they watched the rainforest was truly spectacular. It was a pity that I had lost Lee Jae-hai to Yu Jong-hyuk. However, Jung Hee-won also had overwhelming growth potential. Judge of Destruction was a good attribute, and she didn't have a sponsor yet. It felt like the Treks' stamina had decreased considerably. It was time to deal the final blow. Blade of Faith is activated. I started to focus my remaining magic power. I didn't have a sponsor, nor was I as fast as Jung Hee-won or Lee Jae-hai. But that didn't mean my attack power was weak. I had a fraudulent system that overcame all of this. The Ether Blade. The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether property is converted to fire. An enormous amount of magic power was sucked in and my physical fatigue became extreme. But I didn't mind because there was a way to supplement it later. The blade increased by 1 meter and was surrounded by flames. I ran to the rear of the Tyrannosaurus. Everybody out of the way. The moment that the Tyrannosaurus hesitated and its movements slowed, I climbed its tail. I almost fell over a few times because I didn't have the sense of balance, but I somehow held on by stabbing the blade into the epidermis. The Trex poured out blood and its body rolled across the ground. I rammed the blade in wherever I could. Flames poured into the wounds caused by the blade. The yellow eyes of the Trex stared at me as it gasped painfully, before finally dying. You have succeeded in being the first to hunt the 7th grade species Tyrannosaurus rex. You have obtained 1,000 coins as compensation. We really got it. I knew we could do it. Jung Hee-won breathed heavily as she spoke with a proud expression on her face. She could be proud because the Trex was top-ranked among the 7th grade monsters. Lee Jai-hai belatedly rushed towards me. I had it. What? It would have taken a long time if you continued hitting it like that. I wiped off my sword while speaking. Jung Hee-won asked, but was a Tyrannosaurus killed in this movie? No, but isn't this more fun? Huh? The genre is fantasy, action, and adventure. This should be enough. At this moment, a system message flashed in my head. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. Jung Hee-won screamed like it was absurd. Eek. Yes. The strategy of Theater Dungeon wasn't to see the real ending. If so, Yu Jong-hyuk wouldn't have been able to beat this dungeon. It was to create the desired ending for the theater master at the core of this dungeon. Please note that the theater owner was an extreme psychopath. Do you understand now? We just need to smash it. In other words, if we removed all the obstacles to the ending, the movie would end naturally. Now you can move to the next floor. Go to the helipad on top of the research laboratory. We will move in a little while. We have to get some rewards. I started exploring the area around the trade. Soon after, I found one of the guys who entered before us. The rest were eaten or mutilated by the Trex. Hey, wake up. You. Blood was constantly flowing from the man. The wounds were from the Trex's claws. The bones were revealing, making it obvious that this person couldn't recover. Breathe slowly. Cough. Alive. I fed the man drinking water I had brought in. The man drank some water before coughing up blood again. I was forced to urgently ask him questions. How did you come here? Prophet. Who are the prophets? The man's breathing was getting rougher. A revelation. Received. Revelation? I want to live. Blood burst out from the man's mouth. He finally died. Jung Hee-won and the others came up behind me. That person? I shook my head and looked down at the fallen man. Revelation. What funny bullshit. As far as I knew, only Anna Croft had the ability of future sight in ways of survival. Then there was only one answer. There was someone else besides me. But they didn't know as much as I did. The proof was that they didn't dare come here in person to test out the information. Doc Jassy? Take a break. We covered the man's body with a large lead and gathered near the dad Trex. W had to hurry to pursue Yu Jong-hyuk. But if we didn't get enough rest, the party would be wiped out before we met him. I searched the Trex's body. I looked at the head and heart, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any monster cores. That didn't mean there was no income. Jung Hee-won drooled as she watched the Trex being cooked over the fire. Can we eat this? We can eat it because it is cooked with magic flames. The unripe parts can be cooked with the magic power stove. We sat side by side around the Trex's leg. As we cut the cooked flesh of the Trex little by little, steam rose. Lee Gil-young shouted, "Fresh meat." Lee Jai-hai hurriedly rushed up and grabbed a pierce first. The rest of the group, including myself, also picked large pieces of flesh. Meat of this size? It was a luxury that couldn't be dreamt of back when I was an office worker. Lee Jai-hai closed her eyes while enjoying the taste. Then she murmured in an ecstatic voice, "Ah, the best taste in the world. It really was delicious." The fat was properly wrapped around the muscles, making it different from the ground rats. The feeling every time I took a bit. If Usanga was here, she would have cried. After I consumed the meat, I felt my stamina recovering. The meat of an advanced species had these special effects. However, caution was required in some cases. Jung Hee-won sighed. Phew, I ate well. It is really delicious, but I will cry if I eat any more. We had a moderate rest and then headed straight to the laboratory in the center of the island. We encountered several raptors on the way, but they were easy after the treks. There were many flasks and ampoules in the laboratory. There were small incubators containing dinosaur embryos and blood samples collected. There was only one thing missing. My eyes caught a few items as we entered the inner corridor. Stamina enhancing ampoule. Magic power enhancing ampoule. Agility enhancing ampoule. Strength enhancing ampoule. As expected, it was here. I started to pack the ampoules. Just like the ichthyosaur's core, these comprehensive stat growth items were available only in the early scenarios. It wasn't just 1 or 2 ampoules. There were close to 20 bottles. If this was the case, my stats would be able to level up explosively. It was in anticipation of this hidden scenario that I saved coins instead of investing them in my stats. These ampoules were only available when the corresponding stat was less than level 30. Ajusi, what did you find now? This ghost-like girl. What? Stamina enhancement ampoule? Li Jaihai's eyes shone as she grabbed one ampoule. Are you trying to eat these alone? Eat them all? Of course I will share it. Uni, look at this. Ajusi. The other people in the party came closer due to the turmoil. Jung Hee-won was shocked when she checked the item information. Oh my god. What are these items? This is a hidden scenario. I spoke with a bit of disgruntlement. Damn, this was a bit difficult. Some constellations are displeased with the situation. Li Jaihai looked at the strength enhancement ampoule and opened her mouth. Can you give me the strength enhancement ampoule? I am a bit lacking in strength. The exclusive skill character list is activated. It was a summary version that only contained the comprehensive stats. Character summary list. Name, Li Jaihai. Private attribute, Scarred Sword Demon, Rare. Exclusive skills, Sword Training LV. 4. Demon Slaying LV. 1. Absolute Sense LV. 2. Ghost Walk LV. 2. Stigma. Sea Battle LV. 1. Large Army Command LV. 1. Overall stats. Stamina LV. 13. Strength LV. 17. Agility LV. 13. Magic Power LV. 10. This damn girl. Huh? He won Uni. Can't I have it? Doc Jassy was the one who discovered it, so it is his decision. Frankly, it didn't matter if the other party members received them, but giving them to Li Jaihai was a bit of a waste. She was part of Yu Zhonghyuk's group anyway. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire expects your fairness. Fairness, yes, let's pick the most unbiased game I knew. I smiled and made a suggestion. How about rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors? There will be one winner at the end. Greed filled Li Jaihai's face. Okay, well, I will do what Doc Jassy wants. But is it okay? Could be a mistake. Then doesn't that mean he is unlucky? Li Jaihai asked. She was excited at the thought of getting a share of the items. Let's start with a strength enhancement ampoule. I put out the strength enhancement ampoule and said to Li Jaihai, you will face me. I'm good at rock, paper, scissors. Will it be okay? Is that so? I smiled at Li Jaihai. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 1 has been activated. The character Li Jaihai has prepared scissors. Chapter 38. Episode 9 Omniscient Sunfish 3. The constellation Secretive Plotter is curious about your scam. The constellations have sponsored you 200 coins. The winner of the rock, paper, scissors was decided in an instant. Lee Gil-young's face was slightly flushed while Jung Hee-won had a satisfied expression. Li Jaihai flopped to the ground with a devastated expression. This is ridiculous. Unfortunately, I couldn't read Lee Gil-young's mind, so 2 ampoules went to him. You don't have to give it to me. Take it. He was cute. I stroked Lee Gil-young's head. In addition, Jung Hee-won won 2 stamina enhancement ampoules. Jung Hee-won received them with a smile. Thank you. It was tough so far with my stamina. It was only Li Jaihai who didn't obtain any ampoules. How can you beat me 18 out of 20 times? Did you cheat? I am originally good at rock, paper, scissors. Are you really going to do this? Can't you give me just one? You have Yu Zhonghyuk. I ignored Lee Jaihai's whines and packed the ampoules. Jung Hee-won patted the shoulder of the grouchy Lee Jaihai while staring at Lee Jaihai's shining sword. Little sister, the world has to be fair. Asterisk. Do-do-do-do. There was the sound of the helicopter's propellers. Lee Gil-young looked at the distant dinosaur island and asked, Hyung, can I take it to the next floor? The big praying mantis was sitting in Lee Gil-young's lap and talking to Lee Gil-young. The praying mantis rubbed its antenna against Lee Gil-young's jaw. Unfortunately, you can't take it. Lee Gil-young's hugged the praying mantis with a sad expression. Take care, Titano. Quiet. He had already given it a name. Unfortunately, monsters created in Theater Dungeon couldn't move to another floor. However, items could be taken to other floors. For example, I had the ampoules that increase stats and the item I was now holding. Tyrant Trex's DNA ampoule. The golden ampoule was the most decisive reason for choosing this movie. It was an item that increased all stats by 10 for 30 minutes after ingestion. Although it had the disadvantage that it could only be used in Theater Dungeon, it was impossible to break through the last floor of this dungeon without this item. Especially if Yu Jong-hyuk was in the worst situation as I thought. The praying mantis that Lee Gil-young released flew in the air and the dark sky started to collapse. The first ending credit has been reached. Performers: Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, Lee Jaihai, Lee Gil-young. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. I felt some dizziness and we appeared on the ground floor again. After we escaped, the movie posted on the wall was torn. It was evidence that we safely cleared it. Lee Jaihai was complaining. Do you have to pass a few more floors like this? Yu Jong-hyuk will have broken most of it, so it will be faster than you think. We headed straight to the second floor via the escalator. From the second floor, the remaining space was narrow because it was the full-fledged theater. Jung Hee-won asked, There's no change? No matter how long we waited, the environment on the second floor didn't change. The camera wasn't seen and the screening didn't start either. Looking closer, all the posters on the second floor were torn. Lee Jaihai noticed something. Is it only the movies whose posters are intact? I checked the torn posters one by one. Pacific Rim, directed by Guillermo del Toro. A giant robots writing movie? Too bad. If this had been intact, then I could have gotten the reward of hardened gloves. Inception, directed by Christopher Nolan. It was good that this one was torn. Wow, I wanted to watch this. I saw the poster that Lee Jaihai was looking at. Do you like superheroes? Yes. It is fortunate. Otherwise you would hate it after this. I see. On the torn poster, a green monster was roaring at us. We went straight up to the third floor. It is the same here. All the posters on the third floor were torn as well. Yu Jong-hyuk had properly swept through it. It was fortunate since there were a lot of dangerous movies on the third floor. Final Destination, directed by James Wan. That bastard Yu Jong-hyuk. How did he break this? This was an annihilation movie. We are going up faster than I expected? Unlike Jung Hee-won's bright voice, I was nervous every time we climbed a floor. Clearing the theater dungeon required some luck. Some of the posters on each floor weren't covered in ways of survival. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't clear all movies. There was a system message when we entered the fourth floor. You have entered the fourth floor. The spotlight poured down without giving me time to look at the posters. Jung Hee-won gathered both hands together and prayed. Please don't be a ghost movie. I glanced at Jung Hee-won and she gave me an excuse. Ghosts can't be killed with a sword. This was the reason. The screening has started. The background changed and when we opened our eyes, a sea breeze blew on the prow of a ship. This? Salt was felt in my mouth and the open horizon spread out before me. I was enraptured by the scenery of the sea. I had been working every day and it had been a few years since I've traveled anywhere. What is this movie? Next to me, Jung Hee-won was wearing a full-length dress. A violin sound was heard from the inside of the cruise ship and there was the sound of excited people. It was an incredibly romantic atmosphere from a movie. Oh, I know what this movie is. Then Lee Jaihai's voice was heard. Oh, accelerating all of a sudden. I looked back and saw that Lee Jaihai was vomiting. Jung Hee-won rushed over and patted her back. After vomiting for a long time, Lee Jai-hai said, I get seasick. It is okay, just vomit. I had wondered this since a while ago. Why did the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare choose Lee Jai-hai? No, I read the novel, but I just didn't want to know. But Uni, is this the movie? The boat that sinks? It seems so. Then perhaps Uni is Kate Winslet? Lee Jai-hai looked at Jung Hee-won's dress like she was envious. Then she looked at me. Then Ajusi is DiCaprio. You weak. I felt somehow grumpy when I saw her vomiting after saying that. At this time, Lee Gil-young emerged from behind me. Young. Lee Gil-young was dressed in formal clothing. This clothing was somewhat familiar. Anyway, everyone was gathered. There is no time. The ship was now sinking. Unfortunately, the solution to this movie didn't appear in Ways of Survival. How could we beat the Titanic? Was it a fight with the sea? Lee Jai-hai was the first to comment. The ship is sinking anyway. Do we just have to sink with it? That is a little... It was frustrating. It would have been better if the movie had a clear enemy to crush. Let's look for the villain Hyung. This was Lee Gil-young's opinion. I didn't know if there was an obvious villain this movie. But since I couldn't think of anything else, I decided to follow it. Then let's handle the villain. We started moving. By the way, who was this movie's villain? The last time I watched the Titanic. But I didn't need to worry. The villain came to find us. A man in a clean suit was staring over here. Jack Dawson. Wait, Jack Dawson, the role that DiCaprio played? But the man wasn't looking at me. Me? He was DiCaprio? I sighed as I looked at Lee Gil-young. Asterisk. After a while, we kidnapped a person we thought was the villain of the movie. But the theater master didn't respond. It wasn't enough to kidnap him. I hesitated for a moment before opening my mouth. Then, let's kill him. Lee Jai-hai pulled out her sword and pointed it. It was at a man struggling while his body was tied up. The theater master is a psychopath. Then isn't the answer to kill him quickly? I thought so as well. No, I was sure of it. It was the answer to another movie like this in Ways of Survival. But Jung Hee-won gazed at the man in horror and unexpected said, but he looks like a real person. Huh? This is a movie, but he is just like a real person. It was surprising that Jung Hee-won said this when she had been neatly subjugating the weak a few days ago. Then again, Jung Hee-won had said something like this. I might be a killer, but I don't want to become a monster. Lee Jai-hai asked, Uni, what are you saying this type of sentimental thing now? You don't want to kill him? No, that isn't it. It is good to save people. But if this person doesn't die, we will die. We are definitely alive, but this guy is just a character. Characters? I felt bemused at Lee Jai-hai's words. Jung Hee-won looked at me. Do you think so? Even if this guy is a real person, he is still a bad guy. Why is killing him bad? Lee Jai-hai's words might be right. This guy was definitely a villain of the scenario and would do bad things. So it was okay to kill him. Funnily enough, it was the logic that Yoo Jong-hyuk often spoke about in Ways of Survival. The moment I opened my mouth, Lee Jai-hai hurriedly drew her sword. Sigh, what is this? Master could be dying right now. The blade descended and pierced the man's chest. Blood poured out. It was incredibly realistic. Then a system message was heard. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. The stern of the ship will lead to the next floor. Look, I did it properly. Right? Lee Jai-hai shouted triumphantly. The answer obviously wasn't wrong. The theater master acknowledged this, and the constellations would give coins for our actions. We would survive with these coins. It was a way of living that destroyed this world. The second ending credit has been reached. Performers: Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, Lee Jai-hai, Lee Gil-young. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. We weren't able to get a reward item from Titanic. Thus, we went straight to the next floor and followed the guidance of the system message. You have entered the 5th floor, the rewards room. Once we climbed the escalator, the rewards room finally showed up. Rewards room? It isn't a scary movie? This is an exhibition hall. It was a place they used to show original movie props. In fact, I knew this, but I once again acted ignorant. Various movie props appeared in glass tubes. Equipment and costumes used by the main characters of various movies, stage accessories. The funny thing was that they were no longer props. Jung Hee-won approached a glass tube and shouted, "Oh my god! Look at this! Mikazuki Munikika replica, a grade sword." Jung Hee-won's eyes sparkled as she looked at the glass tube and I nodded. "You've finally obtained a proper sword, Hee-won-si." Oh, it was obviously a great sword at first glance. The originally Graalhorn knife wasn't comparable and it wasn't lacking when compared to Lee Jae-hai's blade. Jung Hee-won started to swing the sword in his hand. "Isn't this amazing? It is light and moves properly." I had never seen Jung Hee-won like this. "The character Jung Hee-won is deeply grateful to you." It was nothing. The main purpose of targeting the theater dungeon was the compensation of the 5th floor. The theater dungeon was a good place to farm for items early on. In particular, Jung Hee-won would become stronger with this weapon. The reward items are limited to 2 per person. It wasn't a genuine star relic person, it was a movie prop, but the replica version had characteristics of the original item. Grade items were close to a scam in the early stages. By the way, Yu Jong-hyuk had already passed through here. 2 items were already gone. Pick your items. Each one can only obtain 2, so choose carefully. I told Jung Hee-won to pick an item Yusanga could use while I found one for Lee Hyun-sung. This one seemed usable. Hercules shield replica, a grade shield. Good. It was an item that couldn't be compared with the old iron shield. I thought of how Lee Hyun-sung's eyes would shine with loyalty towards me and already felt warm. Lee Jae-hai, who claimed to be a fan of superheroes, was trying to pull an item from the corner. Why can't I hold this? I came closer. This was it. Mjolnir replica, a grade blunt weapon. The hammer of the god of lightning, Thor. It would have been an enormous item if it was a genuine star relic. Still, the quality of the original was so great that the performance of the replica was significant. I watched Lee Jae-hai groaning as she grabbed the hammer that couldn't be moved. Isn't this an item that only someone special can use? Damn, am not special? At this time, Lee Gil-young came up behind her and reached out to Mjolnir. "Hey kid, this is mine." Mjolnir was lightly lifted by Lee Gil-young's hands. Lee Gil-young swung the hammer around before looking at me. "Young, can I have it?" "Yes, it looks good." Lee Jae-hai once again looked stunned. "Only I am unhappy. Just me." I ignored her and searched the remaining items. Let's see what was left. External reinforced suit replica, a grade protective clothing. I didn't know what would happen in the future, but it would be nice to supplement my defense. Once I wore the suit, it wrapped around my arms and legs. Damage from external attacks is reduced by 10%. The ability to detect enemies is improved. You can move more agilely than before. It was a bit frustrating, but it was still better than not wearing it. In particular, I thought about the fight waiting at the end of this. Now the preparations were finished. Since there were no significant changes in the dungeon, it was clear that Yu Jong-hyuk was alive. If we moved quickly through the 6th floor, we might be able to meet on the 7th floor. In the worst-case scenario, if he was fighting the boss on the 8th floor, at least he was still alive. Now, let's go and get our damn regressor back. Chapter 39. Episode 9, Omniscient Sunfish. 4. Unfortunately, Yu Jong-hyuk wasn't on the 6th floor. The only comfort was that the movie on the 6th floor was easy. It was a typical thriller directed by Bryan Singer. I knew the killer, so it was possible to clear it quickly. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. "You have obtained 500 coins as compensation." Lee Jae-hai asked as if she was dumbfounded. "He was really the killer? Don't tell me it is a spoiler? There is actually someone here who hasn't seen it." The Constellation's secretive plotter hates spoilers. In any case, an item was rewarded due to the movie's unique characteristics. Skill book, Calm Observation. Calm Observation. It was quite a useful skill. This skill allowed the user to see the movements of the target and figure out their overall stats. It didn't mean much to me since I could use character list, but it would be quite useful for people like Yusanga and Lee Gil-young. This skill would be good against enemies excellent at acting. The exclusive skill Calm Observation has been acquired. Still, I felt a bit sad. It would be nice to experience a movie like Gladiator. I had yet to obtain a suitable combat passive skill. He might purchase the skill weapons training, but it wasn't a good idea to spend coins on the skill right now. Now I am tired of movies. I agreed with Jung Hee-won's words. I didn't want to look at a movie theater for a while. I should just be satisfied with the high performance fee. We went directly up to the 7th floor. Maybe this time we could see Yu Jong-hyuk's back. Damn. Most of the posters on the 7th floor were torn. Yes, Yu Jong-hyuk was now in the boss room. Under these circumstances, there was really no time to delay. Run. It is almost the last floor. We started to run. We had to catch up with that guy as fast as possible. Before he gave up everything. We passed through the auditoriums and ran down the aisles. The posters on the 7th floor were of Korean movies popular in the past. Shit, please let all of them be torn. However, unlike what I hoped, the last poster was still intact. Damn. The screening will begin. The blue spotlight covered the party and the scene changed. My head spun and a salty smell entered my nose. The stage was the sea. But this time it wasn't a cruise ship. There was the smell of artillery. The rough texture of the Panoxian could be felt. Panoxian Wiki Link. The moment I turned my head on the shaky boat, I heard someone's voice. Everybody down. I reflexively fell down and there was a bombardment of gunfire around me. Tang 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 tang, a few soldiers collapsed while bleeding. Protect the ship. The soldiers dressed in old military garb were rushing around. An uneasy wind blew as war took place. The turbulent Myeongyang Strait was swirling and there was the distant sound of drums. Damn it. There was no Korean who didn't know this movie. It was because this movie had been watched by most South Koreans. Jung Hee-won looked at the horizon and muttered, "This, how can we win?" The ending of Theater Dungeon would only open when the master was satisfied. Kukukukung. 300 Japanese warships filled the sea. I hurriedly confirmed the power on our side. Still, this was a movie based on historical facts. There was hope. What is this? There was only one Panoxian where there should be 12. I hurriedly grabbed one of the sailors around him and asked, "Where is the commander?" "Commander?" "Admiral E." The Navy sailor had no idea at all. My chest became cold. It was different from the movie I knew. The theater master changed the story. In no time, the enemy narrowed the distance. This was ridiculous. How could we win the Battle of Myeongyang without help from the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? I looked around and hurriedly exclaimed, "Lee Jae-hai." TL. For those who want to know, this movie is The Admiral. Roaring currents about Admiral Lee Sun-shin, which broke records when it was released. Wiki link here. Asterisk. I thought that this might happen. In fact, I brought Lee Jae-hai not just for her power but to consider the what-ifs. The constellation Maritime War God is sorry for Lee Jae-hai. It wasn't difficult to find Lee Jae-hai. There was only one boat and the place where Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's messages could be heard was limited. She was vomiting in a corner of the first floor deck. "Hey, are you okay?" Lee Jae-hai looked up at me with moist eyes. I can't do it. This wasn't about me. The constellation Maritime War God is encouraging Lee Jae-hai. Never, I will never do it. Oof. She vomited once again. I knew. The reason why this person was chosen by Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, despite hating the sea. Due to the effect of your exclusive attribute, the memories from the books you have read will increase. In my head, a scene from the 40th chapter of Ways of Destruction passed. Hey, how did she get chosen by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare when she is afraid of the sea? I don't know. Maybe because she has the Admiral in her ancestry? She is the descendant of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? There was considerable criticism from a few readers apart from me who made it to the 40th chapter of Ways of Destruction. No, did it make sense for her to have the blood of the great Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? But I had read all the chapters except for the epilogue of Ways of Destruction, so I knew. Lee Jae-hai wasn't of the bloodline of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The constellation Maritime War God misses his old friend when he sees Lee Jae-hai. Then are you a Lee from the Deoksu clan? No, I am a Jeonju Lee. TL note: as with all Korean family names, the holders of the Lee surname are divided into different lineages, known in Korean as Bangwon, based on their ancestral seat. Most such clans trace their lineage back to a specific founder, and are generally not related to one another. Wiki link. The constellation Maritime War God looks at the descendant of an old friend. Lee Jae-hai was the descendant of Lee Iaki, the companion of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Lee can also be romanized as E. I chose to make it Lee to match with Lee Jae-hai, his descendant. Wiki link. Duke of Firmness and Compassion, Lee Iaki. Along with the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, he led the navy to victory in the Battle of Tanghangpo and the Battle of Hansondo. He was one of the few who defended the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, Lee Sunshin, when he was arrested on unfair charges. However, he didn't have enough myths and didn't become a sponsor. The constellation Maritime War God is looking at Lee Jae-hai with sad eyes. Due to that, the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare selected Lee Jae-hai. She wasn't his descendant, but the descendant of his closest confidant. Maybe it was simply the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare's choice. The fact that the descendant of his deceased confidant and friend would be killed by his own hands and become a demon. Well, this was according to the setting of Ways of Survival. A bounty scenario has occurred. Plus, bounty scenario: those who seek death shall live. Those who seek life will die. Category: Sub. Difficulty: B+. Clear conditions: the Maritime War God is asking you for help. Encourage Lee Jae-hai, incarnation of Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, and win the Battle of Myeongyang. Time limit: 2 hours. Compensation: a stigma from the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. Failure. Plus, I doubted my eyes for a moment. The bounty scenarios were rarely requested by a constellation alone. I looked closely because it was strange and saw that the reward was also extraordinary. The stigma of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare? If I cleared this scenario, I would be able to use one of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare stigmas without signing a contract. I shook Lee Jae-hai. Lee Jae-hai, stop it. Quickly. I don't want to. The three of you can handle it. Can't you endure it a little bit? Endure? A juicy doesn't know. I didn't know. Yes, this was her manner of talking. However, there was no time to accept her childish actions. No, I know. You aren't like this because of seasickness. What? It is because your dead friend liked this movie. Lee Jae-hai shook, like a boxer hit in the jaw. It was like a scene rushing into her head. It was the first scenario at Depot Girls High School. She strangled her friend with her bare hands. To that, how did you? Don't ask how I know. There is no time to explain. Lee Jae-hai looked up at me with blank eyes. You killed your friend with your own hands only to die like this? The first floor deck was pierced with a hook. I grabbed the hook, shooting towards Lee Jae-hai with my bare hands. Lee Jae-hai shook as she looked at me. You can run away here or not. You will never be forgiven. But there were loud shouts. I could hear the sound of Japanese raiders jumping on the ship. If you wake up now, at least you can save some people. I came up onto the second floor deck with the trembling Lee Jae-hai. Lee Gil-young and Jung Hee-won were already surrounded. I raised my weapon. The enemies were ordinary Japanese soldiers. We wouldn't lose in a one-on-one battle. The problem was that there were too many numbers. Quiet. I sliced at the incoming soldiers but couldn't see an end to it. The enemy ships were firing from a distance. We were finished if this ship sunk. The movie would end tragically and we would die here. Lee Jae-hai. I realized the greatness of Lee Sunshin. How did he lead this battle to victory? Wake up now. This was a cursed scenario. We didn't have Song Yojung or Jung Youngdu. Apparently close companions of Lee Sunshin. All we had was a weak girl protected by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. The girl staggered on the deck of the second floor. I am disgusting. I don't deserve to be alive. Yes, it was disgusting. I was disgusting along with the way that I was using her. No one would be qualified. Tears endlessly poured from Lee Jae-hai's eyes. I held Hercules' shield and stood in front of her. Kwang, kwang, kwang. Survive and take responsibility. Atone for the rest of your life or live a garbage life. Just somehow survive. The ship was being broken by the indiscriminate shelling. I turned to her with cold eyes. Or do you really want to die here? Your understanding of the character Lee Jae-hai has increased. All types of emotions came from the crying Lee Jae-hai. She was drowning in the dark emotions of resentment, self-contempt, and disillusionment with the world. Nevertheless, there was a straightforward emotion under it. I don't want to die. The constellations were selfish. There were those who didn't support their incarnation or didn't care if their incarnation died or not. But as long as any constellation was in the stage of their myth, they wouldn't turn away from their incarnation. The constellation Maritime War God has responded to the will of Lee Jae-hai. A brilliant red light burst around Lee Jae-hai's body. It was good for you, Jong-hyuk, but I didn't get nothing. I had something to gain. The character Lee Jae-hai has received a new stigma, the third stigma of Sword Demon Lee Jae-hai. It was the strongest stigma that would later make her a maritime admiral. To God, Lee Jae-hai held the hilt of her sword and looked at the sea. There were many enemies and no allies. She quietly turned her sword towards the world. There are still 12 ships left. A radiant beam emerged from the end of her sword. The character Lee Jae-hai has activated the Stigma Ghost Fleet LV. 1. Water vapor rose in the area. Water sprayed all over the place and 12 ghost ships appeared in the sea. Get revenge on the enemies. The drumming paused like it was embarrassed. Shells flew towards the ghost fleet. However, the ghost fleet was disembodied and didn't suffer any damages. Die in this place. Finally, Lee Jae-hai's fleet started to move forward. 12 ships moved through the water, creating countless ripples. The white barrels started firing and the ships blocking the path collapsed helplessly. Kwa 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 kwa. The girl who didn't cry led the battlefield. In front of the ghost fleet, the warships were completely overwhelmed. It wasn't just me. Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young also gaped at the scene. This was the real power of a stigma. It was the power of the admiral that wasn't pushed by anyone in a maritime war. In the fading light of the sunset, the screams of the Japanese were heard from among the smoke. The whirlpool of Myeongyang Strait sucked in the dead bodies. It took less than an hour for the last enemy ship to collapse. The theater owner is satisfied with the changed ending of the movie. The fourth ending credit has been reached. Performers: Kim Dokja, Jung Hee-won, Lee Jae-hai, Lee Gil-young. You have obtained 500 coins as compensation. As soon as we received the ending credit, additional messages came up. The bounty scenario is cleared. You have received the Maritime War God's reward for the bounty scenario. Frankly, I was filled with expectations. Maybe I would get Ghost Fleet. If I could just get it, then I wouldn't be envious of Lee Jae-hai. The Stigma Song of the Sword has been acquired. I thought I heard wrong when the message popped up. The Stigma Song of the Sword. This was originally a stigma that Lee Jae-hai acquired midway in the story. Yet the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare gave me this stigma. The constellation Maritime War God thanks you. In a sense, this skill was something I needed more than Ghost Fleet right now. If I had this stigma, I might be able to prevent the worst from happening on the 8th floor. The surrounding scenery slowly changed and we returned to the inside of the movie theater. The exhausted Lee Jae-hai was staring at me. Ajusi, you rest here. We will go to save you, Jong-hyuk. But, listen up. I obtained a new stigma, but I didn't have time to laugh. No matter how good the stigma, there was no meaning if this world was over. In order to prevent that end, I had to save you, Jong-hyuk. I distributed the ampoules I gathered to everyone. When raising the stats level, the coin's consumption was increased every 10 levels. Therefore, I would use my coins first before the ampoules. 4,000 coins have been consumed. The comprehensive enhancement ampoules have been used. Stamina LV. 18 Stamina LV. 24. Strength LV. 18 Strength LV. 24. Agility LV. 11 Agility LV. 20. Magic Power LV. 10 Magic Power LV. 15. All stats have increased significantly. We climbed the last stairway. Everyone, get ready. You have entered the 8th floor, the heavenly garden. The 8th floor of the theater was a rooftop. It was a small dome reminiscent of an opera house. As soon as I stepped on the green grass of the rooftop, I found the back of the regressor I was looking for. When I thought about all those who would suffer if he died, my anger soared. Fortunately, the back of his head was good enough to be hit. Hey, Yu Jonghyuk. I ran towards Yu Jonghyuk and hit him in the back of the head. Chapter 40. Episode 9. Omniscient Sunfish. 5. The cold sensation numbed my fingers. Damn it, I really wanted to beat this guy up. But there was something strange. Yu Jonghyuk? This guy, he didn't look back. A gray-white aura was flowing from Yu Jonghyuk's body. The aura felt ominous and caused my hairs to rise. I instinctively took a step back. Looking closer, the aura was connected to an old man sitting on a chair on the 8th floor. I knew everything the moment I saw this old man. The theater master's simulacrum has been revealed. Damn it, it had become like this. Yu Jonghyuk emanated the whitish aura and slowly turned towards me. It was the worst situation. The theater master's simulacrum has controlled the character Yu Jonghyuk. Goosebumps covered my entire body. A formidable killing intent was rising from the guy who lost all sense of reason. There was no character in the world who could stop this guy now. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used Force Palm LV. 4. I barely managed to open my mouth. Wait a minute. Kwang. I experienced a strong pain in my side and my consciousness became numb. As this person who did as he liked shot forward, pages flipped through my head. I was alert. The 8th turn Yu Jonghyuk didn't die in theater dungeon because he was weak. Strictly speaking, Yu Jonghyuk wasn't lucky. The boss of the theater dungeon is the worst opponent for a regressor Lai Yu Jonghyuk. My breathing was back. Kohup, Hyuk. The external reinforced suit is damaged. There is a reduction in the defense. I got up while holding my abdomen. It was a really nonsensical attack power. I ate so many ampoules yet still received this much damage from one blow? One blow dealt huge damage and I was blown away to the other side of the rooftop. The character Jung Hee-won has used Demon Slaying LV. 2. In the distance, Jung Hee-won's eyes were burning. I tried to get up, but my body wasn't listening to me. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used 100 Steps Godly Fists LV. 4. The current Jung Hee-won wasn't Yu Jonghyuk's opponent. She could endure a few blows due to demon slaying, but blood started to emerge from Jung Hee-won's mouth. Yu Jonghyuk was much stronger than I expected. The exclusive skill character list is activated. There is too much information about this person. Character list is converted to summary list. Only randomly specified items will be displayed according to user's convenience. Character summary list. Name, Yu Jonghyuk. Private attribute, regressor. 3rd turn, myth, pro gamer, rare. Exclusive skills, Sage's Eyes LV. 8. Hand-to-hand combat LV. 8. Advanced weapons training LV. 5. Mental barrier LV. 500 Steps Godly Fists LV. 2. Red Phoenix Shuanpa LV. 1. Omitted, Stigma, Regression LV.3 Transmission LV. 1. Overall stats, Stamina LV. 28. Strength LV. 27. Agility LV. 26. Magic Power LV. 25. Asterisk. The character is currently in a loss of reason state. This bastard. He activated a new stigma. Transmission. It was a stigma that allowed Yu Jonghyuk to wake up the skills he had in the past over time. Through this stigma, Yu Jonghyuk would become a full-scale monster. Master. At this time, Lee Jae-hai came upstairs. The jerk flying towards Jung Hee-won turned towards Lee Jae-hai. Kwa 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 kwa. Kayak. Thanks to the favor of the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare, or maybe Ghost Walk, Lee Jae-hai fortunately avoided the blow. I shouted toward Lee Jae-hai. He is being controlled. Go after the theater master. However, Lee Jae-hai wasn't free enough to do so. In the end, We couldn't reach the theater master without going through Yu Jonghyuk. Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai's eyes crossed. Their swords moved towards Yu Jonghyuk at the same time. It was the combo of kendo and sword training. But the combo that damaged even the treks didn't work on Yu Jonghyuk. Kahik. Lee Jae-hai was hit in the face with 100 Steps godly fists, spat out blood and collapsed. The character Jung Hee-won has activated the exclusive skill Judgment Time. The constellations of the Absolute Good system are silent at Jung Hee-won's request. The skill has been cancelled. Jung Hee-won cursed. Damn it, not this guy as well? It was natural. Yu Jonghyuk was ruthless, but his essence was righteous. Jung Hee-won was hit by a force punch and lost her sword, rolling across the ground. In this desperate moment, Lee Gil-young used the special skill Mjolnir's Thunder from behind me. Kukukung. The character Yu Jonghyuk has offset the impact of the attack with lightning resistance. Yu Jonghyuk looked this way. Shit. I knew he would be strong, but this much? I touched Lee Gil-young's shoulder and staggered forward. Gil-young, please, do you know what to do? Lee Gil-young quickly noticed and immediately nodded. Yes, Young. I'm sorry. No. Lee Gil-young started to mumble something straight away. Lee Gil-young's pupils slowly reversed. I didn't want to do this, but now I had to mobilize all my cards. You have used the Tyrant Trex's DNA ampoule. All stats will explosively increase for 30 minutes. Yes, let's fight, you son of a bitch. Stamina LV. 24 Stamina LV. 34. Strength LV. 24 Strength LV. 34. Agility LV. 20 Agility LV. 30. Magic Power LV. 15 Magic Power LV. 25. The vitality in your body is rising. The potential of your muscles have exploded. You can move more agilely than before. Your heart is seething with an unknown energy. The gap in insufficient skills was filled with overwhelming stats. If Yu Jonghyuk's transmission was complete, it would be a useless gamble. But it was possible since the skill level was low. Still, it would only be for a moment. This moment was good. The exclusive skill White Pure Star Energy LV. 1 has been activated. The accumulation of stats will increase the level of White Pure Star Energy. White Pure Star Energy LV. 1 White Pure Star Energy LV. 2. The feeling of the magic power at my fingertips changed. I didn't have to run as he rushed towards me first. I realized my momentum was unusual as he pulled out his sword for the first time. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used Splitting the Sky Energy LV. 2. Kakakakak. Sparks flew from our blades. Neither Yu Jonghyuk or I stepped back. I felt tremendous pressure as I gripped the blade. Blue ether burned around his blade. At this point, it was wonderful beyond admiration. In the world of ways of survival, higher stats created an absolute gap in power. Now my physical stats were in the 3rd stage while Yu Jonghyuk was in the 2nd. TL. So over 30 and over 20. Still, he wasn't pushed by me at all. No, it was to the point where I was pushed. I gritted my teeth. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, has been activated. As soon as the skill was activated, Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts entered my mind. It is painful. Several more times in the future. Do I need to repeat this? I was furious. This bastard already? Wake up, you jerk. I struck his sword with all my might and stretched out a fist towards his jaw. The attack was possible because I read his movements with Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Supak. My fist hit his chin and he stumbled for the first time. Once the regression begins, everything will go back to the beginning. All my companions will lose their memories and my history is erased. You idiot. Then everything will repeat again. In fact, sunfish were very durable creatures. They died because they were vulnerable to stress, not because they were weak. Just like this guy in front of me. The theater master was able to control Yu Jonghyuk was due to his uneasy mental state. The theater master had weak physical abilities but the best mental abilities. If Yu Jonghyuk's mental barrier was over level 80,000, this wouldn't have happened. What am I? Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were blurred. I was furious once I heard the thoughts in his head. Aren't you a real protagonist? As someone who read all 3,149 chapters of Ways of Survival, I was furious. Haven't you only regressed 3 times? I once again hit his head with all my strength. Was it a miracle? The blow to his jaw slowed him down a bit. I didn't miss the opportunity and kicked his chest. Do you really think so? You have already forgotten the determination of your first attempt. I am the only living thing in this world. A lonely voice. You bastard, don't fall into those sentiments. I shouted while blocking his sword. If you can't find the meaning of life in front of you, didn't you decide to live for the greater cause? The exclusive skill, Fourth Wall, is activated. I didn't know who I was talking to anymore. Hot flames sprang up from the blade. My eyes stung and my skin became raw from the heat. My voice was breathless. Maybe I was also lost in the moment. I am alone. It was as if I was Yu Jonghyuk or even lived Yu Jonghyuk's life. My chest was tight. Alone? What did I come here for if you are alone? My sword struck and tore at his hands. Blood flowed and the flesh was torn. I wielded the sword like a madman. I gritted my teeth. Why are you alone? When you died like a fool in the theater dungeon, when you cried over your dead little sister, when the prophet stabbed you in the back, when your loved one gave birth to a child. As I was talking, I strangely recalled other memories. Letters and letters passed. My old memories of Ways of Survival. You went crazy after your child died. The complex memories of his family affairs and things he experienced passed through my mind. Fighting against the demon kings and the returnees. The nightmares of the senior officers in the army. Helping people and fighting against the damn reincarnators. When you finally stood before the constellations. The days when I struggled to get a job and when my bosses were vile and abusive. Everything was in order to live. In order to survive every day. Look around you and try to live somehow. Even so, I returned home. I felt relieved when reading one novel. My hand holding the blade trembled. I became too excited. Damn it. I just needed to buy enough time. I breathed roughly and looked ahead. But something was strange. Was it an illusion? It was only a moment, but a dim light was returning to Yu Jonghyuk's hand. Some things couldn't be understood even if I read his mind. My heart thumped the moment I saw Yu Jonghyuk's look. The excessive immersion has caused the fourth wall to shake. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes were staring straight at me. You, who are you? Chapter 41. Episode 9, Omniscient Sunfish, 6. What are you? I was surprised by the sudden change in thoughts. Surely he didn't regain his sense of reason after hearing my words? How could that be? I was a bit confused. In the first place, I didn't start this operation with the expectation of such a result. The Theater Master's simulacrum is embarrassed. The Theater Master's simulacrum has strengthened his control on the character Yu Jonghyuk. Quiet. Yu Jonghyuk's eyes blurred again. Indeed, I had felt hope, but it was unreasonable for him to wake up himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a sunfish. I would be grateful if he didn't commit suicide. The ether of Yu Jonghyuk's sword trembled. The character Yu Jonghyuk's splitting the sky energy has grown. In the meantime, the skills received through transmission were becoming stronger. It was thanks to the talent of a main character. The white pure star energy gradually collapsed as I kept struggling. I didn't know if it was the limit of the skill itself or a difference in talent. I glanced at Lee Gil-young. Blood was pouring down from Lee Gil-young's nose. The time had come. Jonghyuk. Perhaps after today, Yu Jonghyuk would become surprisingly strong. I pushed his sword away as hard as I could. Do you remember what I asked before? I asked if I could hit you? There was a difference in natural talent. In the next few years, Yu Jonghyuk would become incomparable stronger than me. But not right now. At least for now. You told me to hit you if I could. Do you remember? If I did this now, then at least for a moment. Blade of Faith is activated. The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether property is converted to fire. I could overwhelm this ridiculous guy. Ether blade. The fire ether appeared in empty space. Warwick. Yu Jonghyuk was surprised by the sudden attack and took a few steps back. He instinctively felt that it was something extraordinary. But it was too late. The stigma Song of the Sword has been used. Song of the Sword. It was one of the strongest combat buffs that the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare was proud of. Your sword is filled with the words left by the Duke of Loyalty and Warfare. There was a large variation in the attack power depending on which verse was sung, but it was a perfect skill for me right now. Shooting arrows like rain and protecting the Generalissimo from guns firing on all sides. Fortunately, it was a verse from the Nanyung Ilji. Wiki link. An enormous magic power emerged and all the burning ethers were united. I swung it towards Yu Jonghyuk. The chaos was like a thunderstorm. The fire ether took the shape of arrows and started to bombard him. It was an attack that couldn't be used for a long time due to insufficient magic power. However, this would suffice. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Numerous red wounds appeared all over Yu Jonghyuk's body. In this damn world where coins represented all values and the constellations decided the development of the world, I still needed Yu Jonghyuk. Thus, I would protect him today. Warwick. Yu Jonghyuk's actions stopped as flames burned the area. I looked at the theater master sitting at the edge of the garden. The theater master's simulacrum is extremely alert to you. Now was the only chance. I started running. In the distance, I could see the theater master stiffen. Then, the character Yu Jonghyuk has used Recovery LV. 2. Damn it, Yu Jonghyuk was already chasing after me. Recovery. It was a scam skill where he could recover quickly after being hit hard once a day. He already obtained the skill due to transmission. No matter how fast I ran, I couldn't be faster than Yu Jonghyuk, who used Red Phoenix Shuinpa. I ignored the theater master in front of me and collided with Yu Jonghyuk's sword. I could only believe in my last card. I cried out with all my strength. Gil Young. Kukukung. The moment I cried out, there was a huge crack in the ceiling of Sky Garden. The black dome surrounding the roof was breaking. The Yu Jonghyuk running towards me was also the Yu Jonghyuk manipulated by the theater master. He looked up with surprise at the ceiling. It was generally impossible for the shielded area of a hidden scenario to be broken. But it was possible for uncommon existences. In the distance, Lee Gil-young was crying while wiping his bleeding nose. Yua. In order to deal with a monster, you had to call a monster. A huge insect dug into the cracks of the broken dome. Rattle. Like thin glass, the dome broke and the roof was split apart. The astonished theater master screamed. A monster that could destroy the shielded area of a hidden scenario. It was like a gigantic praying mantis, the insect king of great size. The 6th grade insect king, Titanoptera, has appeared. It was an appearance that caused goosebumps. The monster that had been fighting with the poisonous rhino the other day. This monster came here in response to Lee Gil-young's diverse communication. Lee Gil-young laughed. Titano? Don't tell me it did look similar, but surely not. The huge praying mantis flew towards the theater master. Then Yu Jonghyuk blocked it. The character Yu Jonghyuk has used strong self-defense LV. 4. Kwarong. There was a massive sound and Yu Jonghyuk's body was pushed down into the floor of the rooftop. Yet Yu Jonghyuk was still standing. Ku. He was really a ridiculous monster. He could do with a 6th grade species with his current abilities. Yu Jonghyuk even launched a counterattack. Kaio. The Titanoptera screamed at the hard blow. Surprisingly, Yu Jonghyuk was on par with the 6th grade insect king. Maybe it was something he saw when fighting with me. The color of the theater master was returning. Yu Jonghyuk was strong. It was a sudden situation, but the theater master thought he could win. He was wrong. He should have been looking at me. I ran towards the theater master again. There wasn't long left on diverse communicatin'. I wouldn't let Lee Gil-young's efforts be in vain. Blade of Faith is activated. The theater master belatedly discovered me and shouted. The theater master's simulacrum. According to the setting of Ways of Survival, this named boss was made with all the heart and soul of a constellation. A lot of time passed and he was in a deteriorated form, becoming the boss of a hidden scenario. However, he was still able to penetrate Yu Jonghyuk's mental barrier. The one who received the divine protection of a constellation. He was never a pushover. The theater master's simulacrum has triggered simulacra. It was a delirium skill on a higher level than the specter's welcome prison. The surrounding space distorted and all types of illusions appeared. The monsters seemed closer to reality than illusions. The ground rats, growls, poisonous rhinos, treks. The monsters I had encountered so far were running towards me. The fierce teeth and violence claws ripped and clawed at me, but I didn't stop. I wasn't afraid. It was all fake. They didn't exist. They were all fiction from a novel. The moment that the blade of faith reached his neck. The theater master's simulacrum has triggered mental erosion. Mental erosion. It was the advanced cognitive manipulation skill used on Yu Jonghyuk. I wasn't afraid because I had the fourth wall. But something unexpected happened the moment he penetrated my head. The theater master's simulacrum is embarrassed. Abyss of the ego. All types of thoughts gathered and the pages of ways of survival fluttered. See this? This is. Numerous texts emanated a faint light and floated in the darkness. It was the chapters of ways of survival that I had read. The exclusive skill, fourth wall, is activated. The complexion of the theater master changed as he dug into my head. He looked at the strings around him and his face whitened. Don't tell me you, This was the last thing he said. Strangely, he looked at me in awe. The moment blade of faith was about to cross his neck, a dazzling light came from his body. It was like a ghost touching a divine light or the penalty for breaking a taboo. He was destroyed without a trace. I looked down at my hands and felt dazed. What just happened? The theater master's simulacra has been killed for the first time. You have obtained 9,000 coins as compensation. You have met the conditions to clear the hidden scenario. You have obtained 4,000 coins as compensation. These messages rose. I looked back and saw Yu Jonghyuk collapsing after being released from the theater master's control. Fortunately, he didn't die. The same was true for Lee Gil-young, who had forcibly used diverse communication. Young. I rushed over and embraced Lee Gil-young. Lee Gil-young lost strength and fainted in my arms. The barrier surrounding the theater dungeon has disappeared. The barrier covering the ceiling vanished and I looked at the insect king. Surprising, it turned around and fled. It was like all interest had vanished. I breathed out with a sense of relief. It was over. Are you okay? Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai staggered over. I'm fine. Hee-won-si? I'm okay. Fortunately, Jae-hai is safe. Lee Jae-hai was hit a lot by Yu Jonghyuk and she couldn't speak because her mouth was swollen. The ending time for the third main scenario is approaching. Perhaps it was time for the end. I looked around the rooftop and saw that dawn was coming, making the day brighter. If Lee Hyun-sung was here, he would recite the homeland prayer. Jung Hee-won groaned. Seoul. The ruined city area was illuminated by the faint light of dawn. I heard intermittent explosions from far away. Now there was no more poisonous fog. The poisonous rhinos were crushed under the collapsed buildings. I could see people fighting among themselves. They were probably a group that ended the scenario before us. The entire landscape was trapped inside a huge dome. It was a large barrier that seemed to be breaking. Currently, Seoul was isolated in a transparent dome. Jung Hee-won said, "Really, it is all ending." It was a scene that had to be acknowledged once again. I looked at the collapsed buildings and thought that Minosoft would be somewhere there. Usanga would be disappointed. It was because Usanga was a person who worked hard. Lee Gil-young wriggled in my arms. "Have you regained consciousness?" Lee Gil-young nodded and pointed to the sky. From a distance, a meteor shower seemed to be falling. The meteor shower was originally the forerunner of the main scenario. However, the number of meteor showers was more than before. It meant the hall would open soon. The meteor showers were probably falling all over the world. Jung Hee-won admired it. Pretty? Jung Hee-won didn't know. The meteors that looked beautiful from a distance would make a nightmare for the people where it fell. Now a bigger disaster would come. Lee Gil-young gathered his small hands together and muttered something. Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai were silent for a while. Maybe they were also praying. It was funny. Wishing to the beings who would become a source of nightmare, it was probably only human beings who did this in the entire universe. After a while, Lee Gil-young opened his eyes and looked up at me. Young isn't making a wish? I looked down at Lee Gil-young and replied, I have made a wish. What is it? Gil-young, you shouldn't ask that. Jung Hee-won scolded him. I watched Jung Hee-won, Yoo Jong-hyuk, and then the collapsed soul again. I wish to see the novel's epilogue. Lee Gil-young looked at me with confusion. I silently gazed at the sky. There were slight cracks in the sky above Seoul. Once the sun rose, the Dakibis would open a new hell. Chapter 42. Episode 10 Future War 1. Main Scenario Number 3 Emergency Defense has ended. You have obtained 1,000 coins as compensation. The main scenario, which was supposed to begin only after the sun had risen, actually started less than 10 minutes after the third main scenario was over. The fourth main scenario is about to begin. Damn, how long had it been since the third scenario ended? I went straight to Lee Jae-hai. You take Yoo Jong-hyuk. Can I do that? You can't go downstairs now anyway. It will be a problem for when he wakes up. Lee Jae-hai nodded as she looked at Yoo Jong-hyuk. Please inform me when he wakes up. I want to give him another hit in the back. I headed downstairs with Jung Hee-won. I carried Lee Gil-young, who had completely fallen asleep after the meteor shower. The dungeon disappeared and it turned into an ordinary theater. The items in the rewards room on the 5th floor were turned into ordinary stage props. It was as if everything that happened yesterday was a dream. Then Bi Thyung's voice was heard. Do you know what I am going to say? Yes. Sigh. I nearly fell down. I felt a little relieved as I listened to Bai Hyung's grumbles. The constellations were powerful, but they weren't omniscient. It was because all the sounds and images of the scenario were transmitted through the channel. What did this mean? Was it filtered properly? I was too excited that I said too much. Of course it was. Is there something wrong with my channel? That level of information is automatically filtered. If my thoughts were correct, the words I said to Yoo Jong-hyuk would be conveyed to the constellations in the following way. Do you really think so? You have already forgotten the determination of your attempt. Why are you alone? When you like a fool when you cried over when your loved one gave to helping people and fighting against the dam. When you finally in fact, I didn't know how much filtering there was. It might be more than this, but it wouldn't be weak. In the original work, Yoo Jong-hyuk experienced information being blocked this way at the beginning, even when information about regressors was spreading. The constellations didn't hear anything. Don't worry. The problem is that even I didn't hear much. You didn't hear it? This was a bit odd. The Dakibi also couldn't hear the information? Yes, that's right. What were you talking about? Information that even the Dakibi didn't know. I had one guess. Perhaps the constraints of probability had begun? I naturally came up with something from Ways of Survival. Probability is a great deterrent that controls the star stream. I was reminded of it, but it didn't help me straight away. One of the reasons why Ways of Survival was ruined was that there were too many settings the writer didn't know well. What is the reaction among the constellations? They are fed up. There is still an uproar about what you were talking about. I guess so. The constellations experienced a filter and the movie suddenly changed into a silent movie. If they were smart, they should start paying attention to the possibilities I had. The fact that my words were filtered meant I knew information that shouldn't be revealed at the present time. A few constellations are watching you to explore your secrets. The constellation Secretive Plotter is excited by your existence. 2,000 coins have been sponsored. I thought Bai Hyung had forgotten. I received so many indirect messages that I didn't send them to you. Do you understand? Do so in the future. I only want messages about coins. Am I your manager? The figure of Bai Hyung disappeared. I thought he was becoming cuter over time. One thing was finished and the other. Doc Jassy, is it hard? They'll carry Gil-young. It would be appreciated. I handed Lee Gil-young to Jung Hee-won. Her face looked somewhat serious. I hesitated for a moment before opening my mouth. Hee-won-si. Huh? What are you worried about? No, just… Jung Hee-won hesitated for a moment before sighing. Okay. It isn't in my nature to keep it in. Indeed. Jung Hee-won got directly to the point. What is Dokjasi's identity? Did you hear something earlier? A little bit. I thought she wouldn't hear it because we were quite far away. Unfortunately, she heard something. Jung Hee-won was closer than Lee Jae-hai, and no human-to-human filtering is possible. Lee Gil-young let out a loud snoring noise. I decided to be half honest. I know part of the future. Really? Yes. Jung Hee-won thought about something for a while. She seemed to be wondering if my words were true or not. Then Jung Hee-won seemed to have decided as she bit her lips. Do you Sangha and Lee Hyun-sung know? They don't know yet. I answered in earnest, and Jung Hee-won stepped away from me with Lee Gil-young. Surely you aren't going to kill me? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Normally, a development like you know too much about me will occur. Where did this normal development come from? Somehow I seem to be a bad person. I don't know what the normal development is, but I would have already killed Hee-won-si if I wanted to. Actually, that is a bit weird. I don't have bad thoughts. It is actually the opposite. The opposite? I looked into Jung Hee-won's eyes and said, the future scenarios will be more dangerous. You might almost die many times and might lose precious things. So, I looked into Jung Hee-won's increasingly nervous eyes and said, please stay with me from now on. What do you mean? It means to be my companion. It was time to make my people. Trustworthy people who wouldn't easily betray me. Jung Hee-won, who I helped awaken and could read her mind, was the most suitable talent. Jung Hee-won looked blank for a moment. Dokjasi didn't consider me a companion before? It is actually the opposite. I'm not the one who doesn't think of you as a companion. Jung Hee-won's eyes shook. I deliberately took a step back. If you don't want to be companions, think of it as a deal. I need Hee-won's strength, and my information will be helpful to Hee-won-si. It is give and take. The important thing is that our relationship won't change in the future. It is a bit abrupt. Do I have to answer now? No. For a person like Jung Hee-won, a leisurely approach was better than a hasty and emotional one. In fact, Jung Hee-won's expression wasn't bad. The character Jung Hee-won is relieved at your honesty. The character Jung Hee-won is seriously thinking about your proposal. Maybe it wouldn't be long. I had a big influence on Jung Hee-won's awakening event, and my presence would be deeply stamped in her subconscious. Perhaps when this scenario was over, the second sponsor selection would begin. Then Jung Hee-won would gain a sponsor. The real power of Jung Hee-won would be shown from then on. Then can I ask you something? Yes. Do you know what I am doing in the future? I looked up. Wouldn't this be filtered? I also don't know. Huh? There is no Jung Hee-won in the future that I know. What? That's why this deal is really necessary for Hee-won-si. Jung Hee-won's eyes widened. Jung Hee-won wasn't in the original book. She was a variable that I raised directly. Her attribute was good enough, and if she got a proper sponsor, she would play a key role in changing future scenarios. Especially if I fought against people with other variables that I didn't know. Then a loud noise was heard from downstairs. Think about it. Let's hurry. We descended to the platform where many people were putting pressure on a small group. I understood the situation. The Landlord Alliance. They were still like this. Where did that bastard Kim Doksha go? Tell me quickly. Looking closer, I saw that the Landlord Alliance were harassing Lee Hyun-sung. I deliberately walked towards them and spoke in a loud voice. You Sangasi, Lee Hyun-sung-si. You. An alliance member cried out as soon as I came down to the platform of line 4. I saw a familiar landlord uncle. The evidence of the fierce battle remained on the bastard's body. At first glance, I could tell that his overall stats had risen sharply. I liked it. Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu used Arm Zone and 8 turrets rose. The alliance members centered around Gong Pildu looked at me. They didn't know the person who saved them. This jerk. The moment Gong Pildu was about to say something, there was an electric current in the air. The fourth main scenario will start in 5 minutes. Along with the system message, Dakibi Baihyung appeared. Ha ha ha, everyone. Have you been well? People's expressions stiffened at this nasty guy's face. It looks like you are all restless. What is it now? Of course I came because of the announcement for the fourth scenario. This is shit. Now, don't act like that. Don't you know I go after the first person who complains? The fourth main scenario has to do with the other stations. A fairly exciting story is waiting for you. I'm sure you will be satisfied. Everyone's complexions darkened as they heard about other stations. Chungmuro alone was this bad. It was obvious how much trouble there would be if other stations were involved. Baihyung laughed. By the way, in order to proceed with this scenario, you have to perform another task first. Won't it be a mess if the number of people increases? Therefore, you need a presence to lead you. In other words, there must be a station representative. It was finally starting. From now on, we will play a skirmish. Could be called a warm-up game. The rules of the game, well, you will see. Baihyung smiled and disappeared, while a message window popped up in front of everyone. The sub-scenario has arrived. Plus, sub-scenario elect a representative. Category: Sub. Difficulty: C. Clear conditions. Take the white flag installed in the center of the platform. Time limit: 30 minutes. Compensation: 1,000 coins. Chungmuro's representative. Failure: the representative of the station can exercise strong control over the members. Plus, before the message window fully popped up, Gong Pildu was already running to the flag in the center of the platform. He truly was like a ghost. Everybody get out of the way. Gong Pildu pushed people like a runaway locomotive and was in the lead to get the white flag. This couldn't happen. The moment his fingertips were about to reach the flag, I opened my mouth. Gong Pildu down. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Whack. I stepped on the back of the collapsed Gong Pildu and took the white flag. You have pulled the white flag from the flagpole. You have become the representative of Chungmuro. You are qualified to walk the King's Road. Chapter 43. Episode 10 Future War 2. As soon as my hand wrapped around the flag, I felt a strong energy rising in my body. Originally, this was something the third turn Yu Jonghyuk should have, but it didn't matter. Wasn't he already strong? Kim Daksha has occupied the white flag. If the white flag doesn't change owners in the next 5 minutes, Chungmuro will be under his control. If the flag is snatched in the next 5 minutes, the timer will reset. A timer appeared in the air. 5 o'clock. Gong Pildu pointed at me with a pale face. Take away the flag. You only have to snatch it in 5 minutes. The alliance member belatedly regained their minds and started rushing towards me. It was like this? Lee Hyun-sung turned to me. Dakjasi. Hyun-sung-si. We called out to each other at the same time. Hercules' shield flew out of my hands into Lee Hyun-sung's hands. See this? I picked it out for you. Throw away what you previously used. A big smile appeared on Lee Hyun-sung's face. The character Lee Hyun-sung has used the exclusive skill Wide Area Defense. A translucent shield centered on Hercules' shield surrounded our party. Indeed, this was the secondary skill attached to an upgrade item. Wow, what is this? People groaned as they ran into the air shield. They tried to break the protective shields with their old weapons, but it couldn't be broken with upgrade or upgrade items. In the end, the alliance members had only one place to turn to. Pildusai. Out of the way. The level of arm zone had risen considerably, and there was already a small arm zone under Gong Pilda's feet. He reduced the area to shorten the cooldown time. He was using his brains. Well, I had to handle it properly. Pildu, did I tell you to get up yet? Eek. Gong Pilda's head once again slammed into the ground as he fell flat. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Keep your head on the ground until I tell you to get up. The perplexed alliance members shouted at Gong Pildu. People dusai? People me up. Quickly. The terrified alliance members tried to raise Gong Pildu up, but it wasn't easy because Gong Pildu was very heavy. And It is annoying, so turn off the turrets. The character Gong Pildu has released Armed Zone LV. 6. To this bastard. Shut your mouth as well. Stay silent for 30 minutes. Under the terms of the contract, command rights is activated. Oof oof oof. The alliance members became completely panic-stricken once Gong Pildu became powerless with just a few words. Of course, the same was true for Lee Hyun-sung, Yu Sanga, and Jung Hee-won. I said with a smile, now everyone seems to have figured out the situation and I'd like to talk to you. I could see people wincing and withdrawing. There were roughly 29 people left. 20 members from the Landlord Alliance and 9 extra people, including me and my party. The number wasn't high, but it was better than I thought. It was because having too many people at the beginning was difficult to control. I watched them and said, now you have 2 choices. It was time to pick a side. The first one is to leave Chungmuro and go to another station. Or stay here with me. What are you saying so suddenly? Just answer me. Will you remain here or will you go elsewhere? You better decide before the main scenario starts. Or else your life will be in danger. The eyes of the people present started to quickly move. Someone looked at me, someone else looked at Gong Pildu, and another person looked at the tunnel leading to another station. I could tell their thoughts just be looking at them. I won't stop anyone who wants to leave. But anyone who stays here will be under my control. Control? Behavior like the Landlord Alliance is no longer acceptable. I won't allow tyranny over a small group. A handful of people watching me furtively started to stand by my side. They had been treated harshly by the Landlord Association and thought it was better to stick with me. It was a good judgment. A few Alliance members shouted, in the end, you are going to reign. I won't deny it. But I won't take taxes or survival money. Is our safety guaranteed if we enter your group? A man from the Alliance asked. Well, they bothered the tenants so much that it was natural to worry. They'll guarantee some outside safety, but I won't interfere with what is going on inside. You must deal with conflicts between individuals yourself. To that, they'll give you 1 minute. You have until then to decide. There was no need to wait for 1 minute. People had already made up their minds. Some of the Alliance members walked over to me with determined expressions and bowed their heads. They were relatively young. Thank you in advance. I was wrong in the past. Thank you for your generous forgiveness. It is a pleasure. You don't have to ask for forgiveness from me. Some members within the group felt a sense of trust towards you. However, several others decided to leave Chungmuro. They tried to raise the fallen Gong Pildu. I watched them and said, leave Gong Pildu. That guy is mine. What? If you have decided, then leave quickly. The 5 Alliance members frowned at this and withdrew. Kangxi, do you really not want to come with me? It is better than staying under him. Let's all go. Are you really going to serve that guy? You've seen him. But there were no more defectors. The 5 men cursed a few times before heading for the tunnel towards Myeongdong. They wanted to gain land elsewhere and become new landlords. Unfortunately, their plan would fail. In the 4th scenario, the people wandering were good prey to predators. Once 5 minutes passed, the system messages popped up. The sub-scenario has ended. You have earned 1,000 coins as compensation. The white flag will show its true effects to the Chungmuro representative. Current group, 24 people. Your reputation is still too weak to gain the title of king. The title of king. Indeed, it was hard to get the title of king with just a white flag. In order to walk the proper king's road, I had to change the color of the flag. Of course, the white color had its own authority. You have gained control of the Chungmuro group through the effect of the white flag. You can punish a group member who goes against you. There are currently 5 people who have left. I could give a punishment to the 5 distant men, but I left it alone. Terror was effective in controlling people, but such tyranny wasn't suitable for me. Well, thank you, I said while looking everyone in the eyes. Lee Hyun-sung was looking at me with respect while Yu Sanga and Jung Hee-won nodded. The rest of them were looking at me with similar expressions. They were still rabble, but it wasn't a bad start. Shortly afterwards, Bai Hyung appeared in the air. "Oh, you have voted for a representative. Then let's start the game. The fourth main scenario is activated. Plus, main scenario number 4 struggle for the flag. Category, main. Difficulty, C. Clear conditions. Hidden because there are many contents. Time limit, 12 days. Compensation, 2,000 coins. Failure? Plus, I pressed the clear conditions. Numerous messages appeared in front of me. Plus, clear conditions. 1. Every station has a flag and flagpole that can be occupied. Asterisk, the flag can only be carried by the representative of the station. 2. You need to protect the flag from other station groups. If a flag is taken away by another group, the losing group will be taken over by the group that occupied the flag. 3. You can put a flag in the flagpole of another station. The authority of the flag is only for the representative of each station. Once the representative dies in an armed conflict, the authority of the representative is transferred to the person who holds the flag first. If you take the flag of another station group, the treatment of the group deprived of the flag is determined by the group that took the flag. 4. You must occupy the flagpole of the target station within a certain time limit. Failure to do so will result in the death of all group members. 5. The target station your group should occupy is Chongsin Station. Plus, Jung Hee-won thought for a moment before opening her mouth. We have to keep our flag and flagpole while putting out flag in other stations. Am I understanding it right? That is how I understood it. We must take the flag to Chongsin Station. Lee Hyun-sung also spoke. Then I said, that's right. Everyone has understood. Jung Hee-won narrowed her eyes at my words. She knew I was pretending not to know. Now that I knew the future, she kept looking at me. I grinned towards Jung Hee-won. Yusanga touched her shoulder and said, again, we once again have to fight against people? Lee Hyun-sung thought for a moment before replying. It said that we can decide on the treatment of the group if we occupy their flagpole. Hopefully there might not be any casualties. Ah, I see. That death won't necessarily occur if we take over the station. If we can accept the members of that station group when deciding the treatment, yes, it is possible to clear it without anyone dying. Lee Hyun-sung replied with a smile. However, my heart wasn't comfortable. It seemed like Yusanga and Lee Hyun-sung were trying to understand the world with some saintly logic. There was no such thing as a scenario where no one died. The fourth scenario would have more casualties than any precious scenario. As if she knew my heart, Jung Hee-won changed the topic. What line is Chongsin Station? I think we should know that first. Lee Hyun-sung confirmed it on the route map. Line 6. If we go to the tunnel, we can use the transit route. Then we should split the group. How about a few people guarding this place while others go to scout? I didn't have to say anything as they actively exchanged opinions. It was somewhat heartwarming. The activation of the scenario will turn off Chungmuro Station's safety borders. You can now freely move to other stations. As people were exchanging their opinions, I approached Gong Pildu. Gong Pildu, you can speak now. The command was turned off, but Gong Pildu couldn't easily open his mouth. I know that you feel badly towards me, but you have to adapt. The days when you are a landlord are over. I know why you have been so obsessed with land, but do it moderately. If you want to survive in the future, don't you have something to do? Gong Pildu's eyes were shaky. I continued speaking. You will be in charge of protecting this place. Just like the third scenario, Gong Pildu was very useful for the fourth scenario. As long as Gong Pildu protected this place, Chungmuro would be safe unless someone on Yu Jonghyuk's level came. Why should I speak to you? This time I want to enforce it with a command. If you follow my request, there will be a reward. Think carefully. Think about your family. Gong Pildu's eyes became bigger at my words. You how? At this moment, noise was heard from the tunnel. Bong. There was a loud horn sound and headlights shone on the railway of Line 4. There was a bike engine sound and an exhaust sound. Something was coming towards Chungmuro. Chapter 44. Episode 10 Future War 3. It hadn't been long since the scenario began, and already? I tried to recall the original story, but there was no recollection of such an early invasion. It meant variables had appeared. In the darkness, the headlights turned off and there was the sound of people talking. We finally made it to Chungmuro. Really, it took them a long time to break the scenario. Hey, be quiet. They are going to hear. And don't you know that the scenarios are different between stations? I watched as the people came closer with weapons. The most important thing in a battle was to take the lead first. I went forward, followed by Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won. Then Usanga in the rear. Lee Gil-young was still sleeping. How many seconds passed? The 4 men and women in the darkness walked towards this side. I opened my mouth. Stop there. Well. The people stopped in their traces when they saw the blade I was pointing. There were white bikes beside them. I heard weapons being pulled out, but a man's voice was faster. Wait a minute. Calm down. Oh, I can't even talk because I am too scared. Put down your weapons and slowly come this way. The man put down his weapon and approached with both hands raised. Once he entered the light, the man's impression wasn't bad. He gave off a reasonably favorable impression. His thin eyes were in a gentle curve. Don't be too wary. We didn't come here to fight. Then why did you come? Let's start with the introductions. I'm Kang Il-hun and I help manage the Dong Demon group. Kang Il-hun? Nobody popped up in my head straight away. Furthermore, the representative of Dong Demon. Things were becoming strange. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Since the skill worked, he was certainly a character in the novel. Character information. Name Kang Il-hun. Age 31 years old. Constellation sponsor. Shameless good gossiper. Private attribute. Rumors expert. General. Exclusive skills. Weapons training LV. 2. Art of communication LV. 3. Spread rumors LV. 1. Stigma. Making a commotion LV. 1. Overall stats. Stamina LV. 12. Strength LV. 13. Agility LV. 13. Magic power LV. 10. Overall evaluation. Unfortunately, he didn't develop his character due to the wrong sponsor. But he is a person with good ability who can be used. He spreads rumors regardless of truth or lies. So be careful. Rumors expert. It was time for these guys to start acting. Kang Il-hun looked at me with slight impatience. Your name is? Kim Dokja. Ah, Kim Dokjasi? A flash of wonder coursed Kang Il-hun's face as he heard my name. However, it was only for a short moment. Nice to meet you, Dokjasi. Since you have a flag, you must be a station representative? That's right. He looked closely at the color of my flag and then the people around me. It was to confirm the power on our side. He was keen eyes, but unfortunately, he met the wrong opponent. If you have seen enough, get to the main point. Haha, I beg your pardon. We also need to be concerned about safety. Kang Il-hun continued speaking without any panic. Once again, we didn't come to fight. What if we came with a good offer? I watched Kang Il-hun's party. None of them had a flag. How can I believe that? Want you know if you check the rules? If we came to fight, we would have come with the representative. Only the representative can occupy the flagpole. It was true. It was obviously true. What is the offer? We came to ask for an alliance. At these words, the members of Chungmuro started murmuring. Kang Il-hun shook. You are uncertain because Chungmuro just opened. In fact, the 4th scenario has already been in progress for 2 days. 2 days? Usanga reflexively muttered. Kang Il-hun nodded. Yes, the 3rd scenario is slightly different in content and duration between stations. Perhaps you didn't know this? The 3rd scenario was just over, but I already knew this. In the original story, Chungmuro was a latecomer in the scenario compared to other stations. In other words, we started with some losses in terms of information. In that sense, Kang Il-hun's alliance offer was a timely temptation. Information was required, and this was beyond our strength. The problem was, what did the other side gain? It is a difficult offer to accept. I don't know if you have an ulterior motive. HRMM, Dokjasi's words are definitely right. You won't believe in the alliance, so I will first state what we will get from the alliance. In short, Chungmuro isn't our target station. How can I believe that? You can believe it or not. But please think about it. If Chungmuro was our target, we would have dragged the main force of our station here. To be honest, the flagpoles are most vulnerable just after the station is open. It wasn't very persuasive. What will you do if our target station is Dong Demon? Haha, there is no need to worry about that. We already know the station that is targeting us. We didn't come to you for no reason. I see. Let's clear the scenario by helping each other. Since our targets are different, is that what you mean? That's right. Isn't it good to help each other at this time? Kang Ilhan smiled and nodded. I was silent for a moment and Yusanga opened her mouth. I have a question. Kang Ilhan grinned at Yusanga. Yes, what is it, pretty girl? Why did you come to Chungmuro? If you came from Dong Demon, you could have made an alliance with other stations. It was an unexpectedly sharp point. Kang Ilhan looked slightly confused. Oh, that, as I told you, Chungmuro just opened. The other stations have already formed alliances. But I thought that Chungmuro wouldn't have. Haha, I have to ask, has Chungmuro already made an alliance? HRMM? No, we haven't. Kang Ilhan looked happy at my words. Then form an alliance with Dong Demon. You won't regret it. Above all, we have a winning solution for this scenario. A winning solution? Yes, in fact, our group knows the hidden secrets of this scenario. Kang Ilhan grinned and drove in the last nail. We will tell you if you agree to an alliance with us. Asterisk. After a while, I sat with Yusanga, Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won to exchange opinions. Yusanga spoke. What do we do? Should we establish an alliance? I'm going to disagree. I can't believe them. I feel uneasy. Once Jung Hee-won spoke, Lee Hyun-sung gave his opinion. But it wouldn't be bad if they have information about this scenario. Certainly, we can't fully trust them, as Hee-won-si said. Finally, they looked at me. I shrugged. Then for now. Once we made a decision, we called over Kang Ilhan and the Dong Demon group, who were looking around Chungmuro Station. I will make a decision once I have met your representative. Oh, is that so? Where is your representative? At Dong Demon. If you don't mind, I will guide you. Please do so. We got on the back seats of the bikes they came on. The people I took with me were Lee Hyun-sung, Yusanga and Jung Hee-won. Lee Gil-young was left behind with Gong Pildu. It was because he overused diverse communication and hadn't woken up yet. Of course, I didn't forget to give an order to protect Lee Gil-young. Then let's go. There was the sound of the bikes turning on and we started moving. Once 20 seconds had passed, I opened my mouth. By the way, Kang Il-hunsi. Yes? Those people, did they say anything else about Chungmuro? Huh? What does the... For example, if you come here then there will be a very scary man called you Jong-hyuk. Haha, what are you saying? I gave a signal and our party jumped from the back seats of the bikes at the same time. Usangasi. Yusanga used binding thread and tied the 4 bikes together. There was a roar as the bikes collided with each other. Kwang. The Dong Demon members screamed as they crashed down. Fortunately, our party was safely hanging in the air due to Yusanga's thread tied to the ceiling. It was a type of seat belt. It was an incredible feat that made Yusanga seem like Spider-Man. Kang Ilhan was covered in dust as he lay on the ground and shouted, What are you doing? What am I doing? That is what I want to ask. I looked at the dark tunnel. In order to ambush us, you should raise the level of the stealth a bit more. It was enough for me to detect despite not having absolute senses. Kang Ilhan noticed something was wrong and screamed, Attack them. At almost the same time, people hiding all over the tunnel emerged. I knew it. They were aiming for my flag. The character Jung Hee-won has activated the exclusive skill Judgment Time. The absolute good constellations have agreed to the use of this skill. Judgment Time has been activated. I thought it might not. Isn't this a complete mess? Jung Hee-won laughed with a surprised expression. It is hard to find bad people. Jung Hee-won spoke in a cold voice and her sword flashed through the dark tunnel. Her eyes were red from using Demon Slayer. The bloody light swept through the darkness as people were slaughtered. What? This crazy girl. Sikyak. Sikik. There were 10 peep, but Jung Hee-won killed them without a hitch. It was a scene that showed how much Jung Hee-won's stats had risen after the hidden dungeon was cleared. I also used white pure star energy and easily suppressed Kong Il-hun. A few hours ago, I was dealing with Yu Jong-hyuk. This guy wasn't very difficult. Dak Jassy, Chungmuro. I looked back at Lee Hyun-sung's cry and saw that there was a commotion in Chungmuro. They were ambushed as soon as we left Chungmuro. I left Kong Il-hun to be tied up by Yusanga and rushed to Chungmuro. There was already a melee happening on the platform, but I decided to watch the situation for a while. There was something I needed to check first. What are these bastards? Dozens of group members that ran from the Myeongdong direction waved weapons at the people of Chungmuro. By the way, the weapons they were carrying were familiar. That is Kimse's weapon. The Landlord Alliance members who headed towards Myeongdong had already been hit by these guys. Indeed, the wanderers who lost their group were just seen as living coins. The most noticeable enemy was one wearing a red flag around his head like a bandana. Gain control later. It will be over if I just put the flag in. That's right. He was the representative. Chapter 45. Episode 10 Future War. 4. Push through to the flag holder. Based on the direction he was running from, he seemed to be the representative of the Myeongdong group. They had joined hands with Dong Demon. The Myeongdong representative Kim Hyun-tae has used the additional effect of the red flag. It was someone who already changed the color of the flag. Furthermore, it was red. In fact, the key to struggle for the flag was the color of the flag. It was from white to red, navy, brown, purple, and black. The flag provided increasingly better effects as the color changed. The Myeongdong group has received the buff effect of the red flag. Attack and defense has increased by 5% each. If the flag was already red, it meant he had occupied one or more stations or had killed the flag bearer of another station. Looking at his eyes, he seemed to have pretty good fighting power. But he shouldn't have aimed for Chungmuro. The character Gong Pildu has activated Armed Zone LV. 6. The character Gong Pildu has activated Private Property LV. 6. Gong Pildu didn't move too late. Trivial pups. I was glad I didn't have to use the command rights. If this was the case, I could leave Chungmuro's defense to Gong Pildu. The 8 mini-turrets fired at the same time towards the Myeongdong group running towards the flagpole. What? Oak. Do. Pieces of flesh flew through the air. Gong Pildu was truly a scam. Quack. Huddle up. The Myeongdong group gathered together in a tight defense formation, but it wasn't enough to endure the shells from the level 6 arm zone. Quang. 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 How many shots were fired? The enhanced magic bullets caused the Myeongdong group to be riddled with hold and collapse. Gong Pildu was scary as an enemy but strong as an ally. There wasn't information about this. Retreat. But there was no place for them to run away. Where are you going? The special option of Unbroken Faith is activated. The ether property is converted to fire. Chwak. The ether blade made of flames created a wall of fire that blocked their escape. The moment that the confused people hesitated, Gong Pildu shot at them. Do. He pierced through. Quickle cough. The Myeongdong representative was hit in the head by a magic bullet and the flag was released. Gong Pildu's eyes shone as he found the flag. Sheesh, this brat. Do you want me to step on your back again? The running Gong Pildu stiffened. Damn. I immediately picked up the Myeongdong flag that had fallen onto the tracks. Focus vanished from the eyes of the desperate Myeongdong group members. You have won the flag of the Myeongdong group. Your white flag has absorbed the cumulative achievements of the red flag. Your white flag has evolved into a red flag. I felt a stronger force swirling inside my body. You are one step closer to the King's Road. The flags after the red flag improved not just the abilities representative but also the surrounding group members. Apart from overall stats or grade and above items, the flag was one of the few ways to improve basic combat power. Due to this, groups aimed at stations other than the target station. The other king candidates would have already entered a full-fledged war to change the color of their flags. The stronger they became, the more they could enjoy this world. The remaining members of the Myeongdong group are waiting for your decision. I grabbed one of the wounded Myeongdong members in the area and asked, "Why did you aim for Chungmuro?" I had realized something when I first heard Kang Il-hun's words. It was true that Chungmuro had just opened, but it didn't make sense for them to rush in like they had been waiting. The observations of the party and the strange look he made when he knew I was the representative. These guys knew about this station from the beginning. I brought my blade to the man's neck and asked, "Tell me, who gave you the information of Chungmuro?" The most likely people were the prophets. The guys I met in Theater Dungeon mentioned hidden information that other people didn't know. I had been searching through ways of survival, but I never saw the group name prophets. So who were they? There were two hypotheses. One, due to an unknown variable, a new prophet had appeared apart from Anna Croft. The second, besides me, there was another reader. Honestly, I thought it was probably the latter. The prophet attribute wasn't so easy to obtain. Furthermore, prophets was a plural. Well, I could check it from now on. I looked at Gong Pildu and said, "By the way, why didn't you act more moderately? Why should I show mercy to those running wild?" Gong Pildu looked annoyed. Unfortunately, the people of Myeongdong group weren't able to answer because they had been hit by too many bullets. As soon as I asked them a question, they coughed up blood and died. In the end, I could only ask one person. I looked down at Kang Il-hun, who was behind guarded by Lee Hyun-sung. His eyes rolled uneasily while he was tied up with binding thread. Yusanga asked, "Was everything planned from the beginning?" I thought there was a high probability. As soon as the station opens, two groups will unite and attack. It was a prior promise. Saying things with such a good face, Yusanga's expression became dark. "Are you sorry? There isn't going to be an alliance." "A little bit. Don't believe in people too much. Things won't be as easy as you think in the future." "I know. Still, if possible, I wanted to believe. I was able to come here because I believed in someone." Yusanga looked at me. "Hey, how long are the two of you going to talk? Quickly pry the information out." Jung Hee-won interrupted us. Indeed, now wasn't the time to give life advice. I released the thread blocking Kang Il-hun's mouth. Kang Il-hun was trying to stay calm. "What will you do with me now?" "It depends on how much information you can give me." "Are you basing the standards on usability?" This guy talked back even in this situation. There was more to him than I thought. If so, I had to use a hardline method. Jung Hee-won said, "In any case, the constellations see him as wicked. How about trying torture?" "Why bother with torture? Just kill him if he doesn't speak." "Huh?" I pulled out my sword without hesitation. Kang Il-hun trembled as he looked up at me. "From now on, I will count to 3. If you don't open your mouth in that time, you will die. There is no reversal." I deliberately triggered white pure star energy and inserted the sword into the ground. 1. Kadududuk. The ground was scratched with the power of white pure star energy as the blade started to move towards him. Fragments of the floor flew towards his face. 2. The heat of the blade warmed his face as it approached his nose. In a short time, the ether blade would cut his eyeballs. 3. Dongmyo Station. I smiled. Torture? There was no need for that. Kang Il-hun gasped for breath and explained. "The people from Dongmyo Station gave us information about Chungmuro." "Dongmyo? Who was there? Who was it?" "He called himself a prophet." By the way, this guy's condition was strange. His eyes were rolling and his tongue hung out like a dead person. I had an ominous feeling. Surely it wasn't suggestion. Usangasi, hurry and block his mouth with a thread. Fortunately, Yusanga's threat blocked this guy's mouth before it could close. Using suggestion to control information from leaking, they were more meticulous than I thought. On the other hand, it was easier for me to solve the problem. Suggestion was a skill that could only be used face-to-face. I looked down at Kang Il-hun and stated, "You are a lucky guy. If he was present, I could definitely identify one of the prophets." Asterisk. Before I went on the full-fledged search, I headed to the roof of the theater. He still hasn't woken up? Maybe it was because she didn't know I was coming, but Lee Jae-hai shook. Yu Jong-hyuk was still unconscious and lying on her knees. Jerk, he was the main character yet he wasn't going through any hardship. Meanwhile, I was the tired one despite being the reader. How is it downstairs? Don't worry and rest. Master, will he be okay? He will be fine. Although there might be some trauma left. Trauma? His mental state is more fragile than a child's. He will be a bit better after a good sleep. It sounds like you know a lot. I know him the best in this world. I spoke in a dry tone and pulled out some paper, writing on it with a pen. I filled it with notes and handed it to Lee Jai-hai. Don't read it but give it to Yu Jong-hyuk when he wakes up. Do you understand? I understand. She said so, but Lee Jai-hai would definitely read it. However, Lee Jai-hai wouldn't be able to understand it, since it was filled with things only Yu Jong-hyuk would know. By the way, did the information on the paper also look like for the constellations? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband hates. Indeed. I was turning around when Lee Jai-hai opened her mouth. By the way, can I ask you something? What? Earlier with Master and Ajusi, somehow I seemed to know what Lee Jai-hai would say. Damn. Lee Jai-hai heard as well as Jung Hee-won? I've been stupid. I only considered the constellations and never thought about the humans listening. Yu Jong-hyuk would laugh at my stupidity. What was a good excuse? Well, that. You too. What? I decided to feign ignorance. Lee Jai-hai's expression became more serious. Ajusi's words. So what? Wake up, you jerk. Don't fall into those sentiments. Lee Jai-hai imitated my voice and shouted. I felt embarrassed suddenly hearing my words emerge from someone else's mouth. For the first time, that determination. Have you already forgotten? Wasn't something strange? This child, she almost heard it at the filtered level. I came here because of you. Why are you alone? We are together. No, wait a minute. I've always been around you. Don't lose hope. Think of the child. That isn't what Why did I come here if you are alone? I stared at Lee Jai-hai for a moment. No, how could she hear it this way? Something like that? Ajusi, you and Master. I sighed. Think what you want. Indeed. Don't worry. They'll give him this love letter. I shrugged and turned around. Behind my back, Lee Jai-hai's bullshit continued. Wait, how did you give birth to a child? Ask Yu Jong-hyuk. Yes, Yu Jong-hyuk. I leave everything to you. The next moment, indirect messages exploded in my head. Some constellations are greatly affected by the truth of the filtering. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband respects your taste. The constellation demon-like judge of fire likes your comradeship. The constellation secretive plotter thinks it is ridiculous. 600 coins have been sponsored. Damn, there were other idiots. In any case, I told Yu Jong-hyuk what I needed to. I hurried through the theater. During the time Yu Jong-hyuk was the sleeping prince, I had to gain as much benefits as possible. Chapter 46. Episode 10 Future War 5. After coming down from the theater, I headed straight to Myeongdong Station with Lee Hyun-sung and Yu Sang-ga. Dongmyo Station was important, but there was something to be done first. I killed the Myeongdong representative and taken the flag, so I had to hurry and occupy the empty station. Lee Hyun-sung spoke in a worried tone. Is it okay with just us? There won't be a fight. I will decide what to do with them. If I leave it alone, they will die soon. The wanderers who lost their group would become prey to other groups if they weren't lucky. Just like the Landlord Alliance members who left Chungmuro Station. But the moment we arrived at Myeongdong Station, we saw an unexpected sight. The people in Myeongdong Station had already been hit by someone. It was also very gruesome. I saw a group of men standing near Myeongdong Station. The men were flustered and quickly fled in the direction of Hohyang Station. It wasn't easy to chase them because they had bikes. It was as if they knew I was coming. There was more than one or two odd things. Lee Hyun-sung asked, "Who are these people? What happened?" "I'm not sure. Even Doc Jassy doesn't know." Lee Hyun-sung gulped nervously. Fortunately, the flag holder of Myeongdong Station was empty. Currently, there is no group occupying Myeongdong Station. Are you sure you want to take over the station? I plugged the flag into the flag holder and pulled it out again. Then a flag that was the same as mine appeared in the flag holder. You have occupied Myeongdong Station. A station that has been occupied can't be taken from you unless the main base or flag is taken away. Currently occupied, Chungmuro, main base, Myeongdong. The achievement points of the red flag are rising. The red color of the flag turned darker. Your influence has expanded by taking over a new station. The hidden scenario has arrived. The King's Road has begun. Plus, Hidden Scenario King's Road. Category Hidden. Difficulty A. Clear conditions. Take over a minimum of 10 stations within the time limit. Time limit 10 days. Reward the attribute of a king. Failure. If you can't take over a minimum of 1 station per day, you and your group members will all die. Plus, I finally arrived at the terrible hidden scenario. Once I started this quest, I couldn't turn back. There were only 2 fates for a king. Become a king or die. The new king candidate has started to walk along his road. From now on, it was the full-fledged flag struggle. Asterisk. I returned to Chungmuro, gathered the party members and told them about the hidden scenario. Jung Hee-won made an interested expression, while Lee Hyun-sung looked confused. Usanga was as anxious as always. It sounds like a difficult scenario. Dakjasi, will it be okay? It's okay. An angel or a fool. In this situation, they were worried rather than jealous about the hidden scenario. Lee Hyun-sung said, I'm glad that Dakjasi is the king candidate. Thank you. Then should I call you Your Majesty? I was hit in the head by Jung Hee-won after being touched by Lee Hyun-sung's serious words. I don't want that. Your Majesty, based on this hidden scenario, shouldn't we go occupy a new station right away? You should think about the lives of your subjects. Jung Hee-won said sarcastically. I nodded. I think we need to find out about the people who attacked us. They'll go straight to Dongmyo. Jung Hee-won-si and Lee Hyun-sung-si, will you go with me? Usanga raised her hand at my words. Then Usangasi will stay here. Really, on the other hand, more. I listened to Usanga's voice and it sounded glum. Perhaps Usanga was thinking that she was useless. Her damage wasn't as strong as Jung Hee-won and she didn't have a strong physique like Lee Hyun-sung. In addition, she didn't have a powerful trump card like Gil Young. Usangasi. Yes? All her previous specs had become obsolete in this new world. But she was too good to be jealous of other people. Thus, her inferiority complex was quietly festering. Usanga, not everyone can do the same things well. Yes, I am aware of that. Usanga smiled weakly. I spoke carefully so that she wouldn't feel it was an admonishment. Do you remember the words that you said on the subway? Daksha has a solo life and I will have an ivory life. Yes, I remember. I wrote it on the notepad of my smartphone. Why did she look so elated? In any case, I couldn't hate it. I continued speaking. Usangasi has things to do here. I can't leave the unconscious Gil Young alone. I need someone to monitor Gong Pildu and to control the nervous group members. Usanga's eyes shook. Besides, the Hohin forces must be kept in check. They might attack while we're away. Gong Pildu is here, but Usanga's binding thread might be necessary. See, can I do this role well? Usanga spoke weakly because of her low self-esteem. Hey everyone. In that way, I will give Usangasi a job position. What do you think? Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won thought for a moment before nodding. Okay, I can trust it if it is Usanga. King, if you wish then do so. I glared at Jung Hee-won. Did she think that was funny right now? You are using the unique permissions of a representative. Chungmuro Station's representative, Kim Dokja, is transferring some of his authority to group member Usanga. Group member Usanga has become the deputy of Chungmuro Station. In the future, group member Usanga can deal out punishments on behalf of the representative. Usanga looked at me with stunned eyes and stuttered. She looked terrified. Giving this position to me, I will leave it to Usangasi. I meant it. Once again, not everyone could do the same things well. Based on what I remembered, Usanga would be appropriate for this. Yusanga was the best person in the human resources department, not someone else. Oh, I'll do my best. Yusanga bowed before slowly raising her head. Tears could be seen in her eyes. Asterisk. We headed straight for the tunnel on the east side. We had to pass 3 stops before arriving at Dongmyo. We moved with the fainted Kang Ilhan. Honestly, taking this guy was a burden, but I needed him to identify the faces. When I looked back at Chungmuro, I could hear Yusanga's voice. Everyone, please gather. As I expected, Yusanga worked harder in the shadows. The people were already organized and were receiving their orders. Sentries were set up and people were put in charge of different areas. Some of the landlords said they wouldn't listen to Yusanga, but Chungmuro Station's deputy, Yusanga, has used the punishment. I vaguely heard someone moaning. Was this okay? Well, it should be fine. Jung Hee-won looked at my face and said, "Good job." I felt that Yusanga had been a bit depressed. I didn't select Yusangasi because I was thinking of her emotions. I thought Yusangasi would do really well. Ah, is that so? Then please me something later. It should fit me. How about an executioner? Forget it. Jung Hee-won grumbled and turned her head away. It was good after all the jokes she played. But that gangster on the roof, is it okay to leave him? Oh, you mean Yu Jong-hyuk? I guess his name is similar. It will probably be fine. Sounds like you know him very well. What is it? That? I thought for a moment before asking. Hwonsi, do you have a younger sibling? Yes. Why? A brother or a sister? A brother. How old is he? He is 1 year younger. How is it having a brother? Annoying. He easily defies me and I had to take him to school instead of my mother. Jung Hee-won fell silent as she was complaining about her brother. She gazed somewhere in the air. Then I asked her, "But now you are worried about him, right?" "Well, we are family. I am similar." Dak Jassy also has a younger brother? Nope, I'm talking about Yu Jong-hyuk. Jung Hee-won looked at me and nodded. Then do you like or hate him? I hate him. I fought with many people because of him. I wasn't the only reader of Ways of Survival in the early days. Quite a few people followed along out of curiosity up to the 10th chapter. There were also 12 readers at the 50th chapter. There was a guy who liked Kim Namwon while I argued with him. I wonder if any of the people who fought with me back then were alive. Maybe the people I was going to catch now was one of them. You seem to have become very close. Lee Hyun-sung interrupted, and I suddenly realized I was walking too close to Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won smiled. Why, Soldier Ajusi? Are you jealous? Charamem. It isn't like that. Come to think of it, didn't Lee Hyun-sung join the army right after going to a male high school? I felt sorry for Lee Hyun-sung when I thought about the setting. It seems we have arrived at Dongdaemun History and Culture Park Station. In fact, the entrance of Dongdaemun History and Culture Park Station could be seen in the distance. We nervously stuck to the tunnel wall and looked around. It was in case troops were waiting. But this worry was pointless. Jung Hee-won muttered, "It is strange. There are no sentries." The fact that there was no guards while struggle for the flag was ongoing meant that the station had already been eaten by another group. Once we confirmed this, we immediately approached the flag holder. The station has already been occupied by Dongmyo Station. If you want to occupy the station, take the flag of Dongmyo Station or occupy its flag holder. It was as expected. Then Kang Il-hun's body twitched. His body was shaking like he was having seizures and his condition was strange. I released the thread blocking his mouth and Kang Il-hun shouted, "No. What is this all of a sudden? Dongdaemun Station." Saliva spilled from Kang Il-hun's mouth as he stuttered. I felt something and unintentionally put a hand on his shoulder. Then, the character Kang Il-hun is now a wanderer. It was evident that Kang Il-hun's affiliation to Dongdaemun had changed. Jung Hee-won asked, "What is happening?" "It seems that Dongdaemun Station has been taken over." Huh? Suddenly everything made sense. Yes, the people who leaked the information had this in mind. A double trap. They incited the Myeongdong group and Dongdaemun group to strike Chungmuro because they knew the two groups would die in Chungmuro. While the main force were gone, They wanted to take Myeongdong and Dongdaemun. The unidentified people at Myeongdong Station probably also belonged to them. But how did they know we would win? They couldn't know about my presence. The representative of Chungmuro Station in the third turn was originally, alright, that jerk. Was this what they aimed for? I was certain. The prophets who created this plan were surely. At this moment, Lee Hyun-sung reacted. People are coming. A group of people were approaching from the Dongdaemun tunnel. On the surface, they were a group with a considerably good weapons. The items seemed to have an average of a grade or above. It wouldn't be easy to arm them to this degree already. It was unbelievable power. The man in the center of the group spoke to us first. The man had a slim build and wore all types of items on his arms and neck. Kang Il-hunsi? Geez, you brought a needless load of crap to me. Kang Il-hun was shaking and he fainted with foam around his mouth. I wondered, perhaps this guy? The exclusive skill character list is activated. A moment later, amazing messages were heard. The information of this person can't be read in character list. This person isn't registered in character list. Look at this. The man looked at us. Is there going to be a self-introduction? Or the group of men simultaneously pulled out weapons. I took the lead to reply. We are from Chungmuro. Chungmuro? At this moment, sparks popped in the air. Someone is using Explore attribute on you. The exclusive skill fourth wall has blocked Explore attribute. The man stumbled like he had been shocked. He hesitated for a moment before turning bewildered eyes towards me. I'm sorry? What is your name? I glanced at Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung once. Then I smiled and said towards the man. I spoke in my coldest and heaviest voice. I am Yoo Jong-hyuk. Chapter 47. Episode 10 Future War 6. It wasn't an illusion. The guy's eyes instantly widened when he heard my name. Don't tell me? He carefully observed my face. That reminded me, what was the description of Yoo Jong-hyuk in Ways of Survival? There wasn't a detailed appearance, but the word handsome was attached. And my face? Could this be considered a fictional allowance? What is it? Nothing. His tone became politer. I didn't know what was going on in there, but his head was probably in a complicated state right now. At least one thing was certain. The man in front of me had clearly read Ways of Survival. His eyes urgently returned to Lee Hyun-sung by my side. It was inspecting the attribute. I see. Was he digging up information? I deliberately gave him some time to observe Lee Hyun-sung before opening my mouth. Impertinent person. You better move your eyes carefully. Geek? He confirmed Lee Hyun-sung's name and also noticed that he could view my character window with detect attributes. I didn't know how far he had read in Ways of Survival, but there were a few characteristics that could be used to identify Yoo Jong-hyuk. One of them was the SS skill, Sage's Eyes, which allowed for universal detection and protection against detection skills. Now he would be convinced that I had Sage's Eyes. Did you think I wouldn't know that you peeked at me with upgrade skill? The spasms started from the man's eyes and spread through his face. Then his eyes wandered to the red flag I carried on my back. It was as I guessed. There were limits to the evidence that he could find about Yoo Jong-hyuk. You son of a bitch. One of the men in the group hadn't figured out the situation and pointed a spear at me. The moment that Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung was about to come forward. Piak. The man's head burst and red blood splattered like a fountain. The group immediately screamed. From beyond the blood, I saw a serious-looking man. Look at this bastard. He slowly walked through the crowd towards me. I'm sorry. Such a distinguished person had to see a horrible sight. Who are you? The man tried to manage his expression at my cold tone. He was pretty good. If I was him, I would like my heart was going to burst. I will formally introduce myself. My name is Lee Sung-kook. I am the deputy in charge of Dongmyo Station. This guy approached and bowed before me. I liked it. Then I started the full-fledged Yoo Jong-hyuk cosplay. After I snapped at him, I opened my mouth and spoke in a cold voice. Dongmyo Station? I see. Then get out. Huh? This is my station from now on, so get out. This guy's mouth dropped open. What? You aren't going to listen to me? I looked down at the flag holder that had the Dongmyo flag. Lee Sung-kook belatedly understood my point. That is impossible. You can't transfer a station already occupied. Do you think I'm a fool? You are the deputy. Yes? If you have the authority of a deputy, the station can be transferred at will. You didn't know? If you don't take it out by the time I count to 3, I will cut your neck. 1. Lee Sung-kook's face stiffened. The men slowly surrounded me, giving off a nasty atmosphere. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung were nervous because they didn't know why I was suddenly doing such a crazy thing. I continued speaking. Does it sound like I am joking? 2. Was it hard to remember after reading the novel 10 years ago? It looked like he forgot who Yoo Jong-hyuk was. Then I had to jog his memory. The exclusive skill White Pure Star Energy LV2 has been activated. Blade of Faith is activated. Cheating. I saw Lee Sung-kook's pale face beyond the burning white blade. This was a game of chicken. Remembering Yoo Jong-hyuk meant he knew a bit about who Yoo Jong-hyuk was. If he knew how ruthless the early Yoo Jong-hyuk was, then he would never be able to continue this game. If he didn't know Yoo Jong-hyuk properly, then it didn't matter. I would play the game and run away if we were going to lose. Now I had enough strength. At this moment, Lee Sung-kook hurriedly shouted, Wait a minute. I'll give it to you. This brat, he had read Ways of Survival. But he didn't read it properly. No need. Huh? You answered too late. Yes? This place isn't enough. Give me Dong Demon as well. Jung Hee-won made an astonished expression by my side. She looked like she was ready to act. But she couldn't go out. No, I had to act. Because I was now Yoo Jong-hyuk. I had to speak more nonsense in order to make him believe I was Yoo Jong-hyuk. I aimed my sword at Lee Sung-kook and declared, If you don't do this, there won't be a deal. But I will count to 3 again. 1. Lee Sung-kook's expression changed in real time. He was starting to believe that I was Yoo Jong-hyuk. The protagonist of a novel was standing in front of him. How would he cope? The way he acted here would determine my relationship with these guys in the future. 2 can give you Dong Demon History and Culture Park. But, I don't have the authority to hand over Dong Demon. If you don't mind, would you like to meet our representative? It was a great response. It was just the level of prey that I wanted. Lee Sung-kook kept on talking. Yoo Jong-hyuknam's reputation is well known. Our representative will be greatly looking forward to seeing Yoo Jong-hyuknam. Please give our group a chance to talk with Yoo Jong-hyuknam. You know me? How can I not know Yoo Jong-hyuknam? Lee Sung-kook shut his mouth the moment he said this. He thought he said something strange. Yoo Jong-hyuk couldn't be famous this early on. Anyway, it will be an honor if you accompany me. I stared at him and replied, Yes, this level was acceptable. Okay, show me the way. Lee Sung-kook's expression brightened and he added useless words. Don't worry. I swear on the king's honor that I won't harm Yoo Jong-hyuknam. Dongmyo Station's deputy, Lee Sung-kook, has sworn on the king's honor. If he breaks this vow, Lee Sung-kook can be punished by you. What a great guy. But he did the right thing if he really thought I was Yoo Jong-hyuk. Wasn't his understanding of Yoo Jong-hyuk better than I expected? Then he would pay for it. Hurt me? You guys? Of course. None of us can lay a finger on Yoo Jong-hyuknam. Ha ha ha. Then this way. Just a minute. Yes? I pointed to the flag holder. Give me that. You have received the transfer of Dong Demon History and Culture Park. Currently occupied. Chungmuro, Main Base, Myeongdong, Dong Demon History and Culture Park. The achievement points of the red flag are rising. The flag was changing before my eyes. It was a good start. No, wasn't this too easy? Then let's go. I watched Lee Sung-kook's shaking shoulders and felt strange. Wouldn't it be okay to continue living as Yoo Jong-hyuk? Asterisk. We were guided by Lee Sung-kook towards Dongmyo Station. The Dongmyo members didn't know my identity, but Lee Sung-kook's attitude was so stubborn that they couldn't protest. I walked with my party at the rear of the group. Lee Hyun-sung hesitated before looking at me and opening his mouth. Excuse me, Doksh. Kook. Jung Hee-won noticed quickly and hit Lee Hyun-sung's stomach. There was the sound of wind being blown from the lungs, and Lee Hyun-sung moaned. As expected from Jung Hee-won. She didn't know the exact situation, but she knew how to match the mood. I muttered out of the side of my mouth. You know what to do without me telling you? Yes, roughly. I watched Jung Hee-won and then Kang Il-hun being carried by Lee Hyun-sung. The most important person right now was that guy. Make sure to restrain that guy. Understood? Jung Hee-won nodded and made a strange gesture. She kneeled in front of me and cried out in an exaggerated voice. Yes, Jong-hyuk. I will do as you say. Anyone who saw it would think about medieval knights. The funny thing was that the surprised Lee Hyun-sung did the same thing. Two will do as you say. Lee Sung-kook, at the head of the group, was surprised to hear these two voices. It was embarrassing, but the result was good. I couldn't read Lee Sung-kook's inner thoughts, but it would be like this if I could read it. He must be you, Jong-hyuk. Lee Sung-kook met my gaze and quickly turned his head back to the front. This was how a main character felt. Not long afterwards, we arrived at Dongmyo Station. They were a pretty powerful group, seeing as many people were on the platform. There were some people with weapons like Lee Sung-kook's group, but most of them didn't have any. They were probably wanderers from other stations who lost their group. Move faster. To understand. They were slaughtering the ground rats while being supervised by the Dongmyo members or disassembling the corpses of the monsters to make equipment. The so-called slave class. It was a common scenery in the Age of Kings. Jung Hee-won frowned. This isn't a real kingdom. I spoke to Jung Hee-won. Don't be disgusted. Wait here and look at the situation. Yes. I'm ignoring Jung Hee-won and started to observe the surroundings. It was to take into account additional variables. Dongmyo was quite important in the original novel. If I remembered correctly, the representative of this place was the invalid. But the story was likely to have changed if the prophets intervened. I looked at the back of Lee Sung-kook's head. At this point, I had two questions. 1. Did Lee Sung-kook have his own text version? 2. How many prophets were there? And if I had to say a third question, did they have the same skills as me? It didn't seem like it. Otherwise, he would have used character list instead of detect attributes at the beginning. Besides, he didn't seem to have the fourth wall when I used character list. In other words, he was a case like Lee Gil-young. Well, I read over 3,000 chapters. It would be unfair if they received the same perks as me when they only read a few chapters. Speaking of which, I don't think they had a text version. By the way, what was this person looking so hard at? Lee Sung-kook was looking at his smartphone. 5,000 coins have been invested in agility. Agility LV. 20 agility LV. 30. An amazing agility lies in your body. I approached Lee Sung-kook like a ghost. What are you looking at so hard? Huh? It is nothing. The guy hurriedly hid his smartphone. It was a flash, but I saw the screen. A yellow background and familiar speech bubbles. I felt a sense of discomfort. If my eyes weren't wrong, I had definitely seen a chat room on the screen. The internet? Right here? Chapter 48. Episode 10 Future War. 7. The internet, it wasn't possible. Since the scenario started, the internet had been shut down all over Seoul due to the activation of the Dakibi channels. No, wait a minute. This was Dongmyo Station. Alright. Then the internet was possible? Lee Sung-kook looked at me with an uneasy expression and opened his mouth. Excuse me, you Jong-hyuknam? What? We've arrived. The representative is waiting inside. I saw a medium-sized tent roughly set up in the middle of the platform. The representative had an assortment of goods. Let's go. Lee Sung-kook bowed his head and guided me. The inside of the tent was quite luxurious. It was unbelievably luxurious for such a shabby tent. There was a red carpet and a bed that seemed to have been stolen from a luxury hotel. There was a round table for a meeting and a small desk with a computer. The most interesting thing was the boy concentrated on surfing the internet. The face seemed only a few years older than Gil-young. The boy had dark circles and sat on the chair in his pajamas. And there was a navy blue flag held tightly in his arms. Amazing. This boy had already passed the halfway mark of the King's Road. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Character information. Name Han Dong-hoon. Age 17 years old. Constellation support. Shadow behind the curtain. Private attribute. Noble invalid hermit hero. Exclusive skills. Wide area internet LV. 5. Comments manipulation LV. 3. Keyboard attack LV. 3. Small eater LV. 6. Sound wave blocking LV. 2. Stigma. Lack of presence LV. 2. Overall stats. Physique LV. 10. Strength LV. 10. Agility LV. 19. Magic power LV. 26. Overall evaluation. A person who is the peak of the noble invalid hermit type. His wide area internet skill installs a virtual LAN cable to specific devices through the Dakibi channels. He has an amazing ability to incite public opinion but has weak mental defenses. The sponsor is very dissatisfied with the circumstances of his present incarnation. Asterisk currently under a powerful hypnosis. I clearly remembered. Dongmyo's king. Maybe this boy would soon become the hermit king of shadows. The poor boy king was busy replying to internet comments. Is it true that Seoul is now isolated? Gangnam land prices will fall. Are the rich people crying? It isn't just Seoul but all the capitals in the world. Tokyo, Beijing, all of them are trapped in that dome. Isn't there a plan to recapture Seoul? Didn't it start yesterday? But now all the people inside have awakened powers. It isn't a crazy fantasy. It became a fantasy the moment the monsters appeared. The long familiar internet screen looked weird. I once again felt it was real. Indeed, this was the situation we were in now. On the outside of the dome, many people still didn't know the truth. The boy king's fingers started to move. You guys, have you ever heard of the prophets? I don't know what they are, but they claim to know the secrets of this situation. Character Han Dong-hoon has activated comments manipulation LV. 3. As soon as the activation message popped up, dozens of comments appeared under the boy's one. Who would believe that? I thought that as well, but not anymore. I saw a prophecy not long ago and it all came true. TL, short form for real. Where's their place of action? Shoot me the address. The comment started to spread all over the internet with tremendous power. It was surprising. They were already using the ability this way. Representative Han Dong-hoon? Lee Sung-kook called out and the boy raised his head. A guest has come. Greet him. The boy Han Dong-hoon's sunken eyes turned to me. Hello. Han Dong-hoon wasn't in a normal state. This boy, who was called the 7th king of Seoul in ways of survival, now looked so haggard. Originally, he avoided humans due to his nature, but it wasn't this much. Han Dong-hoon staggered up and sat on a chair at the round table, biting at his nails. Lee Sung-kook smiled as if he was satisfied. Now you Jong-hyuknam. Let's start the talk with the representative in earnest. I gazed at Han Dong-hoon and laughed. Talk? What talk? Huh? Are you joking with me right now? Han Dong-hoon's eyes were blank. This is the representative? Obviously, the boy was the representative of this station. In name. But the word representative didn't meant in reality. How long are you going to make fun of me? You want to make me talk with a doll? I looked back and saw Lee Sung-kook's hands shaking. He probably didn't think that Sage's eyes would find out. He opened the smartphone to check something inside. You Jong-hyuknam. I'm not usually like this. Please forgive me. You are the real power of this station. Isn't that right? Yes. How many other people know? Only a few top executives. Setting up a person with a strong ability as a scarecrow and taking control of the station. It was a strategy often used in ways of survival, but it was strange to see it in reality. If you are the real power, why did you bring me here? It was to avoid the attention of other people. I don't know if you have realized, but there is a sound wave blocking skill around the tent. I had expected it. In fact, this was one of Han Dong-hoon's abilities. It must be really important. That's correct. You Jong-hyuknam. It is important for you and for all of us. All of you? Lee Sung-kook took a deep breath and opened his mouth. I'm a prophet. To be precise, I am one of them. The information I wanted was finally coming out. I waited silently for his next words. Yu Jong-hyuknam, you will never know the enormous joy we are feeling right now. My colleagues and I have been waiting for this day of great victory for Yu Jong-hyuknam. Did I hear wrong? This guy started speaking strange words. We know about Yu Jong-hyuknam's special ability, a miracle that allows you to go back to the past after dying. In this world, only Yu Jong-hyuknam received such special power. I was a bit nervous about the constellations filtering, but I decided to keep listening. Maybe Yu Jong-hyuknam has already repeated a few lives. You have fought against terrible enemies and struggled against the beings of this world to save people. Enduring alone, lonely memories, we respect your sublime spirit. This jerk, such skillful flattery. Yu Jong-hyuk would be moved to tears if he heard. Later, when he was depressed, I would have to tell him these words. But Yu Jong-hyuknam should have realized it from your past regressions. Even if you have an outstanding miracle, you alone can't fight against the disasters that will come. Plus, he was right. Yu Jong-hyuknam, this time will be different. It is because we are here. We prophets have received a special blessing and have been sent to help you. Wow, look at this. Lee Sung-kook smiled faintly. You must be wondering, why did these guys who didn't appear last time suddenly show up now? It is very confusion, but I hope you can trust us. It is because we have already received a revelation for this day 10 years ago. Revelation? Yes. In our world, there is a revelation that is secretly shared among the prophets. Yu Jong-hyuk exists in it and is a living myth. It is a single revelation that records all of the past and future. Wait, don't tell me that was the revelation? You don't believe me yet. We already knew that Yu Jong-hyuknam would gather Lee Hyun-sung. They didn't come with you, but you probably already have Delusion Demon Kim Namwon and Maritime Admiral Lee Jae-hai. But that isn't enough. At the very least, according to the revelation, I hid my nervousness and asked, where is the revelation? Unfortunately, it has been damaged and we can't find the original. Don't worry. We each remember a fragment of the revelation. Through these fragments, we are prepared to walk the right path with you. Ohu. If you live again the way you have always done, Yu Jong-hyuknam will die again. But it will be different with us. Lee Sung-kook was going in circles. I slowly closed my eyes and said, I see. Lee Sung-kook hurriedly stopped talking. Maybe he was nervous. Yu Jong-hyuk had lie detection. Of course, I didn't have this skill. But even if I did, his story wouldn't get caught by lie detection. It was because lie detection couldn't distinguish such falsehoods. That's why I felt it even more. It is surprising. It was true. I was shocked beyond surprise. This was a great setting. A setting that was squeezed out in a short amount of time. Human creativity was really great. You are called Sung-kook? Yes, Yu Jong-hyuknam. I could write the book Ways of Survival. In order to help the hero who kept dying, readers received a revelation and came from outside the novel. This was more exciting than the real Ways of Survival. But that was it. Don't go around in circles. This was it. Get straight to the point. I heard the setup, so it was time to speak. You have received the revelation of the future. Then what exactly are you going to do? Lee Sung-kook quickly replied. We would like to form an alliance with Yu Jong-hyuknam. IIT is an alliance in name, but it actually means going under you. He was a funny guy. In the end, this was his purpose? Riding the bus that was the main character? I see. An alliance. You want this? Yes. It is an interesting suggestion. This means, I tapped my fingers against the table. But the order is wrong. Huh? How can I form an alliance with people whose identities I don't know? If you want to ally with me, isn't this the first thing you should start with? MME identity. I got up from the chair and sat on the plush bed in the room. Then I crossed my legs and declared, kneel down. Huh? Kneel. Lee Sung-kook was embarrassed for a moment before getting down from his chair while hiding his expression. As his knees slowly reached the floor, I opened my mouth. Tell me your attribute. Once I saw the strong hypnosis on the king candidate, I guessed this guy's attribute. However, I needed to make sure. Lee Sung-kook looked up at me with complicated eyes. His mind was probably working hard. He would think this. Yu Jong-hyuk can see my information with Sage's eyes. He already knows it, so what is the reason for asking about my information? Lee Sung-kook struggled for a moment before speaking. My attribute is hypnotist. As expected, it was hypnotist. I see. Lee Sung-kook looked a bit brighter at my nod. He thought he had passed a test. Is that all? Huh? Lee Sung-kook's eyes shook. Oh, one more. I nodded. Tell me. To the ninth. The ninth? Lee Sung-kook slowly lowered his head like he was ashamed. The ninth person to get off. I see. This brat, the ninth. No, wait. Then how many people were there? Chapter 49. Episode 11, Night of the Prophets. 4. The ninth person to get off. It is the first time I've heard of this attribute. Oh, you probably wouldn't have. This is the first time us prophets have seen it. This brat was giving an excuse. I wanted to tease him a bit. But it is strange. If you really received the revelation, why aren't you a revelator instead of someone who got off? What is with this name? That, the revelation, no, the Book of Revelation. Lee Sung-kook stuttered. It was delightful watching him try to avoid lie detection. I wondered how honest he could be. Lee Sung-kook finally closed his eyes. When I read the Book of Revelation, I stopped. You stopped reading it? Why didn't you read it? The contents of the Book of Revelations are very difficult, vast and profound. Then you were the ninth person to get off? Yes. I don't think that will be of much help to me. And no, I can definitely help you. The confused Lee Sung-kook continued to speak gibberish while uneasily turning his smartphone off and on. Why do you keep touching that smartphone? I'm sorry. I am a smartphone addict. He was trying to get advice from the other ones who got off. But that didn't last long. Are you going on the internet? Why, that's right. It is the ability of the hermit. At Lee Sung-kook's words, I looked towards Han Dong-hoon. The hypnotized boy was busy tearing at his fingernails with empty eyes. The hermit king of shadows who had the powerful information manipulation ability. This boy couldn't be kept under the prophets. If the prophets became involved in the story in this way, the original novel was ruined and the plans I set up would be wasted. I had to stop these guys before everything went wrong. Do the other prophets also have the attribute of getting off? Yes. How many are there in total? That. Lee Sung-kook hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. As far as I know, there are 48 people. 48 people. It was smaller than I thought. Considering that chapter 1200 had 1 hit and chapter 120 had 10 hits, I thought there would be at least 100 people. Lee Sung-kook's words resolved my curiosity. I know there were more prophets originally, but I expect most of them didn't pass the first scenario. They are dead despite knowing the future? That we have received the revelation, but we only recently realized that it was a true revelation. Now it made a little sense. Perhaps at the start of the scenario, few readers thought that a novel that started serialization 10 years ago would become a reality. They might not remember it straight away. I thought it was strange that Lee Sung-kook survived. Furthermore, this guy was the 9th person to stop reading, so he was literally one of the earliest readers. Then how did he survive? I fortunately survived the carriage. If it hadn't been for another prophet nearby, I would have died. Another prophet in the same place as him? The moment that Lee Sung-kook was about to speak, the ground slightly shook. The vibration was transmitted despite sound wave blocking. Lee Sung-kook and I ran out of the tent at the same time. Kung. I thought it was a sudden sub-scenario, but that wasn't it. 2 people stood in the center of the epicenter. The man and woman facing each other. I didn't know the man, but the other person was, "You aren't a supporting role, yet you dare to push me? What are you talking about, you dog-like jerk?" Not surprisingly, it was Jung Hee-won. What? Dog? You bitch. The man grabbed a very large ring sword from his back. His overall level seemed in line with Jung Hee-won's. But it wasn't enough. Jung Hee-won movements were already above incarnations of the same class. Jung Hee-won's blade moved lightly as the man attacked. The character Jung Hee-won has activated the special option of Mikazuki Munikika, Death God's Footsteps. Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won stopped his black just before she cut off the man's head. The hairs were rising on the man's neck. It was a tremendous difference in speed. If I hadn't intervened, the man would be dead. The startled Lee Sung-kook cried out, "Jung Min-seob, what are you doing now?" I realized it when I saw Lee Sung-kook's confusion. The exclusive skill character list is activated. Then the expected message popped up. The information of this person can't be read in character list. This person isn't registered in character list. That's right. He was also a prophet. Asterisk. After a while, another prophet was on his knees in front of me, with Lee Sung-kook next to him. "I'm sorry, my friend didn't know anything. Hey, apologize quickly." The man sitting beside him bowed towards me. "I'm sorry." Unlike Lee Sung-kook, he was a very prideful person and couldn't completely remove the anger from his face. I looked at Jung Hee-won and said, "Jung Hee-won, I told you not to be reckless." To this bastard, Jung Hee-won. Jung Hee-won made a surprised expression for the first time. "I'm sorry, you Jong Hyuknam." Jung Hee-won bowed and turned to leave, Lee Hyun-sung following her with a strange expression. I knew that Jung Hee-won wasn't the type to raise a sword to someone for no reason. However, it was dangerous to move in this current situation. The other man looked at me and asked, "Are you really Yu Jong Hyuknam?" "Yes." "Are you also a prophet?" "Yes." There was a complicated expression on his face. He looked between me, Jung Hee-won, and Lee Hyun-sung. Then he glanced at Lee Sung-kook and said, "Excuse me, Yu Jong Hyuknam. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave you for a moment. Sung-kook, talk with me for a minute." He left the tent while Lee Sung-kook bowed to me. "I won't wait long." Yes, it wouldn't be like this if it was the original Yu Jong Hyuk. But I had a reason for allowing them to talk. As soon as Lee Sung-kook left the tent, I immediately called to Bae-hyung. "Hey Bae-hyung, what is it? Having fun again? Hearing enhancement 2,000 coins. Now Bae-hyung had adapted. It took less than 3 seconds before an advertisement went up. 2,000 coins have been consumed. The exclusive skill hearing enhancement has been acquired. Bae-hyung warned, "Hey, be careful from the 4th scenario onwards. For such a wide-scale scenario, the intermediate dakibis have jurisdiction." I ignored Bae-hyung's words. The exclusive skill hearing enhancement LV1 is activated. I moved my body outside the tent blocked by sound wave blocking. Then voices started to be heard. They weren't too far from where I was hiding. "Hey, isn't it slightly strange? What? Do you see that as a handsome face? What are you talking about suddenly?" The author said that Yu Jong-hyuk was handsome. This bastard? Fortunately, Lee Sung-kook dismissed it. The author might have different tastes. He is Yu Jong-hyuk for sure. He has the same dirty nature. You only got off at the 9th chapter, what do you know? This, you don't really remember it since you read it a long time ago. Still, aren't some scenes pretty clear with the memory benefits? Would you even remember the prologue without this privilege? You might not be alive if it wasn't for me. Their voices were coming closer. It is weird no matter how I look at it. Setting aside Lee Hyun-sung, who is that strange woman? If I remember correctly, there wasn't such a woman in the 3rd regression. Then check it. See if he is really Yu Jong-hyuk. But what if he is real? We will go according to plan. If we get Yu Jong-hyuk here, we can deal with those who read until the 50th chapter. Some really good information was coming in. Despite wanting to hug onto the main character, these guys were unleashing all types of curse words because of their situation. This was why they were humans. Lee Sung-kook and the man was coming closer. I apologize for the long wait. Let's go inside. We went back into the tent. Yu Jong Hyuknam, I apologize for my previous disrespect. I will greet you again. I am Jung Min-seob. The man smiled and bowed. Once again, this guy had pretty good items for being beaten by Jung Hee-won. In particular, there was the useful fugitive's mask which allowed the user to freely change their face and appearance. I cut to the chase. Then where did you get off? Jung Min-seob glared at Lee Sung-kook. He seemed to be saying something with his eyes. the 1089th person to get off. 1089. Considering the number of views for chapter 1200 was 1 and the number of views for chapter 120 was 10, this guy was a person who got off quite late. Maybe this was the guy who saved Lee Sung-kook in the first scenario. As a prophet who has read the Book of Revelation, I am glad and honored to meet you, Jong-hyuknam. However, you Jong-hyuknam, I'm sorry, but can I ask you some questions? Question. What is the question? That, regarding you Jong-hyuk, do you doubt that I'm the real you Jong-hyuk? That's not it. His face was red from my intense gaze. Try it. Yes? Ask me. The confused Jung Min-seob nodded. Then excuse me. In order to properly trick these guys, I had to keep a few things in mind. As far as I know, Yu Jong-hyuk took delusional demon Kim Namwon as a companion in the third regression. Yet you have a strange woman with you instead of Kim Namwon. I thought she was Lee Jae-hai, but she doesn't seem to be in her teens. I also heard you calling her a different name. His memory and observation skills were quite good. Like Jung Min-seob said, this world had already changed from the third turn that I knew. Now I had to shift this changed world to suit my taste as much as possible. If you are asking me why I don't have the delusional demon with me, the answer is simple. In this turn, the delusional demon doesn't exist. Huh? He doesn't exist? Perhaps did he die? Yes. Their faces were filled with confusion for a moment. Jung Min-seob asked, no, how? Who the hell killed Kim Namwon? The delusion demon Kim Namwon. These prophets' mouths were slowly dropping. Now I would drive in the last wedge. He died at the hands of a prophet like you. Chapter 50. Episode 11 Night of the Prophets. 2. Prophet like us? Yes. At first, I didn't realize he was a prophet. Now it looks like he is. He knew the future like you. Then, it seems like he knows a lot more than you do. He killed the delusional demon and gobbled up the hidden scenarios in the beginning. Thanks to that, my plan became twisted. There is a guy like that? Of course there was. The person was right in front of you. He even seems to be impersonating me. When I encountered him last time, he was on the verge of death, but he is still likely to be active near Chungmuro. The constellation Secretive Plotter admires your impudence. Chungmuro? Don't tell me? Jung Min-seob was surprised and opened his smartphone, tapping the keyboard like Lee Sung-kook. Maybe he was informing the other prophets. Jung Min-seob asked me a few more questions and I answered them briefly. It is like this. Then the third regression changed. You really are Yu Jong-hyuk. Jung Min-seob was deeply impressed. That's why you got that girl instead of the delusional demon. She seems enough to replace Kim Namwon. She overpowered me in one blow. The most important thing was their misunderstanding. Jung Min-seob thought for a while before saying, but when listening to Yu Jong-hyuk's story, I seem to know who killed the delusional demon. You know? Yes. I said this before. Let me tell you this in advance, not all prophets are on the same side. I expected to hear this conversation. If there were 48 who knew the future, there would be some people who thought wrongly. There are those who call themselves the 12 apostles. They believe they are the only ones who have read the real revelation and that they can change this world. 12 people. It was an exact match to the number of people who read up to chapter 50 of Ways of Survival. Why are they different from you? They have read more of the revelation than us. I was right. Right now, there are 11 known apostles. I'm guessing that the prophet that Yu Jong-hyukna met is the last unknown apostle. As they were creative people, they adapted when thrown into the scenario. This was a convenient misunderstanding. No, wait a minute. A misunderstanding? If I thought about it, one of the 12 people who read up to chapter 50 would be me. You don't have any good feelings towards the apostles? To tell the truth, that's right. Unlike us, they are planning to use the Book of Revelation to conquer this world. Why was my conscience pricked? They are the ones who pursue their own interests and sincerity rather than stop the destruction of the world by helping Yu Jong-hyuk. They are like the 10 evils. 10 evils. That's why I would like to ask Yu Jong-hyuknam. Please lead us. Stop them. I see. This was their real purpose. To be honest, it was a bit surprising. I never thought they would need me because of infighting between the prophets. I thought for a moment before opening my mouth. Okay, I accept. I will form an alliance. Really? However, I have one condition. Lee Sungkook and Jung Minseob's faces were tense as they waited for the conditions. First, give me Chongsin Station. Huh? Chongsin Station. It is the station right above Dongmyo. Haven't you eaten it already? Then Chungmuro's target station. Jung Minseob seemed to know something. In fact, this was the most major part of this alliance. In struggle for the flag, the target that I must occupy was Chongsin Station. If I couldn't take it, I wouldn't be able to finish the fourth scenario even if I walked the King's Road to the end. If I didn't complete the fourth scenario, both me and my group would automatically die. By the way, Lee Sungkook's expression was strange. Excuse me, you Jong Hyuknam. I'm really sorry, this is a bit difficult. Why? The owner of Chongsin Station isn't a member of our group. It isn't yours? It was strange. It was because Dongmyo Station was right before it. Lee Sungkook said with a sigh, the Tyrant King has occupied it. The Tyrant King. My blood ran cold. He has already become a king? One of Seoul's 7 kings, the Tyrant King. He was one of the few people who could be compared to Yu Jonghyuk at this point. Shouldn't it take a few days until he blossomed as a king? The guy who started at Dabong Station had already come down this far? It didn't make sense no matter how I thought about it. Lee Sungkook received my gaze and looked down. Actually, some of the prophets made a few mistakes and his power suddenly rose. In the midst of taking some profits, he took the station. At the time, prophets had 53 members. Suddenly, their credibility declined sharply. When I thought about it, I didn't know the beginning of the novel well without help. Why did I think these people would do well? Don't worry too much about it. We are preparing a powerful weapon to eliminate the Tyrant King. It isn't just the Tyrant King. It is a weapon to deal with the 12 apostles. Jung Minseob agreed. Maybe Yu Jong Hyuknam doesn't know it well. We worked very hard to figure out the revelations. No, I knew. These guys shouldn't be alone. I had to end it before these people could ruin the story. This is good. Sooner or later, you will have a chance to see the weapon. A chance to see the weapon? Tomorrow, with the exception of the 12 apostles, the night of the prophets will be held. If you don't mind. Jung Minseob's eager eyes turned to me. Yu Jong Hyuknam, I want you to come with us. Asterisk. After the talk, Jung Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung and I gathered in the accommodations provided by Lee Sungkook. I looked at the flag of Chungmuro Station. Throughout the afternoon, my flag was changed to navy due to the transfer of Dongdaemun Station and Cheonggu Station. You have used the benefits of the navy flag. From now on, you can use the group chat with the group members. From now on, we didn't have to worry about conversations. The group chat couldn't be intercepted unless another group member was in the same area. I briefly explained to them about what happened today. Jung Hee-won vaguely noticed, but Lee Hyun-sung was surprised. Oh my God. It is unbelievable. They know part of the future, that's why Dak Jassy is acting as Yu Jonghyuk? Yes. Sigh. Then we should stay here for the moment. We need to find out more information about them. Nope. Huh? Today I will take care of them. I looked at Jung Hee-won and said, I'm sorry Jung Hee-won-si. It's okay. I am just a bit hurt. I'm just joking. Isn't Dak Jassy playing a gangster right now? If you are sorry, let me deal with that jerk from before. Jung Hee-won smiled and continued. Then tonight will be a hot night? Hot? Lee Hyun-sung was freaked out by Jung Hee-won's joke. I shook my head. I have something to do first. Something to do? Now all of them are moving. It will be difficult. I took out a small cloak as I finished speaking. My figure suddenly disappeared and Lee Hyun-sung spoke with confusion. Dak Jassy? I will give you a signal. Then you will move. It was a gold member's privilege item. Recluse's cloak, which was purchased for 3,000 coins. It was a 5-time consumable item, but it could maintain absolute stealth for 20 minutes once the ability was activated. I melted into the darkness. It was useless against opponents with absolute senses LV 6 or higher, but no one had such skills here. I passed by the drowsy guards and arrived at Han Dong-hoon's tent. There was sound wave blocking around the tent, so I wasn't worried about anyone overhearing once I entered. He carefully opened the tent and saw a boy sitting at the keyboard alone. The dark circles were thicker than they were in the daytime. A solitary boy commenting alone. The prophets had turned this boy into a worn-out machine. A propaganda machine that manipulated the future by scattering information that mixed fiction with truth. It didn't have much effect right now, but the value of this boy would grow over time. I quietly approached from behind and blocked his mouth. Han Dong-hoon gasped and struggled, but it was impossible to resist me with a level 10 strength. I put my hand in my pocket and pulled out the mental awakening medicine that I bought along with the recluse's cloak. It was a huge 3,000 coins. It would be a lie if I said it wasn't regrettable, but if I could get the Hermit King of Shadows with 3,000 coins, it would be a profitable transaction. Sometime after being fed the stimulant, Han Dong-hoon's eyes changed. The hypnosis effect was loosened and the boy's sense of reason started to return. Hypnosis didn't mean that he forgot everything. In this little boy's head, all types of trauma would be running through them. Once the hypnosis slipped, his sponsor would start to intervene to some extent. The sponsor behind character Han Dong-hoon has revealed himself. The constellation shadow behind the curtain has thanked you. 500 coins have been sponsored. Han Dong-hoon stepped back while holding the flag in his hand. I watched the flag closely and deliberately stepped away. Don't worry. I'm not here to snatch the flag. You're smart, so you should understand right away. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have released hypnosis. Then. I want to be friends. Han Dong-hoon's eyes shook. I waited for a moment. It was until the turbulence in his head calmed down. But Han Dong-hoon wasn't able to speak easily. That reminded me this guy had a problem. Is it hard to speak directly? If you don't mind, I'd like to talk through this. Han Dong-hoon looked at the smartphone held in his hands and started muttering something. The character Han Dong-hoon used Wide Area Internet LV5 on your smartphone. You can use the internet anywhere in Seoul Dome unless the consciousness of Han Dong-hoon is interrupted. After a while, Han Dong-hoon's name appeared in the smartphone messenger. Who are you? I've been looking for you. Lee Sung-kook also said that. I suppose so. The boy's trembling fingers couldn't produce any more sentences. I instinctively realized it was impossible to persuade this boy right now. For more than 10 days, the boy's wounds had festered to the point where it couldn't be easily restored. I understand you. It is scary and confusing. The character Han Dong-hoon is greatly disturbed. Don't be ridiculous. I am different from those people. Can't believe you. Don't you hate the prophets? Han Dong-hoon's eyes shook. Deep-rooted resentment filled the boy's eyes due to the hypnosis. If you allow me to, I can get rid of them. Why? You are a prophet. They shouldn't exist. They are interfering with the epilogue. Han Dong-hoon stared at me with eyes that couldn't understand and tapped on his keyboard. To me, what do you want? You will just use my abilities anyway. I looked up and slowly opened my mouth. No, it is just the opposite. I stared into Han Dong-hoon's eyes as I spoke aloud. You don't have to do anything. Asterisk. Now those jerks' time is over. It will all end tomorrow. Sai, when this is over, I will have a bottle of soju. Yes. Did you see that bastard's eyes before? The sage's eyes glared at me and I almost had a heart attack. Ha, how did a guy who got off at the prologue know about the sage's eyes? Cheerful voices. It was so exciting that I wanted to keep listening. Hey, the other prophets are still suspicious. How do I convince them? They've been nagging me to go to Chungmuro. Give me your phone and I will speak to them. At any rate. Huh? Jung Minseob's face stiffened as he fiddled with the keyboard. Why is the internet not working all of a sudden? Is that brat sleeping again? Go check it out. Jung Minseob was about to leave the tent when his body hit something. The moment he stretched out a hand. What is this? Chithying. Jung Minseob fell onto the ground with a scream. Why you Jong-hyuk? How come? The confused Lee Sung-kook stumbled while Jung Hee-won poked her head in from outside the tent. I took care of some of them. But there are too many people. I won't last long. Jung Hee-won disappeared and the sound of fighting was heard from outside. Now the guards will flock. Don't you know what will happen if you do this? You Jong-hyuk, you won't be able to deal with all of us. All? I don't have to deal with everyone. I just need to handle you. This remark made Lee Sung-kook's lips twitch. I'm sorry you Jong-hyuk, but I can't let Kadududuk. I lightly swept the ether blade towards the fallen Jung Min-seob and cut the armor he was wearing. Jung Min-seob screamed. His flesh was torn and a piece of cloth fell out. I picked up the piece of cloth that had fallen out. You have won the flag of the Dongmyo group. Your Navy flag has absorbed the cumulative achievements of the Navy flag. Your Navy flag has evolved into a brown flag. A strong flag protects you. You are the real representative of Dongmyo. How? No matter how stupid you guys are, you wouldn't show the flag so proudly. In the first place, it was strange for them to give the representative position to Han Dong-hoon. They knew the future and wouldn't give the representative position to a character in the novel. However, Lee Sung-kook wasn't the representative. There was only one answer. The remaining members of the Dongmyo group are waiting for your decision. Now the guards were meaningless. The hopeless Jung Min-seob stuttered. Why you Jong-hyuk? The other prophets will know this. How will you let them know when the internet doesn't work? Lee Sung-kook cried out as he realized that all their plans were broken. Why are you doing this to us? Let's see. This question is meaningless. Even if I was the real Yu Jong-hyuk, I wouldn't form an alliance with guys like you. What? Don't tell me? I grinned at the pale-looking duo and laughed. You should have read to the end.